Welcome to the premier meet in the country on the eve of the Alabama. Veneta coming up later today. She's the filly on the rise. She passed her two-turn test in the New York Oaks. Can she handle an extra 16th of a mile? Well, we know former Grade 1 winner Iron Orchard has the talent. Can she return to form from her two-year-old campaign? It's a major showdown on the West Coast in the Pacific Classic from Del Mar. Is Nightbridge the super horse we witnessed at Monmouth in his two-turn debut? If so, the Breeders' Cup Classic may go through him as he gets his first test at 1.25 miles. Good to have you with us on our Friday card from upstate New York here in Saratoga Springs. We're just 10 minutes away from the opening race on the card. Of course, a huge one to come with the premier race in the sport for three-year-old fillies on our Saturday coverage. That is the Alabama. Greg Wolf, Tom Amos, Paul LaDuca with you here on our Friday coverage. And we had expected Irad Ortiz Jr. to be returning and to ride Counting Stars on Saturday. Just announced he gave it a go in the morning today. Not ready to go from that foot injury, so Jose Ortiz will fill in for his brother on Counting Stars.
Yeah, the incident happened on August the 8th, and so he came out this morning. He worked the horse for Brad Cox. He said, I don't feel right, I don't feel good, and so it's to be determined when he's going to come back. Here it is right here, Paul.
Yeah, you know, it's just sometimes when you have, I was talking to Mig about this, and, you know, Sammy Marin, he got dumped earlier this year at Delaware and broke his ankle, and sometimes when you come back from those foot injuries, Mig said the torque that you put on those irons, it's more than you can kind of practice at home. I'm sure that he was on the Equicizer keeping himself in shape, but just the torque that you put on your foot, hopefully he will be back soon.
Well, Tom, you get a pretty capable fill-in. Obviously, Jose Ortiz is having not just the year of his career, one of the best years from a jockey we've seen in a long, long time.
He has. He's had a great year. I mean, he's the leader to get the Eclipse Award for Most Outstanding Rider in 2026. The list goes on and on of the races he's won. But for Irad Ortiz, who's going to have to sit at home, it's almost like Christmas just got canceled. These guys live for their races, and missing Counting Stars is missing a superstar in action.
The one thing Irad could take with all this, he's the one guy, and probably his brother as well, he will get his mounts back.
Yeah. Jose has been on Counting Stars before. In fact, just the second start of her career, he rode her in a sprint in the Myrtlewood coming off a maiden special. Way that, you know, helps to have experience, but as a trainer from that standpoint for Mark Casse, obviously you feel good in the hands of one of the most capable riders there is, but you don't like anything to go not according to plan, do you?
Well, trainers love to worry. I mean, they love to worry about the things that they can't control. This is something that you can't control, so I'm sure Mark Casse will maybe have a few sleepless moments tonight. I know I used to when these big races would come up, and I would think about the things that I can't control with my horse, but my goodness, rest easy. I mean, Jose Ortiz is the best.
And it sounds like, too, Mark Casse's very much resting easy in terms of how good Counting Stars is doing right now.
Yeah, let's be honest. She's going to be 1-5 or 1-9 in that race. So, you know, Jose, listen, I know that Irad's probably upset that Jose's picking up all these mounts, but I guarantee you he's helping his brother a little bit, letting him know the little quirks and the little things that are around some of these horses, because it seems like he's 80% picking up his horses.
A lot of victories for Jose Ortiz. And, look, you still got to deliver, but he's picked up while his brother has been on the shelf and leading to a historic meet. For Jose at this point. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. 7 minutes to post in the opener. We are fast and firm today. And we have the pick 6 beginning in race 5. Fleet Indian, our feature, where Veneta passed her two-turn test last time out in that New York Oaks, Tom.
Yeah, passed her two-turn test, but now we're going 1 1/8 miles in distance. This is a true stamina test for most of the horses in this group. Veneta leads the group. She's got some gait quirks that don't really make her break all that well. She doesn't need to have that happen today.
Here's you can play all the action, I should say, right there at NYRABets.com. Get signed up, started, spot 200. Code to punch in and sign up. Get that $200 deposit match, new customer bonus. Once again, right there at NYRABets.com. So we'll kick things off. 1 3/16 on the turf. Allowance optional claiming field. And Paulie Cugino, Shug McGahee, Flavian Pratt. Pretty good resume to this point, over $800,000 in earnings.
This horse is a nice horse, right? 11 for 16 in the exacta. The lone bad heifer was just at Gulfstream and the Pegasus Invitational on the turf, but you look back, this horse has got a 100 buyer, 94 buyer. Good race last time out at Colonial as well.
Post parade coming up. We will start with Barclay Tagg, Saratoga of course, Funny Side fame and Tiz the Law fame, and this one by Tiz the Law. Is the distance maybe not the best for this horse?
Maybe not the best, but we're talking about a graded stakes winner, as every other horse is in this race, and a couple of really nice works over the turf course here at Saratoga.
Here's Carson's Run. Miguel Clement, of course, stablemate to Deterministic.
The lone horse of the four that has won at Saratoga, that could be key.
Here's Cagino, Platt on board for McGahee.
Yeah, this is the speed of the race. Looking to control things right out the gate is our favorite, the 3-horse.
And Capture the Flag, Todd Pletcher is second off a long time away.
Yeah, a long time of over, let's say 10 months or so, but this horse has shown speed in the past, too. Grade 2 winner going gate to wire. I think Johnny V keeps the pressure on.
Let's take a look at Cagino, Tom, and both you guys. I want to get your thoughts on this race. As you said, Tom, looks like can control and was boxed in a little bit here at Colonial. Felt like had every chance to go by late, no?
100%, Greg. So, you know, you're watching here and you're always paying attention to riders' hands as to how much they're asking their horse. Riders' hands are pretty quiet. Right about here is where everybody's going to begin to ask their horses. You can see getting busy on Cagino with the shadow roll behind the first wave of horses, and looks like every opportunity to pick them up and get the win, but just can't do it. Laying in a little bit too, Paul.
Yeah, laying in a tiny bit. Sammy Marin's such a good turf rider, and this is a blanket finish. I don't know how you rate this. Do you downgrade it a little bit, Tom, because they're kind of all bunched up at the wire?
Yeah, I mean, do you have 5 champions? They're within 2 lengths of each other, all 5 of those horses.
Yeah.
4-5 here on Cagino. Second start back off about 6 months away. Let's welcome in for the first time today, Megan Burgess.
Hey there, Greg, and probably the most beautiful day, at least as I've been out reporting this entire meet at Saratoga. What a privilege it is to be here at the spa. But we'll start to the inside of this shorter group with the number 1, Tiz Dashing, who I agree, looking at him, looking through his form, you have to wonder if he is distance compromised. And he does have that shorter field to contend with, as he's a closer and but knowing that it's a shorter field, he breaks from the inside, I find he's going to be naturally more forward, as horses often are in these smaller fields. He's a horse that is a bit more shorter coupled, but he also doesn't strike me as an out-and-out miler type. He's not totally limited based on his physical. And when you really go through his races, specifically that 1 1/8 mile and a 16th, he gets that distance, and he's done well, winning the Canadian Turf, a grade 3 off of the layoff. A very nice performance with a 96 Spire speed figure, and he's just been up against Goliaths and a string of grade 1 tests, and last time out, never in a good position in that Kelso, wide and kind of went slow, and when they quickened that way they did late, it just benefited more forward horses. I like what I see from him, very strong for a shrewd barn, and as you all mentioned on the desk, he's been having some very strong breezes in the morning, especially that B+ work on August the 16th when he just annihilated, ran right by some talented horses that he was able to break in behind. But I really like what I saw from him. I think you're fetching a fair enough price. The number 3, Cugino, is likely the main controlling speed, right? That's why he's being hammered in here. He is very sharp on the racetrack, you can see Flavian kind of trying to get him settled down, letting him hopefully be able to respond to his cues as he was with the pony. He took away from the pony and now probably will reunite here shortly. But he's definitely not the biggest individual, but he has surely proved his fine mettle against these longer distances, where it's often a little bit easier for horses to negotiate going longer when they're able to control or be forward on the front end in the way he has. I really do find, though, he will be taking pressure, as Paul kind of alluded to the number 4, Capture the Flag, for trainer Todd Pletcher, who is a horse that disappointed last time out. He comes back second off of a considerable layoff. He's just an Adonis of an animal. He's gorgeous out of a grade 1 winner who won the Flower Bowl. So the distance is actually to his credit. He wants to go longer, and judging from Todd Pletcher's comments on him last time out, that was a stepping stone for him to get out into those extended distances. He's a big substantive sort. I really like that he was able to get that start into him, albeit disappointing. I do find he's going to be forwardly placed. We'll see ultimately if that is good enough, as Cugino does look formidable in here. I just opted for elsewhere, as many others on the desk did as well, Greg.
All right, Megan, so thank you. Minute to post coming up. Tom, you put together a pick 5. How are you going to play it?
Yeah, so I tried to make it affordable, just a $40 ticket here. But in race 1, I singled the 1 horse, Tiz Dashing, but the 3 is the speed of the race. And I think maybe if you want to make this ticket a little bit better, you have to include the 3. I'm going to single again in the second race with Whittington Park, and then I'm going to spread out in the last 3 legs that I think are very wide open.
All right, so coverage, races 3, 4, and 5. Just be right in that early double.
Yeah, just need to hit my double.
Nice way to construct it. Over $670,000 here in this pick 5. Some people look at that too, take a shot, and then if you're wrong, go after it to get into the pick 4.
Well, I got Paul, my wingman, who's going to take over in the second race and give us a nice pick 4.
Yeah, I go a little bit deeper. It's tough, right? This race is. These four-horse races are tough. Like, I understand the 3 could be lone speed, but how far is he really going to get away from these other 3 horses, right? So it's a tactical race in here, and I think the one. I landed on the one. I just think the one kind of is the kind of horse that the softer the pace, the better, and I think they're going to jog around there. We'll see who kicks home.
As we talked about, and look, we all picked I like the one also, but distance is a real question mark for this horse, isn't it?
I think so. Look, this horse is won at 1 1/8, and a great stake at that, I believe. Yes. So we're talking about another 110 yards. But in horse racing, that 110 yards can make a big difference when you start going these distance races.
Does get that cozy inside post, so immediately will be able to save ground from the outset. And Javier Castellano for Barkley Tag, and Saratoga with a son of Tiz the Law, of course, kicked off the Triple Crown, winning the Belmont Stakes in that COVID year for them. It would add the Travers later that year. We kick off this Friday card on Fox Sports 2. Let's go upstairs to Frank Miramati.
They're in the gate. And they're off. And it's a very even start, but Cugino is just in front. Here is Capture the Flag on the outside, though, and Capture the Flag takes the lead, and no one's in any hurry whatsoever through the opening stages. Capture the Flag is the leader, and Tiz Dashing comes through on the inside. Cugino's third, 2 lengths off the lead, and Carson's Run, as usual, is very reserved in the early stages. They move around the clubhouse turn, and it is Capture the Flag who is trying to clear off, has it by almost a length. Tiz Dashing is at the rail. The opening quarter went in 23 2/5 seconds. Flavian Pat has a tight hold of Cugino, who is just outside of Tiz Dashing as they straighten up now down the back stretch. It's a gap of 7 to stretch running Carson's Run. Capture the Flag and Hall of Famer John Velasquez just easily going on the front end, 47-4. Capture the Flag leads at 1.5 lengths to Cugino. Tiz Dashing on the inside is third, and Carson's Run getting a little bit closer as they round the far turn. It's Capture the Flag who's been there throughout, Cugino in second. Tiz Dashing is now 3 lengths off the lead in third, and 2 in front of Carson's Run. They went 6 furlongs in 1:12 flat. Capture the Flag, Cugino turning up the pressure, and Hall of Famer Castellano has been waiting but waits no more, with Tiz Dashing on the outside as the field turns for home. Here's Tiz Dashing sprinting for home. Carson's Run is in behind them. They're in the final furlong. Tiz Dashing hits the front, puts away Cugino. Final threat from Carson's Run, but it's Tiz Dashing by 3 close to home, and Tiz Dashing wins convincingly. Carson's Run was second, Cugino third in front of Capture the Flag.
Tiz Dashing, Javier Castellano, Barkley Tag to kick off our Friday action.
Down the backside with Tiz Dashing, he was sitting behind the 2 speed horses on the rail. Javier Castellano, the rider, is willing to give up position. He actually takes back a little bit. He looks over his outside shoulder, sees no one there, and says, you know what, I'm going to back up a little bit, and I'm going to get outside. He gets outside on the turn. That's confidence in his horse and confidence in what he can do on top of that horse.
Yeah, it was a brilliant ride. He got the best of both situations, right? Because Johnny V took off with the 4, kind of spread his horse out. He was able to get outside. And I thought the second place finisher, sometimes the first place finisher always isn't the best, right? Dylan Davis drafted off the other 2. He tried to come on and catch Tiz Dashing, but Castellano had plenty in the tank. And this horse, slight second choice, but 6-5.
Yeah, Cugino winds up going off at even money, can manage no better than third here, and Carson's Run at 6-1 completes this exacta. Congratulations, though, to very popular connections up here. Barkley Tag, Saratoga, and Javier Castellano. And appropriate they do it with the son of Tiz the Law.
Yeah, he showed his hand with his workouts coming into this race, both on the turf here. Very, very good. They were bullet workouts, meaning at that distance of all the horses that worked that day, the bullet was the fastest of those works. He did it twice in a row leading into this race, and he showed his stuff here.
He really did. It's the first time he's had Lasix in a while because he's been in so many stakes races. And the class relief definitely helped today. And 6-5 end up looking like a gift at the end.
How about a field of four?
Good single, Tom.
A field of four in an allowance race, Paul. Every one of them a graded stakes winner.
Crazy.
I mean, you're going to start the card off right with a small field. You're starting off with real quality.
There's Barkley Tagg, former trainer of Funny Side, who won the first 2 legs of the Triple Crown, the New York bred. And then, of course, Tiz the Law as well. Kicked off that COVID Triple Crown season with the Belmont Stakes win and would add the Travers in front of the empty stands here.
How about that? I remember that meet well. That was a grade 1 stakes win meet for me, and no one was there to witness it.
I was here for you, Tom.
Yeah, I appreciate that very much.
It's documented, Tom. It's okay.
You can watch it on YouTube.
6-5 favorite, second choice, excuse me, beating an even money favorite here. It's Tiz Dashing, wins for the 4th time in his 4-year-old campaign. 1, 2, 3, 4 finish. Big one coming up. 3-year-old filly division, the Alabama on Saturday, and Counting Stars can all but lock up a championship. With a winning performance, it will be her 3rd straight Grade 1 win as Mark Casse looks to go back-to-back in the Alabama.
Thank you.
Megan,
Test,
can you hear me?
test, test. What's up, Greg? I can
Yeah,
hear you.
sounds
Can
good
you hear
now.
me?
Yes, thank you.
Perfect.
Back with you on Saratoga Live on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net. Here's what's new at ABR. Cheat sheet for the Alabama with Counting Stars trying to make it 3 straight Grade 1 wins. Pacific Classic cheat sheet. Is Knightsbridge the super horse we saw at Monmouth? He just may be in the Big Five, ranking the best Pacific Classic winners. We may have to re-rank that list after what we see tomorrow. Do you think Knightsbridge is that good?
I don't know. I mean, look, that's the first time he ever went 2 turns in a route race. He was dominant doing it on the front. He's going to have some pace with him this time around, but you have to give him a lot of credit for showing what he can do going 2 turns.
We will talk more about it a little bit later on. Kicking off this Friday card, Tiz Dashing, Javier Castellano, and those Saratoga Stable Silks for Barkley Tagg. Let's go to Megan.
Thanks, Greg. And iconic silks, of course, of tis the law, Saratoga. But here with Javier Castellano, who parlayed a perfect ride. And we discussed the patience off camera that it takes in these shorter fields, and you played it perfectly.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe in this case, a small field only for horses, you have to use the best judgment in the race. We all handicapped the race, and we have some idea before the gate open. But soon open, you have to use the best judgment. I took my best decision in the race. I saved all the ground, and I rode with a lot of patience, confident myself, and I knew I got the best horse in the race. I had to deliver it.
You were loaded around the turn. Talk about the confidence and how encouraged you were down the lane with a horse that has done some good work going shorter than this as well.
Yeah, I mean, the way I rode the horse with a lot of patience, you can say, in the turn, how I went a little longer, and I step up outside and go those two targets, those two big horses in the race, and blew by. The horse, he finished really well. I like the way he finished, and very encouraged horse.
You'll be aboard and one more time, and tomorrow's Grade 2 Ballston Spa does have that pace threat of Suggesta. How do you play that with the horse that's been doing her best work on the front end?
I really like the feeling. She's been training so good. She rode pretty good show last time. I believe you have to be good static position and be patient with her, and she has short run, and hopefully tomorrow that's the day.
Thank you for the insight. Great job, Javi.
Thanks a lot.
Greg played it perfectly in this one.
Well done, Javi, former rider that won 4 consecutive Eclipse Awards, Paulie, as outstanding rider.
He has some good ones, and he was always primed for the upset, too. I mean, his Travers record is unbelievable. Obviously, Keen Ice. 7 Travers, that's it?
Yeah, pretty good.
That's
Unreal.
crazy.
We just got big Travers news yesterday on the show. Napoleon Solo, Preakness winner, pointing to that race. John Velasquez will get the mount, in case you missed it. Race 2. Out of the Wilson Chute at a mile here. New York Bred's allowance optional claiming field. Tom, you got the first half of your double in.
Yeah.
Singled to Whittington Park, the 3 here.
Yeah, look, this is an older horse. He's been claimed the last 2 starts that he ran in at this level. He's back in for the same thing. They took the blinkers off of him in his last 2 starts. I think it's helped him as an old boy. And, to me, that start-to-win ratio that he has makes him difficult to beat in this spot.
Dylan Davis for Orlando Nota off the claim. And, yeah, faced a tough one. Easy roll, couple starts back. That horse has actually held his form. See if this one, it's a difficult race, though.
Some salty New York Breds in here. This is a good race.
Let's go to the big one coming up this weekend. 3-year-old fillies and the absolute leader of this division. That is Counting Stars. First run, 1872, named after William Cottrell. Is too modest to have it named after himself, so they named it after his home state. Go for 1. Quickest edition ever run. 2 minutes and 4/5. Bel Air stud. 5 victories, including with 2-time champion Vagrancy back in 1942. Sonny Jim Fitzsimmons holds the record 8 wins as a trainer. Vagrancy among them, along with Busanda. 3 jockeys have won it 5 times. Mike Smith's 5th. Came aboard Songbird, who moved her record to a perfect 10 for 10 with her Alabama win. Only Royal Delta for Bill Mott will go on to capture the distaff, then known as the Ladies Classic. She'd repeat in that race the following year. 28 have been named champion 3-year-old filly, including Nitrogen last year. 12 enshrined in the Hall of Fame, including Songbird. Nitrogen putting together a campaign where she may be included in there very soon after her racing career is over. A race with so much history going all the way back to 1872. Tom, obviously this is a heavyweight race, and we have a heavyweight star in Counting Stars.
Oh, we do indeed. We're going 1.25 miles in this race. That is a lot of distance in thoroughbred racing. They'll start at the top of the stretch and go all the way around and then come around to finish up. But for Counting Stars, she has really emerged. But we're looking at Nikon first, so let's talk about Nikon. So sometimes horses are entered in these races just to try to get a placing. A top 3 placing in this race would increase her value dramatically as a broodmare.
Addy Girl, meanwhile, for Bill Mott, Paulie comes off a maiden victory. First time against winners now in a Grade 1.
Yeah, I know it took her 9 starts, but I would focus on her last 3 efforts. Those are her only efforts on dirt. I think she loves going the distance. She's the only filly in here that's gone the 1.25 miles.
Mark Cassie's so confident with his back-to-back Grade 1 winner, but he's got a backup plan, too.
And this backup plan might be the one if, for whatever reason, Counting Stars doesn't run a race and measure the 3-horse, and you're taking a good look at her there. Her most recent race, she kind of got hung out a little bit and had to wait for room, and when she did, she made a nice punch. She should like the distance.
Yeah, Cassie believes that last race was just an audition to get her here, that she'll love the 1.25 miles. My gun's loaded, so Chad Brown decided to pass on this race with always a runner. She's going to the cotillion. This one now trying graded stakes company for the first time, My Guns Loaded.
Yeah, 2 for 2 since entering the Chad Brown barn, and both were in by 4 1/4 and by 3. So 18 to 1 didn't surprise a lot of people in the main special weight. But getting out to that 1.25 mile will be a tall task. If anybody can do it, it's Chad.
Trainer Peter Urton said, "We are not worried about the distance, but we're a little concerned about the jumping class."
Yeah, jumping class, but AP's Girl is definitely in form, our 5 horse in this race. And again, sometimes trainers are putting these horses in to try to get a placing. A top 3 finish, grade 1 black type, increases a horse's value by about $400,000 when their career is over.
This is the one they all gotta beat. And you look at this race, Counting Stars, back-to-back wins the Acorn, the Coaching Club of American Oaks. She could, if she wants to, pretty easily control things up front.
Yeah, she could. She could go right to the gate, and there she is, or gate to wire, with that unbelievable white blaze for West Point Thoroughbreds. She likes it here at Saratoga, and she's 6 for 10 lifetime.
So let's take a look at that Coaching Club American Oaks, Tom. It was round 3 against always around their Kentucky Oaks winner. They each had a victory, and she just increased the margin of victory this time around. Yeah, she just looks like she's improving race by race.
That's her nemesis on the inside, always a runner who won the Kentucky Oaks and beat Counting Stars. This is their 3rd time to meet, obviously in the Kentucky Oaks, but Counting Stars is going to show towards the end of this race, I'm the boss. She's going to draw off of this, and it was a race where Jose Ortiz, who will now be riding Counting Stars, is going to get beat, and he's on the inside. He got through on the rail, but he could not keep up with this really great filly.
She was just much the best. I think sometimes sometimes when you have a filly that's just moving in the right direction, or any type of horse, just take the horse right to the front end. So she won this race basically gate to wire from the 1 hole. Now she gets the complete outside. She's going to be really tough.
And, you know, we talked about this during the race when it happened. I think everyone sort of said, oh, my gosh, he's letting her up the inside. Always
right.
A runner, the Kentucky Oaks winner. But this is a filly, Counting Stars, that wants to be outside of horses, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think ultra-confident Irad Ortiz that day made that rail move. Be like, if you want it, you can have it. But, I mean, these guys, they know what they have underneath them. The hands haven't moved on Irad Ortiz, and so he's sitting there and saying, if you're going to take the inside and save ground, you're still not going to beat me because I've got a lot of horse. And he did indeed that day.
He was so – you don't hear trainers a lot speak to the kind of confidence Mark Cassie's talking about, and he said it going in – well, he said it going to the Kentucky Oaks. He thought she'd run that Acorn, that the race she did in the Kentucky Oaks didn't happen. But now he said it going into the Coaching Club American Oaks, and now again – says she's doing even better than she was going into those last 2 grade 1s.
Well, she's won the last 2 races by, 8 lengths total. If she wins this race by open lengths, can you imagine winning 3 grade 1s basically here at Saratoga by a total of 12, 13 lengths? That's complete domination. And I think that's why Mark has been so high on her, and just he has nothing to fear. I mean, I think what he's showing her in the morning, she keeps progressing, which is dangerous.
He's expecting her to win, but things can happen in races, especially here at Saratoga. It has a reputation.
It has
and he's got a backup plan here, one that he believes will love the 1.25 mile, Tom.
Yeah, let's watch how we're having to sit and wait for him. It finally opens up right there for measure, and she's going to come with a run. She's going to come up short a little bit, but you got to like the way she finishes down on the rail here, Greg, as she's making this big change from a mile in distance to a 1.25 miles. And even her trainer, Chad Brown, who's one of the very best in the world, has said, this is a big, big ask for what we're trying to do here.
Some of her races, you know, she ran first time out at 6 furlongs. She just likes to lag way back and make one run, but you can't doubt Mark Cassie's success. He just has a knack with these fillies and mirrors.
So that was measure that we were looking at. I thought we were going to talk about My Guns Loaded, but nonetheless, she does make a good finish on the end. And on numbers, she really is the second best horse in the race.
You've had some huge wins, obviously, in your career, and a lot of wins on the resume. Mark Cassie grew up learning about, you know, this, how special Saratoga was and how important a race the Alabama is. To be in a position to win this race back-to-back years, pretty incredible.
Very. I mean, this is one of the most prestigious races that we run here at Saratoga. Certainly, it is the top race for 3-year-old fillies. So for Mark Cassie to win it back-to-back, by the way, Nitrogen, who won this race last year, that's what made her champion 3-year-old filly. And obviously, he's got a hammerlock on it this year with Counting Stars. And if she wins, she will be champion 3-year-old filly.
Happens at 6:42 Eastern Time tomorrow night. Grade 1 Alabama, and a chance for Counting Stars to win a 3rd straight Grade 1 at Saratoga. Of course, part of that because the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival took place here with that construction going on. at the new Belmont Park. It will be seen live on Fox Saratoga Saturday, presented by Oceana Cruises. Coverage starts 6 Eastern time tomorrow night in the defining race in this game for 3-year-old fillies, mile-and-a-quarter test. Can Counting Stars continue her procession to a championship? We'll get back to live action on our Friday card when we come back. We're 14 minutes away from race 2 out of the Wilson Chute at a mile. And that's a look at our current favorite, Dr. Kraft, for the Cantermachi Barn.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Excelling on a cross of New York turf and Kentucky bluegrass. A 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 4-Star Dave, Grade 1 Turf Mile, and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile by leading champion European sire, Lope de Vega. So he's got that going for him. Carl Spackler, the ultimate greenskeeper, standing at Lane's End.
Back with you on our Friday coverage, and how about this? Grade 1 Pacific Classic coming up on our coverage this Saturday. Mile-and-a-quarter test where the turf meets the surf. And a huge one on the West Coast, taking on probably even more importance this year than it has in quite some time. That coverage will kick off at 9 Eastern time on FS1 because of the presence of Knightsbridge and what he did in his last start. It was the fastest speed figure we have seen in this entire sport from anyone since Flightline's Pacific Classic a few years ago, back in 2022.
And he's doing it at he did it at a distance that he hasn't even tried before. So, you know, for him to break as sharp as he did, go to the front, control, and have that huge finish where he won by, 10 or 15 lengths? I mean, it just was as easy as could be. It was his first time to run 2 turns. So what is he? Is he a horse that made the lead and continued to go, or is he a horse that at this new distance has found a new dimension to his game?
I think he makes such a good point because a lot of people are out there going, is this a phony number? Is this too big of a number? But it's not like it was at 7 furlongs. He's ran like, 7, 8 times. Like Tom said, it's a completely new distance. So the number, I think, to me, is just as solid as can be.
And it's not that it came out of nowhere. This horse has put up massive performances before at shorter distances. So maybe this is just what he wanted to do all along. Race 2 starts at pick 4. We're going to have Paul's ticket in a little bit. Mile out of the Wilson Chute coming up as we look at Quick to Accuse, who comes out of the commentator last start. Let's go to Megan.
Hey there. We'll talk about the number 1 Quick to Accuse. He's a horse that I really like at this mile distance, incredibly strong. I think he's just that kind of shorter couple type as he does exit a performance in that commentator where he's one that I felt against that strong rail bias June the 3rd. He was just never really able to see the inside that day and honestly ran deceptively well considering he was really up against the track. But as I mentioned, physically incredibly well meant, 4 for 12 at this mile distance and does break from the inside of this Wilson Chute. I do find he has the speed to get out of there with the number 5, Dr. Kraft. We'll head to now one that likely is the controlling speed with Flavien Prat aboard. He's likely looking to go to the lead and just make them all come to him. He's just a smaller, shorter, compact sort. You know, he has tried the mile in an eighth, as he did 2 back, where arguably you could have thought he was going to win that commentator at 9 furlongs with that gold rail, that he was able to set the pace. His rider kind of drifted out, though, a bit at a crucial moment that kind of allowed for Alan Turing to come up his inside and nail him in a close finish. But he ran incredibly well that day at 32-1. This is his game, though, getting back to the mile. This is exactly what he's meant for. Very robust, just looking great in the flesh, resplendent coat, kind of the teeny tiny pocket rocket when you look at him up against the rest of this field, Greg. But this was a pretty competitive, contentious group as far as this race and level is concerned. And honestly, I wouldn't take a short price in here trying to play this race. Greg?
There's Dr. Kraft. He's the favorite right now. This is a horse who has been, I don't know for what reason, totally dismissed race after race after race, and he's outrun his odds. He's the favorite right now as we look back at his commentator 2 starts ago.
Yeah, this was a really good race at a big price of some 35-1. He was set from the gate that day. He's going to give up the rail, and I really think that's what's going to cost him the race. If he stays down on the rail and makes the winner go around, I think he wins this race.
Yeah, they kind of went to the wire together. They were 2.5 lengths clear of the 3rd place finisher. You know, Dr. Kraft is interesting. He's got 1 bad race on a muddy racetrack, but if you look at his record with Lasix, he's a completely different horse. And I think getting to Lasix today, a non-stake event, is going to help him big time.
And he's funny because, I mean, he's a speed horse. He likes to be close or on the lead, and he's not always a good gate horse. So you take your chances that he leaves the gate correctly and gets to run his style of race.
So there he is, 2-1, and one of the top riders in our sport on his back, Flavien Prat, for a barn that's had a terrific meet, Ilkay Cantermachi.
Yeah, and I think the other part is the horse is 7 for 9 in the exact at the distance. Doesn't have a win here, checks in a lot of seconds and thirds, but does have 5 wins. But like we said, this is a salty group. The one quick to accuse, Megan was talking about him. He's got back races if he can reach back. He's right there. And, you know, I think the 3 right now, you're getting an unbelievable price on the 3 at 5-1.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. But since the blinkers have come off the 3, Whittington Park, his last 2 starts, I've seen his speed figures improve. I think he has a big chance here. He's a solid, older, hard-knocking horse.
So coming down Champions Way as we get set for this early pick 4, and we're going to see Paulie's pick 4 ticket momentarily after the post parade here. And Tom, I agreed with you. I thought Whittington Park was going to be pretty tough in this spot.
Yeah, look, 7-year-old, knows how to get to the winner's circle, has as many wins as anybody else in this race, if not more. I'm just going through it one more time. Yeah, he's won more races than anyone else in this race, so he knows where the line is.
His 1 mile race against Open Company, against Donegal Surges, what would Donegal Surges be in here? You know, so he's had some good races against Open Company. Now he gets back into state breds.
Kick off the post parade, brought to you by the New Belmont Park. They open up September 18th. Go to newbelmont.com for more information with Quick to Accuse, again, coming out of the commentator.
Yeah, and so we're looking at a little drop in class here, which you always like to see in a racehorse.
Rasho to pause with Palace Boss.
Yeah, not good form of late, but you look 4 back on September 2025 was second behind Butta, who's on a roll.
Here's Whittington Park, Orlando Notabarn off the claim.
Yeah, we've talked about him a bunch to this point. Claimed out of his last 2. The Notabarn is very good off the first claim.
Fernando Abreu just claimed Shadow Dragon. He puts Jose Ortiz aboard.
Yeah, claimed 6 times out of the last 12 starts, this son of Army Mule.
Here's Prat on Dr. Kraft.
Yeah, Dr. Kraft is one that I think wants to be up front and kind of control things if possible. It's a good post position for him.
Concord Spirit, he was way behind Whittington Park 2 starts ago.
Yeah, he's an interesting gelding in here. Going a mile and an eighth, he's kind of horse that needs kind of the lead. But going a mile, he can kind of sit that good little trip. I think he's got a look here.
And stablemate to the favorite, Dr. Kraft. Here's Jackson Heights, Ricardo Santana Jr.
He was claimed 4 back. They've run him 3 times. They haven't found the right formula to get him to be very, very competitive, so he's back in for the claim.
Do you have a lawn jockey at your place?
No, but I recognize those silks sitting up front.
How'd you make that
very
happen?
much
Serengeti
Emperor. There you go.
Joel Politti silks. Did you pay for that to happen?
I didn't pay for that, but I needed about a dozen of those so I can send them to Joel and all of his friends and family, because that's about as big a group as he brought to the Oaks that year.
Get in line.
Pint-size lawn jockeys get here early. It's going to be a very long line to get these this weekend.
I mean, how cool is that? Everybody wants one of those. Everybody but Larry David, but everybody else wants one. It was one of those.
My wife has a phobia of lawn jockeys. She does.
I thought. Okay, Okay, I'll stay away from that one.
Here's the favorite. So 2-1 here, Dr. Kraft. Certainly, this one probably taking a little extra attention because of who's on board.
No doubt.
I get it with Flavian. The last time Flavian rode this horse, a good second place finish behind Doc Sullivan.
All right, Paulie.
Well, here's my pick for it. 1, 3, 5, 6. I do think the 6 that's 9-1's got a look in here. 1, 2, 3, 7. Race number 4 is where I'm gonna pick and choose. I like Tartable, not Danny Tartable, the great Seattle Mariner and New York Yankee, but Island Town, I think, can come right back against those horses.
I think that's one of probably the sneakiest horse on this whole card, right? Ron Crichton coming in with a horse.
Yeah, Tartable. He's very good, Ron Crichton. And then the last race, 2, 6, and 8 in the last. I did miss it. 2, 6, and 8 there. Fire Marshal for Michael Maker. But I do think the 2 for Good Aim, Adam Rice, and Jose Ortiz.
It's Michael to you. Paulie calls him Mike. 2-1 favorite. It is Dr. Kraft. Let's go back to Megan.
And the number 3, Whittington Park, I agree, Greg, as far as the handicapping perspective in here, makes a lot of sense. And just a very well-balanced, strong individual. Physically really does meet my standards, as he's getting a really nice warm-up there under Dylan Davis, and has the races that make him incredibly tough in here. First off the claim, as you mentioned, Orlando Noda, very strong this meet. He's 3 for 6, first off of the claim, 4 in the money. But overall in Saratoga the past 5 years, he's 30%, 6 for 20. So it's not just as if he's kind of hit that hot streak just this meet. He's always been very effective here when claiming horses. And, you know, last time out on July the 18th, it was a wet sealed track. It was a dominant forward runner. He was just never going to catch that foe. And then two back when he was forward and more aggressive, it wasn't a fast pace. Manny rode him very well. He actually took the blinkers off that day, which I found freed him up and got him more engaged and settled. I really like that performance. And it kind of gives me the indication, especially with the warm up, that he will put himself into that tactical position. Horses to an inside should go forward and kind of sit in that pocket and have that right kind of trip. I really liked him in here as he's really come into himself and has the most consistent form to me. The number 6, Concord Spirit's a horse I thought would get bet a little bit more than he has. He was morning line 9-2, now he's 6-1, so not too much of a discrepancy there, as he also has the races. And just last time out, he was off slow, never made an indentation. But if you go back to that race on May the 16th, where he was closer to that quicker pace than the winner, 3Bs, who managed to come from off of it and nail him in a short finish. He's one that I really thought was interesting, up there at a price underneath the likes of the 3, Whittington Park, who, again, I'm kind of surprised you're getting 4-1 on him. I noticed the number 4, Shadow Dragon, was taking some play, kind of floating up a little bit from what he previously was. Fernando Abreu, a very shrewd trainer, and he looks great. I'm caught a little bit. I've tried him in many different places. He is a horse that has run well in the past, but just something to note, Fernando Abreu, first off the claim on the dirt, he's just won for his last 16 here in Saratoga, 6%. His first win doing so actually came with Norwich earlier on in the meet, so he's kind of that wait and see, kind of get back into some of his better form. Greg?
Minute to post coming up. It starts this pick 4. Look at this crowd already on hand, and this has been one of the most glorious days we've had the entire meet.
Oh, it's gorgeous. It's a gorgeous day here. We're in the backyard in the picnic area, and you can just look out over it. Everybody's having a great time. BYOB, you know, how can you beat it? It's for a day of fun, excitement, and horse racing, and just the best block party in the United States as far as I'm concerned. This is the right place to do it.
It's BYOW also. Bring your own winners.
Yeah.
It's true. I saw one of the best shirts today walking in. You're only working because you can't pick winners. And it was a Saratoga shirt. It's got to be one of my favorite lines.
That's good.
It was great.
That's very good. Let's take a look here at the 3. What's happening here, Tom? And it looks like this one's coming out.
Yep. Yeah, it does indeed. So with all of our races, we have state veterinarians, independent veterinarians on the racetrack. They not only look at these horses in the morning at the barn, but they also look at them before they run. They're looking at them on the racetrack, warming up. If there's something they don't like, they'll get together with the jockey and discuss it, and we have a scratch of the 3, Winnington Park.
And so, Tom, those of you that played the pick 5, adjust if you're playing the pick 4, but you played a pick 5, you singled to this horse. So now with that, you will get the post-time favorite, which it looks like is going to be the 5, although it's close. But yeah, 8-5 now, Dr. Kraft.
Yeah, me and you, Paul.
Well, who would you rather have, the 1 or the 5, Tom?
I'd rather have the 5,
Okay.
and I'll tell you why. So the 1 has very good form, but there's a rule in New York. If you haven't run in over 60 days, which he hasn't, you have to have at least 2 workouts, and 1 has to be within the last 20 days. If you look at Quick to Accuse, the 1 horse, and look at his workout patterns since his June 3rd race, he has the exact minimum. 2 workouts in the last 60 days. So to me, maybe he's a horse that, you have to treat with tender, loving care to get the best races out of him. Dr. Kraft, he's a hard knocker. Let's see what happens there, the 5.
I don't think it changed anything on the pace, right? Because Winnington Park was kind of going to sit back and make 1 run. But you're just getting a lower price in some of those 8-5 to 2-1.
That's why this game is so incredibly difficult. Not only do you have to try and handicap correctly with all those variables, but then things like this can happen. And now you're relying on a horse who you didn't pick on top to continue with your pick 5.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, we'll see. I'm comfortable with Dr. Kraft. Paul's on my team. Can't have a better wingman.
What do you do with the 4 in here, Shadow Dragon? He's been claimed by the Abreu's back. Fernando had this horse. Jorge had this horse. They've all claimed the horse back, so there's something they must like.
Yeah, so he's been claimed 5 of the last 6 races. Yeah. So not only do you find a bunch of trainers that are saying, hey, this horse is worth it, but on top of that, you know that these horses are getting examined after the race to make sure they're 100% before they go to the new barn. So you know you're getting a very sound and ready racehorse.
Little hard to like, though, isn't he, off his last really 3 starts? He had some real promise a long time ago. He's a 6-year-old now.
Yeah, perhaps his last is the one that really makes you wonder.
This is probably his best distance, I will say that.
So curious. I wonder if he gets claimed out of this race. I think everybody's at this point probably lost interest.
3-2 favorite, late scratch of Whittington Park. It is the 5. That is Dr. Kraft. He has been favored throughout. Pratt on board for Ilkay Cantermachi. As we get set for the start of this early pick 4, there's Pratt moving in line. Let's go upstairs on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Here's Frank Miramati.
Thanks, Greg. Concord Spirit just went in. And Jackson Heights completes the line. And they're off. And it was an even beginning. Quick to Accuse is hustled pretty hard from the inside, trying to get the lead and succeeding in that mission. Dr. Kraft comes away in the 2nd spot, and Palace Boss is a close 3rd. He's down on the inside, just in front of Concord Spirit, who's 4th, 3 lengths off the lead, 2 clear of Shadow Dragon. And at the back of the field is Jackson Heights. The opening quarter in 24-3. And it is Quick to Accuse showing the way. Has it just under a length to Dr. Kraft. Now it's a length and a half as he tries to speed up. Another 2. Back to Palace Boss. He is a joint 3rd. Racing on the inside of Concord Spirit still. Then 2 more to Shadow Dragon and Jackson Heights. Quick to Accuse, and the favorite Dr. Kraft went through the half in 48 seconds flat. They're heading to the 3/8 pole, and they've separated themselves. Quick to Accuse, Dr. Kraft, now 4 back or so, back to Concord Spirit, who's called on. Palace Boss, Shadow Dragon, 6 lengths off the lead as Dr. Kraft has made a nice move and pulled away from Quick to Accuse at the top of the stretch. They turn for home through 3/4 in 1:12-2. Dr. Kraft, the one to reel in, has a 4-length lead. Shadow Dragon, Concord Spirit between horses, but they're still 4 behind Dr. Kraft, who passes the 16th pole in complete command. A good battle for 2nd. It's all over. Dr. Kraft, far too strong. Concord Spirit gamely held 2nd. Shadow Dragon and Jackson Heights from last into 4th.
Dr. Kraft, Flavian Pratt, number 43 this summer for him for the Cantermachi Barn, the favorite. And if you had Whittington Park, who scratched, you're still alive at the pick 5.
Just the way we drew it up, fellas. Yeah, for Dr. Kraft, actually he stumbled a little bit out of the gate. I don't know if you guys caught that, but it was a very quick one. Paul pointed it out to me. And but he recovered quickly, Paul. Got in great position against the pace setter, quick to accuse. It was those two turning for home, and nobody else was doing much running behind him.
He breaks good, and like his second or third step, he stumbled a little bit, but you're right. I said he stumbled a little bit. You said, you know what? He recovered so quickly, and I think you got to look at the actions of the horse's head after that and see if there's anything's bothering him. He dropped his head and got into a comfortable position after that. And then around the far turn, you looked at me and said, everybody else is kind of asking the horse, and he hadn't asked Dr. Kraft. The race was over.
5-6-4-7 finish. It is the favorite. Public all over this one. And Paul, yeah, whatever. Nice job, Tom.
Yeah, but I didn't change my ticket. I got $1 pick for it going forward.
Tom knew all along. The plan was late scratch of the 3, get the favorite. Dr. Kraft obliges here. Look, 6th career win for this 6-year-old. Ilkay Cantermachi started out blazing here. He's continued to have a really strong, there he is, very strong summer, Paulie.
He really is. I mean, this is a horse now 6 for 39 lifetime. Pretty nice little horse, almost 600,000. Now 600,000 in the bank. Just a different racehorse. He's run some good races without Lasix, but when he has Lasix, he always runs a bang-up race.
So Dr. Kraft to kick off this early pick 4. We'll have the prices for you when we come back. Gonna take a timeout. Gonna head out to the West Coast this weekend with Pacific Classic coverage. And it was Pratt that we just saw win race 2, who was aboard Knightsbridge for that breakout performance. Junior Alvarado will take over for Mott this weekend.
Kankura or portfolio duration? Portfolio duration! Dynamic pricing wins the Just a Game. And title roll is in a very, very close photo. King of Gosford. Sal Cordovez will win the Sword Dancer.
Starlust! Program trading and naval power. What a thriller photo!
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. Dr. Kraft as the favorite kicks off the early pick 4. Flavien Prat, Ilkay Kantermachu owns this one along with Zilla Racing Stable's 6-year-old, which for the 6th time in his career. Let's go to Megan.
That's right, Greg. And 43 wins here in Saratoga for Flavien Prat this meet, and the aggression certainly paid off. That was quite impressive.
Yeah, I mean, he always show up and run good races. I mean, obviously it was a relief in class from last time, and ran a good race again.
Very straightforward there, but Suggesta will take to the Grade 2 Boston Spa tomorrow off of a near miss. You've ridden her to 2 Grade 1 victories. What have you learned most about her and her running style, obviously having that speed?
Yeah, she's always been very consistent and pretty straightforward. She always put herself in the race and run her racing, usually.
Do you find she'll kind of take to that firmer ground coming off of a yielding performance last time out?
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, she ran good races on firm, and so I don't think that's going to be a problem. Even though the track is not fast. I mean, it has rained last week, and you still have a bit of a cut.
Keep trucking along, winning every day.
Thank you.
And Greg, Flavien Prat, another master class here at the spa.
Megan, thank you. $4.72 for the victory. 5-6-4 finish. And we'll move into a mandatory pay pick 5. Maiden special weight out of the Wilson Chute at a mile coming up next here for Fillies and Mares 3 and up. And Miguel Clement Barn 2 in here. Moonlit, though, right now the favorite. Coming off a race in which she was 3rd behind Addie Girl, who we're going to see line up in the Alabama this weekend.
Yeah, the blinkers are going to go on for her 4th career start. 2 for Miguel Clement, 2 for Chad Brown. And those are going to be the 4 they're going to bet.
This weekend, Pacific Classic, $1.25 million purse out on the West Coast. And Knightsbridge, 5-2, morning line favorite off that dominant performance in the Grade 3 Monmouth Cup, leading every step of the way, won by 10 1/4 lengths. It was sensational. Can he do it again?
It was sensational, and that's not a word that you use very often, Greg, but I'm in agreement with you. Can he do it again? That's the big question. Look, it's from a betting standpoint, it's delightful to see a big race like the Pacific Classic have that many horses entered in it. 11 are entered. He's going to break from the extreme outside post, Paul, so he's got a little bit of work to do to make the leap, but boy, he is fast from the gate.
I think it's a good position for him to break on complete outside. I mean, he made Skippy Longstocking just say uncle in the middle of that race, trying to chase him around the racetrack. I think getting the complete outside post for a 2nd time, going 1.25 miles, I think is better for him. This way he can steer whether he wants to kick back or not. Because here's the other thing. He never got any kickback in the Monmouth race. He tried to stay away from that again in the Pacific Classic.
It's just, he's made this entire, not just this division, but the sport a lot more exciting just off what he did last time out. Can he do it again, and can he do it at 1.25 miles? It makes it such an interesting topic of discussion. Let's go to Megan now, of course, who was there at Monmouth when he turned in that lights-out performance.
And what a tremendous tour de force it really was, and being able to speak with Michael Banahan of Godolphin about Knightsbridge and what their projected plan was for him. It was not plan A to route and to go 2 turns with him in the way they did at the Monmouth Cup. They wanted to try to see. It certainly paid dividends as he crushed that field. And when talking to Flavien Prat, Belmont, he really finished like a horse where extra distance, it seemed as if he could go all day. Now, he ran that very impressive Beyer speed figure of 122. We've talked about how hard it is to run that fast. You have to think to yourself, is there that proverbial bounce effect? Is he going to take a step off of his career best performance? We've seen horses, the Giants Grade 1 winners like Magnitude kind of take that step back. We shall see. Another thing I noticed about that track on Haskell Day, they took a lot of rain, and it seemed as if though, while there wasn't a significant bias, that those horses that got to the inside and showed that speed, including the likes of Splendora, absolutely drew off in an uncanny fashion. So I'm really interested to see how he's going to handle himself on the West Coast, a track that carries speed, Greg. He's certainly an Adonis as he looks to capture that elusive Grade 1 win, certainly looks to stand at Godolphin in his future. I know if I had mares, I would want to breed to him. He's a good-looking individual. We'll see if he can ultimately get this test.
We talk again, I mean, obviously this was another level, but he's run races in the realm, Tom, before that made you realize he's got a ton of talent. And now that he does this in 2 turns, maybe this is just what he's wanted to do all along.
Maybe it is. And for Godolphin, who, you know, has sovereignty, this win, if it happens in the Pacific Classic, puts him in one of the greatest dilemmas you'd like to have. Hi, Paul? I mean, you got sovereignty, you got Knightsbridge. I mean, how nice is that?
It's good, better to have 2 aces than 1 ace.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. I just think, you know, getting that outside draw, it's going to be a little tougher. There's a lot of speed. And let's be honest, the California, the horses are going to get sent a little bit more. You do have a mile winner in full Serrano. Subsanador actually worked in between the races on August 13th for Richard Mandel and Mike Smith, and actually worked in, it says on here 59, but he actually galloped out in 138 for the mile. Richard Mandel just wanted to get him a race. It's a little bit tougher field than it looks.
He's intriguing, obviously. We got a horse coming in from Japan, and when the first 2 legs of the Japanese Triple Crown, Tom, Finger, sort of the unknown quantities, never been worse than second in his life in 8 starts.
He is the joker in the deck. You know, you don't know what's behind him in this race, but we do know this. The Japanese have become a major force in importing horses to the United States to run. They should have already won a Derby, just a matter of time before they do, with Forever Young, who we'll see opening day at Belmont Park. I'm going to pay attention to the odds board here. I'm not going to let this one be another T.O. Elvis that I saw at Churchill Downs Derby Day, where his form looked very average. He went down to 5-1, and as they went in the gate, I already made my bet. I was like, oh, no, and he ran like it.
This horse made all the running. He was gate to wire, and he was sent from the beginning. And you can see there, you know, his last 2 races, it seems like there's been 3 horses that have been able to chase him home, and the rest are way out the back. That kind of happened in that race. But, yeah, he's an interesting horse. And there is the Pacific Classic Day stake schedule. Don't forget, there's also a, if I'm not mistaken, there's a Saratoga to Del Mar pick 5, right, Greg, too? Cross country?
If you say so.
Yes, there is.
Fox Sports 2 coverage starts at 7 Eastern. Fox Sports 1 kicks off at 9 Eastern. Yeah, what a line. Always a huge day there. It's a terrific race ball, but they have a great card on Saturday.
Honestly, one of my favorite races is the Green Flash. 5 furlongs, and horses are absolutely moving to that first turn. That's a great race. That's going to be race number 5. It's a great betting race, but always a great race out there at Del Mar.
You'll see it on our air this weekend. Mark your calendar. It's going to be a terrific Saturday, kicking off with our Fox Saratoga Saturday in the Alabama, and then the Pacific Classic later in the evening. Moonlit, 1 of 2 in this 3rd race for Miguel Clement. Manny Franco will be aboard. We'll have more on this one when we come back.
Charge, it is pouring it on, winning the Dwyer by the length of the stretch. Charge It wins it convincingly in this Grade 2 Suburban. They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Every racehorse has a beginning. For Bond Racing Stable, it all begins right here. At Song Hill Thoroughbreds, generations of horsemanship come together to breed, foal, raise, break, and train the thoroughbred athlete. From first steps on the farm, to mornings on the racetrack, to the winner's circle, every horse is cared for like family. Want to be part of Bond Racing? This is where it all starts. Visit Bond Racing Stable today.
We're going to talk about bits because they're important. Obviously, they're the steering wheel for the jockeys and the horses, but looking at different bits in the paddock can give you a good clue about a horse's certain behaviors. Horses have what we call bars in their mouth, where they don't have any teeth, and that's where the bit lies. And those sensors in those bars they give us the control that we need. Boo here is wearing about the kindest bit that you'll find. They're called snaffle bits. Snaffle bits are the most common. They have that break in the middle. They're usually a D bit or a loose ring snaffle on the side. They're very kind bits and what most racehorses wear. Ring bits are snaffles, but with that attached ring part that goes under a horse's jaw that just gives the rider a little bit more leverage. It's also good for steering. You know, that ring will apply pressure to one side or the other. It's a good all-around bit for a horse that is a little bit more aggressive. This is what we call a cage bit, or sometimes referred to as a Houghton bit. Cage bits are used for horses that have a propensity to lean in or lean out, might not have the best steering in the world. It's not great for horses that really want to pull, because putting too much pressure, as Boo just showed us, on this bit for a horse that's pulling really hard, they're likely to throw their heads up in the air. Example A. This is what we call an extended cage bit or a run out bit. The extended cage bit is the most severe bit that you will see on a racehorse, and they're for really bad lugging in or lugging out horses. Bits can tell you a lot about a horse and what their behaviors are. Usually these types of bits say bad behaviors, beware. Just a normal D bit, good to go.
And Tom, there's an up-close look.
Yeah, it's underneath the halter, so I'm trying to get a look at it in the shade, but it looks like it's a ring bit based on what I'm seeing underneath the mouth. It is indeed a ring bit, which is a very common bit that we use. It's probably the most common bit that was used out of our barn when I was training horses. Gives you a little bit of steering there. You get a good look at it there. Gives you a little good power steering, and but it's not overly difficult on a horse's mouth.
12 minutes of post here in the third starts a mandatory pay pick 5. Let's go to Megan.
Greg, and we'll start with the inside runner, the number 1, Ramala, 1 of 2 for trainer Chad Brown, a horse where she tried turf last time out. She gets back to the main track, and the filly I certainly preferred over the 2 looking at them in the paddock. I understand why they tried turf with her. She's kind of got that bigger hoof to her. She's a bit angular behind, but she's very strong, compact. I really like this distance for her, kind of cutting back a little bit to the mile. As her dam was 2 for 7 lifetime, won both starts on the grass, a daughter of Constitution, but the second dam was the Great Sightseek, trained by Chad Brown's mentor, Bobby Frankel, to 7 Grade 1 victories. Quite the mare, a great one indeed, winning the Ogden Phipps. But I really like what I've seen from her. She's been working regularly, second off of a longer layoff in the mornings with Philly Freedom, and just the type of individual, kind of burlier and stronger, that really gives me the impression she's benefited, even though I haven't seen her first off of the layoff, that she has been able to take that race in stride, strengthen up and tuck up a bit. As on her debut, she was up against an extreme inside rail bias back on November the 29th of last year, where she chased wide. I thought she ran better than it looks, albeit very much well beaten that day, and intrigued to see her get back to the main track. As far as the number 7, Hypnotica, also for trainer Chad Brown, another pivoting from the from the turf to the dirt. And often we can speculate and wonder why, okay, Chad tried them on both surfaces. Why is he turning them back? It kind of perplexes you a little bit. And as far as this filly is concerned, she's by a charlatan who does very well on both surfaces. And she does have a turf look to her, especially in behind. She's got that angle when you're looking at her from her hind end, and she does have the pedigree though to support the dirt, as she did debut on the surface last year, earlier on in the year. Her dam's actually a half sister to champion Rachel Alexandra, and just overall reads more dirt. I just wasn't in love with her physically, especially when looking at others in this race. She is kind of that shorter coupled type. She's just not the most athletic and the most appealing in here, as she is very fit for a shrewd trainer, as she showed more speed last time out. We'll see if she can continue to do so from the outside. I had to take a double take for the number 3 Moonlit to check if she was indeed a 3-year-old filly. This girl is massive. She is huge, as she has displayed being able to go 1 mile and an eighth last time out. I thought she ran well. I mean, last time out on July the 16th, the speed was dominant that day. She had a wide trip, just was not ideal whatsoever. She'll get the blinkers on today. I will say, looking at her and obviously gleaning from some of Maggie's comments earlier in the spring when looking at her in March and April, she's kind of offset behind and a little bit weaker. So continuing on with her races, hopefully being able to strengthen up and get out of the gate has been her gig. And we'll see if she can continue to move forward in here. She is a very good looking sort, Greg.
Megan, thank you. Favorite 2-1 Moonlit, who's been keeping company with her stablemate Tom. Jador Laniha next door in the morning.
Yeah, they have. They've been working together those last 3 works and going by the Clocker report and the visuals on those works. It's the 3 Moonlit that is the best of the 2.
Yeah, but they don't run the races in the morning, so you never know. I thought the 2 coming out of that 1 mile and an eighth race, they're both coming out of the same race. The 2 showed a little bit more pace, and they were only a quarter of a length, a half a length from each other, so 6-1 and 2-1.
No, they don't run them in the morning, Paul, but they train for them in the morning, and practice makes perfect.
I know, but if I hit 28 home runs in BP, doesn't mean I'm going to hit 28 during the game.
Paul makes a very good point, to use a Paulism. But you make a very good point. And the reason is because in the morning, you're controlling that work early by making those horses stay together. So you could easily be taking a horse out of their style of running in the morning compared to what they do in the afternoon. It can compromise the work.
But, too, look, they've both been on the racetrack, and there's no question Moonlit's run the better races.
Yeah.
What made you think, Paul, that Jador Laniha is going to kind of turn the tables here at 6-1?
I like the cut back. I just think the mile's right what she needs, and I do think if the 3 tries to go on with it, I think Santana will be aggressive. And it seems like Ricardo's been putting his horses in the right spots. The X factor is the one. What does she do back on dirt?
Well, it's funny, right? Because that dirt start, 2 back, albeit from last year, was not a very good one. And goes to the turf, doesn't work. Now back on the dirt and being bet on at 3-1 here.
Yeah, I guess 3-1, and the 7, who reportedly been working well in the morning. That's
almost the same style.
The 1 and the 7 almost got the same exact resume.
Do you feel like, let's go back to the 1 Ramallah for a minute. Look, it's Chad Brown, it's a Juddmonte homebred, but look who's aboard too. Chad Brown with those ARTs. That horse is bound to get over bet.
100%. If you haven't paid attention these last couple of weeks, as Jose Ortiz has been in fuego in terms of winning races, everything that he is on is getting bet on. And it's not a bad angle. It's worked very well.
59 wins at the meet already, and a good chance to set the new single-season all-time mark. 68 sent by Ramon Dominguez, and a chance to do it within the first 40 days of the meet. I know we're having a longer meet than usual, but still could do it within the 40 days.
It's a remarkable accomplishment.
Could have it by the end of this weekend, which is crazy.
So Ramallah, look, took some money first time out. That was last year, and the only start as a 2-year-old. You just expect to see more when the Chad Brown runner's taking that kind of attention. It wasn't favored, though. And then they switched to turf on the comeback.
Usually with Chad's horses, and you guys are around these horses much more than I am as I come up here for the Saratoga meet, but usually they're going to show themselves in the first couple of starts. So he's tried dirt, didn't work. He went to the grass, it didn't really work. It almost looks like he's searching a little bit with these 2 horses.
I get it, but at 3-1, I think she's not a good bet because she's beaten 1 horse in 2 starts. Now she's got a break from the rail, and the 2, the 3 are almost at 80 buyer land, so she's really going to have to improve.
So post-parade coming up, public settling on Moonlit in here. Face 2-back Directive, who would come back and win the very next start with an 86 buyer, although did go backwards a little bit, ran huge in that maiden win. But then Addie Girl we talked about, who is off that maiden score. Bill Mott's going to try the Alabama against Counting Stars this weekend.
Yeah, with Addie Girl, I mean, it's as good a maiden as you're going to face. She won here, it was about a couple of weeks ago with her in the race. And maybe a mile and eighth is just a shade too far. Those mile races are pretty good for Moonlit.
I thought even, the 4, there's win early pedigree. This is going to be a tough spot to try and do it for Charlie Baker. But the Dam won first time out at a mile, won the Busanda, won the Busher, won almost $450,000 in earnings.
And just importantly, that's a horse that has a very good work pattern coming into the race.
Meaning, like, looking at it, how would we decipher that?
So I watch the odds on that horse because I thought.
Well, I just meant the work pattern.
Yes, based on the work pattern. But look, if you've got a good work pattern, you prepared well in a race that seems a little bit wide open, why not include that horse?
Post parade brought to you by the New Belmont Park. Returns to racing September 18th. Go to newbelmont.com for more information. Here is Romala for Chad Brown.
Romala, the one horse in here, had one start on dirt, went to the turf after neither were very good, and is getting bet on.
Jador Lenija, one of two for Miguel Clement.
And I like this filly. She's been progressing in all three starts, has gotten a little bit better, and you're getting a nice price today.
9-5 favorite, the stablemates with Manny Franco, Moonlight.
Yeah, blinkers on today. I guess those guys feel like they want to get a little bit more in the game early, and that's what blinkers usually does.
Here's the first-time starter for Charlie Baker.
This one for Happy Face Racing Stable. Been working steady here at Saratoga.
Full of tact, Jose Lezcano will ride and the blinkers come off.
And the blinkers do indeed come off. A trainer change as well to Oscar Barrera III.
Did cross the wire first in the maiden special weight, got DQ'd from purse money that day. Epic sell-off, former Chad Brown runner.
And a horse that gets back on dirt, puts the blinkers on for Dylan Davis and Bill Morey.
And here's the other Chad Brown runner, and a big work apparently August 15th, according to the DRF Clocker report for Hypnotica.
Yeah, one that, again, had a start on the dirt, but it was last year. First time out, you can forgive it. Went to the turf, no good, back on the dirt. Of the two Chad Brown horses, I think this outside horse, Hypnotica, has the best chance.
So back to Moonlit, 2-1 favorite. Manny Franco for Miguel Clement. And the last two starts has put up similar figures too. We'll see if this one can take that next step today here, Tom. Blinkers on, what are they trying to do here with that equipment change?
I think they're trying to put this horse more in the game. Blinkers, and this is a generalization, of course, brings a lot of focus to the horse to look straight ahead, not be intimidated by company around him. And sometimes it can add speed to a horse. That's a generalization, of course.
Well, all three of his starts, he's kind of run really even. He hasn't really passed anybody, but he's kept his position. So I think they're trying to get something out of him, maybe a little bit of kick late or a little bit of early.
What is going on with the one? This is Paul Aduca money. Jador Lenija was at 6-1 about 3 minutes ago. She's 5-2 right now, the two.
Well, she was 2-1 on the morning line. I think she's back where she should be. The 2 and the 3 are going to be tough in here. The 1 and the 7 are getting bet based on workouts. But if you look at the 2 and 3, they got some decent form to go to. They come out of the same race. You can view it differently. I thought the 2 was a tiny bit better, was wide, and I think it's a good trip today.
Let's go back to Megan.
Guys, this number 2 horse, we're going to do this together. We ready? Jador Lenija? I hope so. I need my girl, Acacia, in here to help me with some of these pronunciations sometimes. But this is a big, imposing sort, kind of similar to her stablemate. Strong, the quintessential, it's a prototypical route type, as she is a daughter of Curlin. The dam was accomplished on turf, actually won the Grade 1 Just a Game, multiple graded stakes winner for Christophe Clement. And the other foal to race, though, did do so on the dirt. I really liked what I saw from her, and she's been running some really strong races. She's kind of the more refined. When judging the 2 Clement entrants in here, she's kind of getting that sharper warm-up. As you can see on track, Solo really like to see her do that, as she is moving incredibly well and did show earlier speed last time out, albeit that was at 9 furlongs. And she got a big warm-up last time. I think she's even stronger for her last couple of races. I really almost thought about picking this horse, despite going with the number 1, Romala, who looks to hopefully build off of a disadvantageous trip on debut and move forward. A little bit of a price there. As far as the number 6, Epic Sell-Off, big long shot up there for trainer Bill Morey, and gets the blinkers on. I know Greg had a little bit of interest in this horse on the handicapping show, and while you're kind of noticing Bill Morey do well with those horses first off the claim on the turf, Bill Morey first off the claim on the dirt on the NYRA circuit is 23%. He's a very shrewd barn. I really like that they're applying the blinkers to this filly, having been able to see her debut at Monmouth Park. She just never looked like a horse that was quite developed enough along yet, especially when looking at her in the mornings. She just didn't look focused. She still was figuring it out. She didn't look like she was continuing on in the bridle when she was still in the Chad Brown barn. So I do like the application of that equipment. She does, though, come off of a turf start. And judging from the dam being the half-sister to Grade 1 winner Gina Romantica, she does give me an inclination that perhaps the turf would suit, as I think she's fine enough on the dirt. I would like to see her continue on, though, on the grass. I agree with you guys as far as the intrigue of the 7 Hypnotica. She did have that very strong work with Donor Advised, strong on the gallop out. I just want to see her back on the grass. We shall see. She might just beat me here, Greg, but I thought this was a very contentious, very strong maiden race in here.
All right, thank you, Megan. And that is where they will break from. That Wilson shoot and that quick hook early on in this mile distance.
Yeah, we've watched, 3 or 4 years of the Wilson shoot. That's how old it is. But, I've never really noticed an advantage to post position in here. Do you feel like post position could be, specifically, if you get any further than 7 horses out, maybe it's the case, but.
No, I just think like it's anything else, right? If you don't break well from the inside, they'll kind of shut the door on you. But if you do break well, you got the advantage, right? Because you kind of go right into that bend real quickly. And, you look at this race, the 3 putting on blinkers, the 2 Miguel Clement Warners, which one of them is going to go towards the front end, and the 7, that horse been working well. Will Flavian be aggressive?
9-5 favoritism. Moonlit, Miguel Clement, second choice, co-second choice, the stablemate right next door in post 2. Jador Lanija with the Ricardo Santana Jr. Let's go upstairs, start of a mandatory pay pick. 5, Frank Miramati, the call.
Full of Tack coming up. Thank you, Pat the Sound Man. Epic Sell-Off is next. And the E5 Racing Thoroughbreds Hypnotica to complete the line. She goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And a very fast start for Jador Lanija, who will try to sprint clear, but immediate company in the form of Hypnotica. So those two have hooked up right away. And 2 lengths back, Romola is racing a joint third. She is right on the inside of Epic Sell-Off as they make their way onto the backstretch. It's another 2 back to Moonlit, who at this stage is a little keen, moving to the outside to get into the clear, but is still inside of Epic Sell-Off right now. So she'll be in a little bit of traffic. A length and a half back to Full of Tact, and a big, big gap to the first-time starter, Masquerade Mistress. The opening quarter went in 24 2/5 seconds. Jador Lanija leads the way by a length. Hypnotica in second. Romola along the inside in third, followed by Epic Sell-Off. Moonlit is tugging hard at Manny Franco. Moonlit needs to find some racing room, and she just did. And now, with some breathing room, is coming after the top pair. They went a half in 48 and just under 3/5 of a second. At the back of the field, Full of Tact is trying to launch a bid as Epic Sell-Off drops out. A quarter of a mile to go. And it's still Jador Lanija on the inside. And Hypnotica, they arrive 1-2 at the top of the stretch. Moonlit still 3, now 4 lengths behind, not getting close to the top 2. It's been a match race since the gate opened. Hypnotica on the outside of Jador Lanija. Jador Lanija is digging in very gamely, opens up a length and a half. And Jador Lanija and Ricardo Santana Jr. striding out to win it by almost 2.5 lengths. Hypnotica was second, Full of Tact third, Moonlit fourth.
Jador Lanija, Miguel Clement, Ricardo Santana Jr. Paulie, good call.
Yeah, he just went to the front and I think he sees this race. When I kind of look back at the 3 Moonlit, sometimes you look back, you got to look at field sizes. And the horses only faced 17 horses. It kind of was just like the blinkers kind of had the horse headstrong. These 2 horses broke on top, Tom, and they just ran around the racetrack.
Yeah, I think the race was won right out of the gate by Ricardo Santana. He broke super sharp, made the lead. Even if you don't know pace very well, when you're watching this group down the backside, when it's no more than 4 or 5 lengths between the first place horse and the last place horse, that is an indication they're not going that fast in the front end. The advantage is going to be to the horses that are up front. That's exactly how they ran. The 2 horses that broke on top stayed on top the entire way. It's hard to catch up when you're going that slow early.
And let's be honest, the 2 had a 1 1/8 race on the 7. It's really tough for the 7 to pass a horse coming out of a 1 1/8 race, and you're kind of off the layoff. The 2 has all the fitness. I thought the 7 really ran a great race.
So 5-2, Jador Lanija, Clement Barn, Morglair stud, homebred. But that man right there, Ricardo Santana Jr., 5-2, 2-7, 5-3 finish. We're going to take a timeout. Prices for you when we come back. Our feature still ahead. Fleet Indian, 3-year-old fillies. Iron Orchard, former Grade 1 winner Making her third start off the bench for Steve Asmussen, Jose Ortiz will be aboard, coming out of a race against older company. Stay tuned.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Back on our Fox Sports 2 coverage, you're watching Saratoga Live, and that's where you can play all the action at NyraBets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Bet on over 300 tracks across the universe.
That is right. Universe.
Jador Lanija, Miguel Clement, Ricardo Santana Jr., Donna Curlin graduates. Career start number 4. Let's go to Megan.
That's right, Jador Lanija. We can say that really easily. It's really easy to come off the tongue.
Yeah, no, we call her Jade.
That's what Acacia said in her last race, but you had a lot of familiarity with this family. Your dad, of course, trained the dam, a Grade 1 winner, and the aggression certainly paid off today on the dirt.
Yeah, without a doubt. I thought Ricardo rode a great race, and it's great. You know, Moegler Stud Farms is a great supporter of the stable, so it's great whenever you have a winner, especially for an owner breeder.
How encouraging is it, as she kind of lacked that needed response, to see her dig in and fight off the challenge of a horse that also had a pretty nice trip there as well?
True, without a doubt, and she's fit. She had a race. She had 3 works since then, and she probably wants to go longer. So the longer the better. So we'll try again.
Big girl indeed. You'll send out a first-time starter, Belisa. We'll ask Acacia. She'll be reporting on that race. What can you tell us a little bit about what you've seen from her prior to her debut?
We like her. You know, she came to us I think end of June, early July. So it's not that much time she's had with us. But every time we worked her, she's improved, and she keeps taking another step. We also train the mother, so that's great. So you get to know the family. And she's also homebred, but I'll be very disappointed she's not very competitive.
Well, look to see that firster in a tough sequence. Thank you for the time, Miguel.
Anytime. Thank you very much.
Greg?
Megan, thank you. Jador Lanija, $7.28 for the win. Hypnotica Full of Tact at 26-1, helping that trifecta.
I'll tell you, the 5 actually ran on, was like really green. First start for Ash Cabrera, taking the blinkers off.
Race 4. 6 furlong sprint. Everybody for sale for $35,000 in here. It's horses with only a maiden win And I thought particularly, Tom, with Peyton coming out, who had shown turf sprint speed, the job for Islandtown got a lot easier.
Maybe it got a lot easier, but you got to consider other speed in this race too. I mean, yeah, Islandtown is a one-dimensional speed horse from the two post positions you try and go, but two are inside, there's some speed, and maybe the 5 and the 8 two are outside, maybe show some speed as well.
What do you think here with Islandtown, Paul?
I used 2-3 in here. I thought Islandtown would be tough. You know, the pick 3s are absolutely blasted to the 2, 4 to 5 right now. So they are betting that this horse is probably going to be the main speed. Can she go back-to-back, or can he go back-to-back?
Jose Ortiz, Steve Asmussen, coming off that maiden score last time out. That was at Churchill Downs. Before that, had out-finished a horse who came back and was third in the Pegasus, that local prep at Monmouth Park for the Haskell.
Pretty significant drop, right? I mean, back to Islandtown, you know, you went for a maiden $100,000 claim. Yes, it's a claiming race, but you got some safety there because it's such a high claim price that there are not a lot of potential buyers out there at that price. Dropping from that all the way, a 66% drop down to $35,000 is a significant drop off a win.
Yeah, sometimes when you look at this condition, you kind of want to look at where these horses got claims. So if I look, or where they broke their maiden, the 2 broke the maiden for a maiden 100,000. That's basically a maiden special weight win. Tartable, maiden special weight win. The rest of these horses, maiden 50. The 1, a maiden 20. The 7, a maiden 50. The 8, a maiden 30. So if you start off with class alone, it's the 2 and the 3.
All right, we'll get more on this race coming up. We're 22 minutes to post on Tartable. I know you like this horse coming in for the barn of Rowan Crichton, which we don't see a lot here at Saratoga. The man aboard, sitting on a potentially very huge number here. A man who won this meet, the only one not named Ortiz to win it in the last decade. Luis Saez, 1 win away from 4,000 for his career.
It's a very, very big number, and he's got many, many more wins beyond that. He's just a young man that's riding exceptionally well in one of the toughest circuits there is.
Yeah, he is. He got off to a slow start to this meet, but he's really picked it up of late. And, you know, he just went through one of those ruts that all superstars go through. Yeah, he is a superstar. He's that good of a rider to be in the name of these other guys that have been here. And like you said, the only guy not named Ortiz or Pratt to win a riding title here. 4,000, it is a lot of wins, $270 million in career earnings.
So we'll see if we can get it here at Tartable. It was 9-2 on the board currently, coming in from Colonial last time out. But yeah, just that barn showing up, and we've seen, you know, our Jamaica coverage sort of learned about Rowan Crichton, what a good trainer he is. Very interesting that he brings this horse in here to Saratoga.
And Tom will know he's tough in the claiming game. He's very good.
Very tough.
He claims horses, and this is kind of his niche in the Midwest.
I mean, if you're winning at 23% with a lot of starters, you're definitely playing the game correctly.
Yeah.
We'll take a timeout. We'll be back. We'll see if Saez can get number 4,000 here coming up in a race that kicks off at Pick 4. Our Friday coverage continues on Saratoga Live. Right after this quick timeout, 20 minutes away from the 4th. Stay with us.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Godite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's gonna win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
Well, I think what my racehorse does is it gives owners an opportunity to get involved in the game.
Very much enjoy sharing the barn visits and those big wins.
Straight no chaser in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Authentic has won the Kentucky Derby.
It allows everybody to come together to own a horse, whether you own a microfraction or you own 50%. It's the same feeling you get when they win.
I'm Dan Blacker.
I'm Safi Joseph Jr.
I'm Todd Fletcher, a trainer for my racehorse.
Sees the grade, wins the Preakness.
Standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, top young stallion Solomini, a Grade 1 son of Curlin and sire of 2026 graded placed New York Stakes winner National Identity.
Inside the final furlong, National Identity. Acoustic Ave is making up some ground. National Identity is almost home. Acoustic Ave second. National Identity wins the Safe Florida Sandy.
Solomini, standing for $7,500 in 2026 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
At Saratoga Racecourse, the history runs beyond the racetrack itself. Behind the grandstand lies the backyard. It's a shaded area filled with picnic tables. It's been a fan favorite for generations. Early morning, the ritual begins. When the gates open, fans rush inside, not for seats in the clubhouse or the grandstand, but for one of these 700 picnic tables throughout the backyard. Tablecloth, a blanket, even a chair thrown on top is enough to claim it for the day. Shortly after the gates open for the races, the backyard is buzzing. Tables are ready for the action ahead. They're filled with families, friends, and celebrations galore. Now, as post time approaches, fans make the short walk to the paddock to see the athletes prepare for their chance at history. The gates open, the backyard comes alive, and cheers move through these hallowed grounds. The backyard isn't just where people watch races, it's where they build memories. At Saratoga, the backyard is more than tradition. It's home.
Welcome to Saratoga!
Picnic tables, coveted ground, and you got to get up early to claim your spot, especially on a day like tomorrow for the Alabama. The sprint will be on at 7 a.m. when those gates open to try and mark your spot.
Those are valuable spots, and rightfully so. Talk about fun. I mean, if you want to introduce someone to racing, quality racing, having fun in the backyard with a bunch of people you don't know but are all rooting for this or that horse, I mean, it's out of sight.
Yeah, people go to shoe stores and get their shoes fitted to run on the treadmill. People here in Saratoga get their shoes fitted to run for their tables.
Let's hear from Jenna Reynolds of what's happening on social media.
Please be joined by Jenna Reynolds, content host on all of our NYRA and social media platforms here. And Jenna, it was a great week last week, but we're rolling into some of the final stages of the meet. Talk about the excitement and what we can expect from the socials coming into Alabama and Travers coming up as well.
We are so excited for the Alabama Stakes tomorrow and Counting Stars attempt at the Triple Tiara here at Saratoga. So be sure to follow, if you don't already, at Saratoga 1863. We will be posting a lot, especially with the Travers, just a week out. Great field, Golden Tempo's return. We'll be posting a lot of behind-the-scenes content as well. So be sure to follow. If you don't, you're missing out. You're missing out. So follow at Saratoga 1863.
A lot of hard work goes into the mornings of seeing those horses on the racetrack on the backside. It leads us into the return to racing, the new Belmont Park. Fast approaching. What can we expect to see from those socials promoting what looks to be a heavyweight battle come opening day?
It was such a great meet here at Saratoga this summer. It's hard to believe we're only a month out to return to racing September 18th at the new Belmont Park. We created an account across all platforms at Belmont Park 1905. And that's going to be everything Belmont Park, all of the excitement with it approaching so soon. So be sure to follow to keep up to date with all about Belmont Park.
Really thankful for our social teams being out there, getting all the coverage brought to you on our Instagram, Twitter, everything. Go follow NYRA and Saratoga 1863 for all of the continued action.
All right, thank you for that. That's where you can get signed up, follow along. Our feature still to come. Later this afternoon, that's the Fleet Indian at 1 1/8 for these New York bred 3-year-old fillies. We can see these 3-year-old fillies, certainly as we get into the second half of the year, improved by leaps and bounds. And Steve Asmussen, he took over the care of former Grade 1 winner Iron Orchard, formerly with Danny Gargan, showed so much talent in that Frizette victory. Waiting to see her kind of get back to that, Tom, now third off the bench for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, you know, her two initial starts weren't anything like what she did in the Frizette, but let's watch her in the Frizette right here. She's going to get up by a nose, come outside and go around here and showed why she'd be sold, and she was. She was sold for $2.5 million between seasons. But you got to remember, and it applies to tomorrow's big race here, the Alabama, if you can get a Grade 1 win, as she does right through here, your value off the racetrack is dramatically increased, so that buying her for $2.5 million as a Grade 1 stakes winner isn't buying her just for racing, it's buying her for breeding as well.
Yeah, no, I think she has a giant shot today. Here she, Steve Asmussen, 11,000 wins.
Check out that hair.
It's just unbelievable. Yeah, that's the great when his salad was at his peak. He looks like a schoolboy these days. When you look at Iron Orchard, the first start in Steve's barn, the horse got dead left, and Rosario went right to the front end and rushed this horse. Sipping Pretty won that race from dead last. Draw a line through that. And then last time out, I think the horse got too confident, at least Irad. He was 5-6 wide around the racetrack.
And that was against older company, too. Back in against 3-year-olds today, third off the bench. I thought Iron Orchard today's
Major
the day,
player today.
potentially.
I'm with you.
Well, winningest trainer in North American history, certainly has a few more victories up his sleeve, and he's got the one to beat here, the 4-5 favorite, and the likely speed of the race with the 2 Island Town. Let's look back to that maiden win. This came at Churchill Downs, Paulie.
Well, this horse has drawn the rail all 3 starts, the 1, 1, and 1, and kind of has used his speed. I guess the only way you kind of got to go when you're in the 1 slot, but this race he took the field gate to wire. The time before that, it was a maiden special weight. He got beat by gun range. This is a maiden 100,000. Not many horses are getting claimed out of this race, so it's almost like a maiden special weight. It's a good effort.
Third start of that horse's career, and the first 2 also made the lead out of the gate, but had some company when that happened, and it ended up being her undoing. This most recent race made the lead, controlled, and made all the difference. She wants to be on the lead here. He wants to be in the lead, excuse me.
Jose Ortiz will be aboard, odds-on favorite here. Let's go back to Megan.
You missed my wink, Greg. That was a really good one. I hope the directors caught it. Let's speak to a tougher field that kind of seems like it runs through the number 2 Island Time, but we'll look to others, starting with the number 5, that's unauthorized, or excuse me, we'll start with the number 3, Tartable, who I agree at taking this drop in class is very formidable and has the back races that compete for a new barn that does well here. I mean, hasn't gotten the win here just yet, or even started a horse, but has the back races to really compete. I thought even going back to one of his better speed figures off of the layoff back on February the 11th, that's when I really thought of him as a quality horse, where the rail was a significant advantage that day back in February the 11th. He chased inside before angling out wide, and that race yielded 2 next out winners. Actually, now a stakes winner on the grass. Chummers also in that race. So he's run very well, been well beaten against much tougher as he continues on the dirt. They've tried him on different surfaces, which I do feel has muddied up his form, and he looks fantastic. He's been kept moving outside of the stall, sharper forward on the bridle, and just fit and ready for the task. We'll see if he kind of materializes on what looks to be a wise guy kind of horse taking some money. The number 4, unauthorized, is a horse taking a drop in class, one I'm familiar with from earlier down south at Oaklawn, and he's just never quite, the 5, excuse me, unauthorized, never quite grown or changed that much. He's always been kind of the pocket rocket, typical shorter coupled type as he's been sprinting continually as son of McLean's Music. He's very strong and fit. He's just never quite changed. I find he's certainly meeting his friends off of Avoided Claim 2 back, where he's second off of the layoff and was able to kind of glean that fitness at a huge price last time out, and has been training pretty well off of that dismal performance. The number 7, Metatron, draws the services of Flavian Pratt for Carrie Breon, looking for her first win of the meet from 22 starters, making a lateral move, which to me is going to be up against it in this group and is taking some play. This is probably the most massive horse I've seen in quite some time. I was teasing with Carrie Breon because she was, it was a kind of a Herculean effort to get the tack on, not because he was sharp, but because she's pretty tiny and trying to get him fully negotiated. So been training at Fairhill, been training well off of the bench, and does have the races at this level, Greg, but I do agree with the controlling speed now of Island Time. He's going to be pretty tough to beat in here. Island Town.
4-5 on Island Town. Metatron here, this one, issues getting out of the gate time and time again. 9-2, we're 9 minutes away from race 4. Start of a middle pick 4 on this Friday card on the eve of the Alabama from Saratoga Springs.
Whether it's competing on racing's biggest stages or in the sales ring, there's only one name to remember. Legion Bloodstock.
Back with you on just a gorgeous Friday afternoon here in upstate New York at the summer place to be, more specifically the August place to be. You could not ask for a more gorgeous afternoon as we get set for race 4 coming up. We're approaching the 5-minute mark to post. Here's our post parade. We start with Nash Potatoes.
I see what you did there, Greg. Very good. Here's a horse that could show a little speed with Kendrick Carmouche from the rail.
Controlling speed, Paulie, Islandtown?
Yeah, it could be. It depends what unauthorized dude. Edgar Zayas could be forward, but I would think Jose Ortiz is going to try to get this colt right where he was last time.
Tartable's got some big efforts to go back to, including that performance at Aqueduct back in February.
He does, and he could benefit from race setup here. I think there's some horses that want to have the front end, set him up for a close.
Here is unauthorized and did show speed to break his maiden. He had an awkward start last out.
Yeah, an awkward start last out. He has a really good work to come back to in his last work, so I look for him to be back in form.
The gate, the nemesis for Metatron.
It has been many, many times, and that really hurts his chances.
I thought Ron Moquette a real chance to get a win here with putting this horse in a spot to win.
Yeah, Ricardo going to look to go back-to-back 14-1, too big of a price. If you look back 3 starts ago, maybe the outside draw, 7 out of 9 will help, and now gets 8 out of 8, and that was his best effort when at Churchill Downs.
So let's go back to Metatron. Pratt looking for his second on the card here. Trained by Kerry Bryan. This was back on December 12th. Most recent effort, got out yet again, a step slow. Put in a good effort after that as a beaten favorite.
Yeah, what strikes you about this replay, this paint, is that he's very wide turning for home, and oftentimes problems that horses have, they start at the gate. It does for him. He has to go around everyone. He runs much further than the rest of the horses. So even though he looks like to be a little bit of a tiring third here, his effort was very good, and he ran a lot further than the rest of this field.
He's a tough read, right? Because he ran as a 2-year-old, then he had 14 months off. Then he ran as a 3-year-old. No, he started as a 3-year-old, ran as a 4-year-old. Now he's had 7 months off. So this is only his 7th race as a 5-year-old in here, and you have, he's facing some 3-year-olds with more upside. So I think you kind of see what you get with the 7.
Wager AI putting together a play for us here as we're 4 minutes to post, and its suggested play is a $2 daily double using the favorite and the 7, we just showed you Metatron, with in race 5, the 5, 8, and 9. The 5 debuter for Ray Handel, the 8 Fire Marshal, who put in sort of a middle move in the debut and then backed up for Mike Maker, and then Tinian for Mark Cassidy, who switches to grass.
I don't know if the 9, even the 9 are the 2 horses that have run in the next race besides the 1 is a big long shot. So it's going to be very interesting how the first-time starters run in race 5.
Let's go back to Megan.
And the current favorite, the number 2, Island Town, a horse where when they do take this kind of favoritism and they seem like they make a lot of sense on paper, and they look the way he does, it all culminates into something that makes you pretty excited, and he's just the typical sprinter, a son of Echo Town, surely looks like it. Just a typical well-turned-out, well-meant horse, as very much we've gotten used to from trainer Steve Asmussen. He's strong, he's got that engine behind that propels him out of the gate. We've seen his very quick, sharp gate speed, and I agree, there's some others that could go forward unauthorized. The number 5 could be forwardly placed there, but he also is not as trustworthy as the 2 as far as getting that speed. I had no issues with him as he is coming off of a bit of a layoff from June. He looks very much fit for the task. Quickly speaking to the number 1, that's Nash Potatoes, and he's one of those to me that's a bit deceiving because he always runs a consistent figure, right? He's that horse that you want to include on the multis, and because he's always going to show up, but at the same time, when I really watch his races, I wonder how much running he actually does. He's very sharp. He could be going forward from the inside to challenge with an aggressive rider in Kendrick Carmouche as far as breaking right next to the favorite and also having some early speed, getting a nice warm-up settled and very professional. He looks fantastic. I just feel like he's been churning away at this level and hasn't quite gotten there and shown me enough to want to use him against the favorite. As far as the number 7, you kind of Metatron, we've spoken to his gait issues, perhaps not wanting to get out of there as quick. It coincides with just how massive he is. Horses that have that almost claustrophobic effect where there's so much of them in a confined space, it's not as easy for them to propel out of there as quickly as maybe a horse like the favorite. And he's also not the strongest behind. I kind of wonder if he's a horse that wants to ultimately go longer in there as one of the other choices in this one. Greg?
All right, Megan, thank you. Post time coming up for this 4th. One of the great weekends to be on site here at this track. Obviously, Whitney weekend, Travers weekend, and deservedly so, get a ton of attention, but Alabama weekend, a big one as well.
Jason Worth. Oh, that's not Jason.
Oh, man. You're going to be getting a text.
I like to mess around with Jason and Icon Racing. There is the 8 Rochester. This is an interesting race. It really is. The 2 is now clicked down to 3 to 5. I just think the 3 at 5 to 1, Tartable. By the way, 1994. I know a lot of people know Danny Tartable from the Seinfeld episodes. A lot of people don't know. A lot of those guys did episodes. He did Married with Children during the strike in '94.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was on 2 episodes. I think he got some hitting tips from George Costanza.
Did you do any TV specials?
No, never
did. Yes, you did. You just don't know about it. He did one for Netflix. So if
Behind the Gate?
No. This was a story of a guy that was accused of murder, and they proved it didn't happen because he was at a Dodgers baseball game.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It was the Larry David did it.
Yeah. He was at a Dodgers baseball game, and they went to the footage that they used because they were filming a Larry David episode there. Anyhow, if you go to Netflix, on the cover of that specific documentary is your picture.
It's an amazing story. It
is an amazing story.
I've gotten no money. Should I ask?
I'm happy to be your agent.
Well, you set a man free. It was an incredible story. If you don't know it, it's worth a watch.
You can take that home with you, Paul.
Thank you.
Island Town, 3 to 5 favorite. Jose Ortiz for Steve Asmussen. Speed his game. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Here's unauthorized. Metatron. And Rochester. Rochester going in. And they're off. Nash Nash Potatoes is one of the early leaders, but it's Island Town who is up to grab command. And so it's Island Town showing the way. Unauthorized now second. Nash Potatoes broke on top, sits third, right next to Rochester. It's 3 more lengths. Back to Tartable by himself, 7 off the lead. And Metatron is at the back of the field. They passed the half-mile pole, 22-2 for the favorite Island Town, who is pressed by Unauthorized. Alongside in second, those two racing together with Nash Potatoes angling a little bit off the rail to try and mount a bid. Tartable on the inside of Rochester. Metatron remains well behind. They're at the top of the stretch. Unauthorized, Island Town along the inside. Those two stride for stride. Carmouche angles Nash Potatoes out for the drive, and even Tartable joins the fray. They're in the final furlong, and Nash Potatoes has gotten the embattled leaders, starts to pull clear. Tartable rallying strongly into second. It's Nash Potatoes, Tartable. That's how they'll finish. Nash Potatoes, perfect ride to victory. Tartable was second. Photo for third between Island Town and Unauthorized.
Kendrick Carmouche, Ken Sweezy, horse for 1 for 17 coming in with the win.
Well, they got that pace, duel up front and used a lot of energy, but Kendrick Carmouche from the one post was able to sit behind, wait. He's going to angle out here, turn it for home, and he's going to pick up 2 tiring horses that really battled the whole way around there and come home in front.
Yeah, the 5 Unauthorized, just a thorn in the side of Island Town. They went all around the racetrack like this, and he still didn't go by the 5, but set it up for the 1 here. Nash Potatoes. Tartable just kind of grinding away. He got a good ride, too, from Luis Saez, but 2 5-1 shots going to run 1-2, and the 2 is going to hold third at 3-2.
So 5-1 upset. Here at Nash Potatoes, Island Town did get that lead, but it wasn't easy for him.
No, it wasn't. The 5 just pressed him, was on his back the whole way. And give credit to Kendrick. This is a horse that 1 for 17 lifetime and 0 for 6 at the distance, but liked it today.
So Kent Sweezy Barn with the win here as we take a look one more time.
That drone view is just so awesome, isn't it?
It just shows you what's going on in the race. The 2 horses close to the rail have been battling the whole way, and you're going to see the 1 as well as the 3 pick up the pieces and get the job done. Pace is everything in a race, and it was just too difficult for our big favorite Island Town. What do you go off at? 3-5. Too difficult for him to
what you
keep
call
up.
A tasty setup if you're sitting behind
Tasty
watching
setup.
that.
Yeah, listen, I don't care what race it is, but Maiden's first time against winners at 3-5 is the worst bet you can ever make.
Prices for you when we come back. Kent Sweezy Barn, Nash Potatoes here in the 4th. We'll get into the Pick 6, which kicks off next, and we'll look ahead to the big showdown on the West Coast in the Pacific Classic. $1 million purse, 1.25 miles, and Knightsbridge. Can he back up that Monmouth performance?
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Justify comes roaring home. He's just an immortal. Justify is the 13th Triple Crown winner.
An Arabian Lion claws to the front here. Arabian Lion to win the Grade 1 Woody Stevens. One minute, 21 and 3/5 seconds.
Fox Saratoga Saturday, leader of the 3-year-old filly division. Counting Stars starts in the Alabama, presented by Keeneland Sales. Fox Saratoga Saturday, brought to you by Oceana Cruises.
Saturday, 6 Eastern on Fox.
The official Saratoga Barstool Sports Collection is here. Check out the hottest styles of the summer. Shop this limited drop before it's gone. Get yours at shop.naira.com.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Back with you on our Saratoga Live coverage. It is mashed potatoes. That's the way Tom likes them.
Had some last night, as a matter of fact, at Salt and Char. They were very good.
Those are mashed potatoes, Tom.
Oh, you said Nash. But when I go to Nashville, I have mashed potatoes.
They should call him that there. Nice performance here again. Paulie got that set up front.
Yeah, a good job by Kendrick Garmouche. Kent Sweezy having a good meet, 3 for 9 with limited starters so far.
All right, we got the pick 6 coming up next. Obviously, the Fleet Indian part of that sequence. Vanetta, we've seen her at Belmont and Saratoga week. Looks so good. And that Bowery, and then that 2-turn test in the New York Oaks. She just really seems like she's going in the right direction.
She's probably going to be your favorite, I would think, in that race, no? But, you know, it's a very competitive race, and it seems like when you come up here at Saratoga, when they call it the graveyard of favorites, it seems like it's been that way, but we'll see. What kind of price you think you'll get on her? Maybe 9 to 5, 2 to 1, somewhere in that area?
Well, she's 5 to 2 morning line, I believe. Yeah.
She's a tricky ride.
She is a tricky ride.
You know,
Hot Currency came out, though.
Yeah, true.
But Danny Gargan says she wants a target. He thought Kendrick moved a little quickly, even in winning in her last start. So they're going to try and set up to give her something to chase.
Let's go to Megan.
And just remarking on what a beautiful day it is at Kendrick Garmouche in the winner's circle here with mashed potatoes. And about as perfect as a ride as it gets there, Kendrick.
Yeah, you know, Kent told me this horse coming off 5.5 in the slop. He's doing way better than that time. He told me, Kendrick, ride him out of there. Let this horse roll, you know, if you could. And I introduced my instructions, what I thought could have made us a winner. And he said, never mind. Do whatever you think is best, Kendrick. And the way I thought of it, you know, I thought I'd get him to break good and sit right behind those horses. He'll run past them, you know. Ken had this horse ready to run, you know.
How does it feel when perhaps those best laid plans, when you're trying to kind of negotiate them in the heat of the moment, you break and kind of have that race ride?
Nah, you know, listen, one thing about these trainers around the world, and when they come to New York, they know they got some of the best riders in the country here. So, you know, whenever I feel like I got the right way how to win the race, and they feel like they got the right way, they just say, do whatever you think is best to win for us.
Absolutely.
And that's a team effort.
Takes that trust. And speaking of, Danny Gargan has certainly trusted you with Vanetta, who's on a win streak. What have you learned about her and her progression as she looks to get the 9 furlongs for the first time?
Just sit. She's a good girl. She know what a wire is.
Do you find her to be able to kind of get this distance off that mile in a 16th try?
I don't think it's gonna be a problem for her. She relaxes. She does everything good. You know, she runs into the dirt. She can sit outside. She can be inside. This is what us jockeys love to ride. You know, these type of horses. You know, make us look good.
Well, she certainly does look good in that feature later on today, Greg. Just sit. It's that easy.
Louisiana, baby. All day.
Let's move on to race 5. Starts the pick 6, 5.5 furlongs on the turf. And a New York bred maiden special weight to start things off. A lot of money on the Adam Rice first time start over the Jose Ortiz Good Aim.
Yeah, a horse that's been training at Press Isle Downs, but does have one work at Saratoga going back a few weeks. And you kind of wonder, did they bring her up here, bring this horse up here, this colt, and say, hey, you know, we want to see how it goes over the Saratoga atmosphere and get her schooled and ready to go today?
You know, I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking, okay, was this horse entered? I looked back a couple of times, but he didn't miss a work. So they worked this horse on August 1st. Horse back to Erie, Pennsylvania, Presque Isle Downs. Worked the horse on August 7th. Did not miss a beat. So I'm with Tom. It's very, very sneaky. But they didn't work the horse on the turf, which is interesting because this is one of the only jurisdictions you can work 2-year-olds on turf, and they would have been on a spin around the racetrack. But maybe they were just seeing if you like the local food in Delhi around here.
Not a ton of turf pedigree, some synthetic pedigree, though. We'll see how Good Aim does. Obviously, Adam Rice brings horses here. He wins early on with his youngsters. We're going to check out in on the West Coast right now. Todd Schrupp, Simon Bray, Jonathan Kinchin with the Pacific Classic to come this weekend.
All of you have been to Del Mar before. Take a plane, take a train,
Luke.
take a car. We have traveled here by many modes, and we're excited about what we're going to bring you tomorrow. It is a tradition that started in 1991, the first running of the Pacific Classic. And back then, you look at the field, attracted horses from all over the country. We're kind of back to that now. $1 million on the line tomorrow to go the classic distance of 1.25 miles. I'm Todd Schrupp, very pleased to be with former Grade 1 winning trainer Simon Bray and Jonathan Kinchin. And JK, you actually were a California guy at one time.
Oh, yeah. Back in the day, I used to be here all the time. This is the first summer I've been here since, like, 2018. I forgot how expensive the Del Mar
Simon, big moment on the line for your former boss, Bill Mott. Bill Mott doesn't come out here outside of the Breeders' Cup very often, but there's one race remembered. It's when he came out here for the Pacific Classic with the Amazing Cigar in 1996, and it resulted in a massive upset. He's back this time with a very talented horse in Knightsbridge.
Yeah, he's got a good chance to win his second Pacific Classic. Despite what happened with Cigar, he took it with Go Between in 2013. I think he's got a decent runner here in Knightsbridge, who exclusively has been raced around one turn up until his last start, a mile length. You look at his pedigree, Jonathan, he's from the family of Round Pond, who won the Breeders' Cup Distaff. I don't think the 1.25 miles is an issue for me. I think he's definitely the horse to beat.
No, I mean, if you look at his last race, we had a 122 buyer going 1.1 miles. So let's just say he doesn't want to go 1.25 miles. If he runs a 1:15 or a 1:10, he's still probably going to win this race. The biggest thing for him, I think, is he's going to be a little bit over bet because of that big performance, and that would be my biggest concern.
Real quick, Todd, since in the last 20 years, there's only been 6 horses in the United States that have run a 122 buyer or higher.
Wait, in the last 20 years?
In the last 20 years, there's only been 6 horses run a 122.
Well, let's go back to that race. It's a field of 11. Knightsbridge draws post position 11. I was there. It was Haskell Day. Monmouth Cup was on the undercard. Now, I have to say, it was a weird day weather-wise. This track eventually ended up as muddy. There was a lot of rain. But on the undercard, he caught the track maybe at its best. But there are times you could say what happens in Oceanport, New Jersey, stays in Oceanport, New Jersey. In other words, maybe this just was the perfect track for him that day.
Yeah, I mean, that's always the concern. You know, when you have tracks like this, you usually get higher buyer speed figures, exaggerated winning margins. You see it particularly on a wet, sloppy racetrack. Look, to Jonathan's point, if he doesn't, you know, if the track's, I think plays like an average racetrack, maybe he wins by 5, but I think the distance is key for him. I think stretching out is going to actually help him, not hurt him.
But that's the part I can't figure out, Jonathan. This is the accidental horse for Bill Mott. When he came into the season, he wasn't looking at Knightsbridge to be one of those horses for the Breeders' Cup Classic. You were looking at Breeders' Cup Sprint. You were looking at the Dirt Mile. But off that race, if he comes and wins this one, he's now right there with his stablemate Sovereignty as one of the best older horses for the Breeders' Cup Classic division.
Right, and I would imagine that the Godolphin is very happy about the difference between their two big horses, right? You have Knightsbridge, who's forward. Go out there, be aggressive. See if you can't make the front. Make him work a little bit, and if that doesn't work out, oh, there comes the other big horse rolling down the middle of the track in Sovereignty. The one thing I'll say about his fast speed figure around going that 9 furlongs is he's had some fast races, 112 buyers prior to that. So while it is a jump up, it's not an unreasonable jump up that he improved to that number.
And I like the fact he split him up from Sovereignty. You know what I mean? He could have lined up in the Whitney and run against him, but they split him up, took him to the softer spot, and now they end up here.
Well, and you look at the Breeders' Cup last year here at Del Mar, Bill Mott had himself quite a day, so he can come out here and win big races. He's got Knightsbridge, race number 10 on the card tomorrow. It's a spectacular program highlighted by the Pacific Classic, but look at some of those races on the undercard. One of my favorites that could lead to the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, talking about the Green Flash, 5 furlongs on the turf here. The Grade 1 Del Mar Oaks for 3-year-old fillies on the grass as well. We got you covered on both Fox Sports 2 and Fox Sports 1, taking you into the evening hours out on the East Coast. That's a preview. We'll be back with more looking ahead to Saturday. We've also got a Friday card here at Del Mar, but let's return to our crew at Saratoga Springs, anchoring our coverage, Greg Wolf.
I think one of the reasons we're so excited about Knightsbridge is just so much buzz about him being potentially very special. I remember where I was when Flightline lined up in that Pacific Classic, and it was one of the most jaw-dropping performances I've ever seen. To win by 19 3/4 lengths in a Grade 1 at 1.25 miles. It is the fastest race we've seen that since that performance from Flightline. It was that good. just very excited to see if he can do it again and do it at a 1.25 miles.
Right, right. And you know, we talked about it. That was a new dimension for him, going 2 turns in that race. So, you know, I know we're saying, was it a one-off? What is it exactly? But what if it's real? If he's just that kind of horse going 2 turns? We get our answer, you know, Saturday evening here or Saturday night here in Saratoga Springs, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I just don't know. I think a lot of people are saying, well, the track was this, the track was that. I think when you run a 122 Beyer, you just run fast. I don't care what kind of track it is. I don't care if it aided your performance or not. Okay, so what? It went from a 117 to 122. What does it really matter? So people that are coming up and saying, oh, the track played towards him, I don't care. It's the first time he's ever did it. Like I said before, he'd never gone around 2 turns before. So this is the launching point, 122.
Can't wait to see it. You'll see it live on our air on Saturday night. Pacific Classic from out on the West Coast. Of course, preceding that, Fox Saratoga Saturday with the Alabama and Counting Stars, the undisputed leader of that 3-year-old filly division, trying to very likely lock up a championship with a win in Alabama. We're going to take a timeout. Countdown returns to racing, and they'll open up with Forever Young and Sovereignty, who right now seem like the 2 leaders of that older horse division. We'll see after the Pacific Classic if that remains the case. We'll be back.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
At the new Belmont Park, NYRA has invested $100 million in 4 racing surfaces. For the first time ever in New York, a 1-mile Tapeta track. We have 60 acres of turf with a brand new irrigation and drainage system, and ending it all off, a 1.5 mile main track where legends are made.
We can't wait. September 18th, opening day. Look at that gorgeous, brand new, modern facility. Incredible.
That
September
is slick.
18th, it will open up with the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Yeah, I mean, this just looks absolutely just gorgeous as can be. And the big tree is still there in the paddock. And then you get an overlook of the racetrack. You just forget how big Belmont is, and so our paddock. I think a lot of the horses. What do you think the difference are from this paddock compared to like some other paddocks?
Well, this paddock is wide open. You know, it's almost like saddling in your backyard. Other paddocks are more enclosed. The crowd's more on top of you. But this one is a lot more open, and I think a lot easier for the horse to handle. You'll hear in maiden race with 2-year-olds, a lot of the nervous horses will be talking to each other. I think you can hear in the background right now.
There you go.
That's not unusual for these young horses to be asking for their mom and, you know, being a little bit nervous about what the game plan is.
12 minutes opposed to kicking off this pick six. We bring in for the first time today, Acacia Clement.
And yes, Greg, we do have a couple of bad actors in here. We'll get to probably the main instigator shortly. But first, we will start off with the horse taking most of the money as we look at some of these first-time starters. Good Aim is debuting for Adam Rice, and I think the betting public has really caught on to the fact that Adam does come here to Saratoga with very live horses. They're often well-meant. They often run very well first time out. And the fact is, they're often sold after their first start or two. When coming over here, as we do see Bet on Zion acting a little bit green over there. The one, Good Aim, has been quite professional actually throughout, but this one is debuting on the turf as a son of Good Magic, whose progeny is just 8% with his turf sprinters. But this one is off to a stakes winner named Squad Goals, who is a good dirt sprinter. There's not much turf really, top or bottom, but he does have a bit of a turf hoof, and he has been able to train over the Tapeta at Presque Isle, where Adam is based. And that Tapeta, I find, is often one of the most similar playing to turf, so I don't mind him in this spot. Incredibly strong and well muscled. Now we get to the number 3, Raise the Roof. He has been probably the greenest in the paddock. He's who you heard shouting and hollering just a moment ago after they put the tack on him. He threw a couple of massive bucks and was acting up quite a bit, so they've put 2 handlers on his head. Now looking at his pedigree, it's not overly surprising. He probably has the best turf pedigree in this field, being the half-brother to multiple stakes winner and graded stakes place 26 Black, also multiple stakes place A Little at First, and Can't Fool Me. All of those horses Horacio de Paz has trained, 26 Black and A Little at First, he always brings over in an iron halter because they are really rambunctious and can be a lot. No iron halter on this guy, but he did come in already wearing blinkers, in a training saddle, cotton in his ears, and he's been a handful. So it runs in the family. He does look like he probably will benefit from a start mentally and physically, but he definitely has the pedigree to be a good one, as it seems pretty much everything out of that mare, Greg, is stakes quality.
7-2 on a barn that had a tremendous start to the summer, Horacio de Paz. And Acacia mentioned the big pedigree here, a half to an 8-time winner on the grass, a multiple stakes winner who was graded stakes placed, and among those wins, yeah, this Harvey Pack with 26 Black.
Yeah, and then we're watching him right there, 26 Black. This was a big win on the grass sprinting, which is exactly what this race is. We'll see if he takes after his brother.
You know, he was the kind of horse that he would kind of launch from way out of it. His last race, he's now starting to show a little bit more tactical speed, which makes him even more dangerous.
Jose Ortiz, meanwhile, will ride on the favorite for Adam Rice, who's 9-5 on the board. Let's go back to Acacia.
And taking a look at a couple of other first-time starters, the number 5, Gnosis Fort Ray Handle. I really liked his turf work 2 starts back, where he was working inside of Kipros, who finished 4th on the turf in debut, and I thought this one going much easier. He's quite small, there's not much of him, but by Mind Control, who has had a turf winner, and this one half to a couple of horses who were good on the turf, though those both by Slumber, but he looks well spotted, as she looks well spotted. She has been very sharp since going out through a few bucks as well. She is a filly taking on the boys, so you see that a little bit in her size, but I think that she fits here quite nicely. The number 6, Paralis, debuting for Rob Falcone, also had a turf work 2 back. I thought slightly second best in that workout with an unraced mate, but did move well over the grass by Epicenter, who's also sired a turf sprint winner. And funny enough, Epicenter himself, his dam was all turf. So there is a little bit of pedigree influence in there. He is a big, solid individual. Though on the bottom side for him, it is a strong Chester and Mary Broman family, more dirt meant. I don't mind him on this surface, though one that may need a start to kind of bring it all together, Greg.
Post parade coming up, 8 minutes away from this pick six. As we look at Paralis and Paulie, you had some intrigue with this one at 13-1.
Yeah, I just think Epicenter, $150,000 purchase. This one from my racehorse. You know, obviously they get bet a little bit more, but not getting bet at 13-1. I don't mind the horse's work pattern. One spin over the turf course, I like when it's slow, because then it doesn't really tip you off that much. And Ricardo Santana board, you know, 13-1. No?
We'll see. Look, it's tough in these 5.5. These horses can even, as a trainer, fool you, can't they, Tom?
They can. But Paul said something earlier about Epicenter, the sire of the 6-horse, being maybe a better turf sire. It's early to make results, but his horses have, to this point, won very well on the turf versus the dirt. They've looked better to me.
Yeah. Former Travers winner.
Impressive.
Steve Asmussen.
Yeah.
Looked like he was going to win a Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, he was dominant in that race. I remember everybody thought Joel Rosario was going to go to the lead. He was dead last in the Travers.
Kick off our post parade with a Rudy Rodriguez runner, Bet on Zion.
Yeah, this is a horse with good turf pedigree. Sibs, of which there are many, so it's an older mare. How about 17 of 83 on the grass? Not bad.
Here's Good Aim.
Yeah, son of Good Magic. Obviously well men here, and Adam Rice, 2 for 7 so far this year with his firsters.
Raise the Roof. Here's the half to 26 black.
And others as well. The offspring here have made 1.4 million on the turf.
Gnosis, Ray Handel, first-time starter.
First-time starter, Gnosis, Dylan Davis aboard.
Paralis, Rob Falcone Jr., and here's the first-timer by Epicenter.
Yeah, Rob's, 22% and 20% with his 2-year-old so far this year.
Scalene, there's Scalene for Bobby Robato.
Good friend Bobby Robato. He helped me out a lot when I was first starting out.
Fire Marshal, race under the belt, made a middle move on the turf back in June and then flattened out.
Yeah, this one in the 3 diamonds colors. I like this horse getting back to the outside, the second start on turf.
And here's Tinian switching to turf for start number 2 for Marcassi.
Switching to turf, gelded since his last start. They're trying to look for a better result than they got the first time.
So 5 minutes away to get your pick 6 tickets together. As we go back to this half to the multiple stakes winner, 26 black, Raise the Roof here with Manny Franco.
That's what you want to look for. You want those ears forward, focused, have a big long stride like that. I mean, if you're watching horses warm up, you're looking for body language. That's good body language.
Steady works in the morning. That August 1st work just sticks out. I don't care how you do it. When you outwork 120 some odd horses, 3 out of 131. That's on the dirt. Now you're going to go on the turf, but we've also know his pedigree, and Taurus was such a good miler too. His sire.
Wow, this too looks ready to rock for Adam Rice here for the debut.
He does, and you asked, why would he bring him up here for one work, Paul? Maybe part of it is just getting him acquainted with the surroundings, see how he handles it. If he's a bit of an edgy horse, you want to test him out and show him the paddock, show him the starting gate, give him a go around the track, but he looks focused and ready.
Yeah, to me it was, they brought him up here. It was almost like simulating their own race, but it was a workout. They shipped him up here. He got to work out. They shipped him right back to Erie, Pennsylvania, where Adam Rice's barn is at in Presque Isle Downs, and they kind of simulated that. Now they brought him back up here, and it's not foreign to him as you see the kids looking on.
Future fans of our sport, and this is where you get hooked on this game, coming to this historic racetrack. Let's go back to Acacia.
And take a look at some horses with experience here. The number 9, Tinian for Marcassi, gets onto the turf for the first time and has been gelded. I didn't cover his first race, but I remember Maggie Wolfendale saying that he looked to be about 90% fit, did frame up pretty nicely out on the track, but just really looked like he needed to bring it all together. Well, he's done that. He has been one of the best acting horses, really showing that experience as well. And he is a horse that's getting onto the turf, being racing by Omaha Beach. That should be just fine. The dam did win on the grass as well. He worked 10-1 at the OBS April sale. A really nice reach to him, kind of moved to my eye like a horse that actually should handle the turf quite well. Quiet warm up with the pony, but I thought that the experience was really showing with the way he has framed himself up out there. And maybe the gelding has helped quite a bit too. Another with experience is the number 8 Fire Marshal, a son of Fire at Will, who Kirk Wyckoff and Three Diamonds Farm campaign. They bred this one, supporting their stallion here in New York quite a bit as well, talking about the 8. And at first time out, I actually was a little bit intrigued by him, and he took a lot of money that day as well, but he didn't really warm up as well as I would have liked. He was spirited, he kind of had his tail out, he just never really looked like he was leveling himself nicely when warming up. He's been given some time since then. I thought workouts, he's been moving quite well, and he has strengthened a bit in his second start, which I think he needed to do as well. So we'll see if that turf experience, because he did show some speed at first asking, will benefit him coming in here today, as he certainly should be able to move forward after that debut, Greg.
All right, here we go. Pick 6 coming up in just 2 minutes. And a lot of first-time starters. We love these races, but they're difficult to handicap.
They are. So you got to get through 2 two-year-old races in this pick 6, Greg. Who is going to be the most singled horse in the pick 6 sequence?
I think no question.
Veneta?
No, Boston's Finest.
Boston's Finest, yeah.
Are we in the 7th race? Where's Boston's Finest?
The 8th, right?
Yes, it's the 8th.
Yeah, the 3.
Number 3.
So that horse will be the most singled, you think. Is there anybody in the last you can kind of lean on?
Are you formulating your ticket right now?
Yeah, I kind of am. You know, the last
Gandarilla,
race,
Felixing, interesting. 50 Shades Free, the 4 first-time starters, interesting. Amazing Gracer ran huge from well off the pace last start for the Bon Barn with Franco.
Yeah.
And even Coach of the Year. I don't like Coach of the Year, but that's a horse who actually crossed the wire first, should not have probably been DQ'd in that race, and won, but got DQ'd for George Weaver. There's a lot of horses to like in that last.
Yeah, it's a tough race, but you got to get out of this race. If you're going to play a pick 6, how many would you use here?
I got 1, 2, 3. I got 4.
Huh,
How
that's
about
the
Bill
Coach of the Year right
Parcells?
there.
Speaking of, Coach of the Year is running in the last. Coach Bill Parcells, Super Bowl champion winning coach. He's got one coming back tomorrow named after one of his former defensive linemen. I believe it's Curtis McGriff, who came to him way overweight, was never going to play, and Bill Parcells told him as much. He got in shape and became one of the best run stoppers in the history of the NFL.
Great story. If you ever haven't heard before, it's one of the greatest things. And I think the coach, a lot of Giants fans would want him back making some playing calls. But
he still talks to Sean Payton once a week. Sean calls him and they go over stuff. Sean was doing that when he's with the Saints, and now he's out with Denver, and they still discuss things once a week.
Loves this game. Loves being here in Saratoga. We'll see what happens here coming up in this pick 6. 8-5. Tom, it's tough to go based off that, but Good Aim looks sensational here warming up.
He looked great. He looked great, and you got Jose Ortiz. I'm sure the price is being affected by that a little bit. So, I mean, as a handicapper, you're checking out other horses in the race as well.
Yeah, it's just really hard to tell. Those works are at Presque Isle Downs in Erie, Pennsylvania. It's a synthetic racetrack, but it does get horses fit, and they usually can run well for Adam when they come down here. He's had tremendous success. And
I think that's the key. The trainer's done really well when he ships in.
He knows what he's doing, obviously.
And Jose and they're related. Jose rides most of those horses.
So here we go. Good Aim, 8-5 for, a very dangerous barn with 2-year-olds here at Saratoga. Adam Rice, Jose Ortiz meets leading rider. Will be aboard. Pick 6 starts here. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call on our Fox Sports 2 coverage.
Scalene walking in. So we've got one filly taking on the boys. That is the number 5, Gnosis. Here are the Three Diamonds Farm colors for Fire Marshal. And the last one to load is Tinian. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Not the best of beginnings for Good Aim. A very fast one for Gnosis, who goes straight to the front, tackled by Fire Marshal right out of the gate. And these two are speeding at a rapid rate. Paralysis at joint third, racing on the inside of Tinian, and in between those two, Scalene in the purple colors is fifth, 5 lengths off the lead. Another length and a half back. It's been a very troubled trip there for Good Aim at the back of the field. Currently racing behind both Bet on Zion, who's down on the inside, and Raise the Roof. 22-4 for the opening quarter mile, and Fire Marshal has the lead. Tinian moves up on the outside. The filly Gnosis racing in between those two. On the far outside, Good Aim is trying to get going and is starting to do so. Has 7 lengths to make up with 1 furlong to go. And Fire Marshal has a 4-length lead. They're fanned right across the track, battling for second. Scalene moves into that second spot late, and in fact is picking it up. Here comes Scalene, and Scalene into another gear, runs down Fire Marshal in the shadow of the wire. Tinian was third, and Good Aim is one to watch in the future.
Scalene, huge price to start off this pick 6. Javier Castellano, Bobby Robato, and a lot of people need to refigure things with the late pick 5 to come.
Maybe not Bobby Robato. He's a very clever trainer, and at 16-1, I'm going to guess he had a piece of that.
Yes, he did. Listen, Mark Keller's been a long client of Robert for a long time. They've produced a lot of great turf horses, and this son of Boltioro just appears. Everybody's kind of fanned out, almost dropped in the stretch. I wish you could see that. The 7-horse bobbled in the stretch, and Javier Castellano picked the horse up, still a little green, and gets up. He's kind of running in spots to 7.
You know, if we go back to the start, he actually did not have a good break. He broke clean, but right outside him, the 8-horse, Fire Marshal, is going to bump into him pretty good. He's going to give him a pretty good body check right out of the gate.
Obviously, issues for the 2 out of the gate as well, who winds up 4th. And here, let's go back to the beginning.
Let's watch the 7 and the 2.
Yeah, the 8 and the 7 do pump right out of the gate.
He gets slammed, believe me.
And the 2 got just absolutely left, but you know, you're counting your money with the 8 Fire Marshal. Then all of a sudden he got a little green, cut to his wrong lead, and Scalene just came a rolling 16-1. And like you said, Craig, yeah, a lot of people gonna be figuring out a new pick 5 ticket. Bolt Dioro, Mick Ruiz,
Craig,
campaign that son
is
of a
that
dagly
the 93rd trainer to win a race of this meet in Bobby Robato?
You are correct.
Yes.
Number 93.
How about that?
Can we get to 100 before this meet is over?
That would be awesome. I love the wins being spread out amongst the trainer colony. Just tells you it's not a 5-man show at this track, which is beautiful in itself.
Javier Castellano took the opener.
Show, I should say. Yeah. Well, I mean, Linda Rice has got a lot of wins.
On Tiz Dashing, kicked things off, gets another win here.
Well, this man spiced it up. This was a pick 5, if I'm not mistaken. That was pretty good, considering a lot of the other ones were not that good today. But this was a pick 5 that was paying $951, and you had a lot of chalk. And hopefully, if you had this one, you scratched and got a $1 one with the scratch of the favorite in race 3, Whittington Park.
7-8-9-2. It's Scalene to kick off the pick 6 for many, including myself. Pick 5 time.
Pick 5 time.
It's fun, you guys. Enjoyed it. You got one.
I got one early.
Well done. Is that going to go to Joel, or are you going to keep it?
Well, look, they say it's a lawn jockey, but I say it's Serengeti Empress's jockey, Jose Ortiz, when he won the Kentucky Oaks. Those are the Silks right there.
And that man will have a chance to win another one.
How many races did you win in your lifetime, Tom?
On Counting
over
Stars.
4,200.
That news announced earlier today, guys.
4,200 wins, and he's more happy that he got the lawn jockey today.
I am.
Yeah, again, Jose Ortiz going to be filling in.
early.
Jose Ortiz going to be filling in for his brother, Arad Ortiz Jr., still out. Tried to give it a go this morning. Will not have them out on Counting Stars. So that's the big news heading into the Alabama on Saturday. We're going to hand it over to the next crew coming up. Coverage continues on Fox Sports 2 right after this. Big one to come on Saturday night. Knightsbridge to lead the way in the Pacific Classic. You ever taken the train there, Paulie?
Yes, I have. It's actually really fun. You better have some cocktails if you're on the train, though.
Coverage continues on Fox Sports 2 from Saratoga Live right after this.
Kankura or portfolio duration. Portfolio duration. Dynamic pricing wins the Just a Game. And Title Roll is in a very, very close photo. King of Gosford. South Cordovez will win the Sword Dancer.
Starlust! Program trading in naval power. What a thriller photo!
And it's lights out, locked, pouring it on, running aggressively.
Here's locked right alongside. It is locked.
It's all about locked, cruising home to an effortless rock.
If you've ever dreamed of owning a lawn jockey but space is at a premium, Saratoga has you covered. Take home a miniature lawn jockey on Sunday, August 23rd, free with paid admission while supplies last. For tickets, visit NYRA.com. Lawns not required.
This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. As we saw an upset here on the turf, Scaling came flying late under Javier Castellano, as I'm very pleased to be joined by his trainer, Bobby Robato, to get the victory. And you and I were just talking about this pedigree. They have to Beek, who wants to go as long as they will write the races, but this one quick enough to win sprinting.
Yeah. You know, you said it was kind of an upset, not to me. He was really training well. And the question was, is the 5.5 too short naturally? But he did everything right. The family has a little tendency to be a little on the nervous side. Rambeek was a handful. Boltiero is a handful. This guy's a gentleman. Yeah, it really came out this afternoon too, because he had some trouble in the race. And it's a great education. And then he didn't switch leads till a little late. And when he switched, I thought it was going to be a nice second. And then he just ran that horse down. So it was very good. I've mentioned before, it's just nice to get some of our mares into New York and get involved with the program. It just makes that first start, not that it's easy, but you're not running against the hoi polloi, you know. It just gives you a better education your first start. And good horses come from anywhere. Just because they break their maidens with New York breds, they can go anywhere. And that's been well proven, you know, over time. So hopefully we can take advantage of that.
He has the pedigree for it, as you touched on. A homebred from Mark Keller, who you and he have had a long history together. And I believe this is the first New York bred from the mare?
From this mare, yes. And she's got a couple more on the ground. And this year, unfortunately, it was a real hot spell in Kentucky, and we couldn't wean the foal, and she didn't leave. So she's the one that's going to come next time is going to be a Kentucky bred. But we got to get more mares into New York.
Well, winning a New York bred first time out, and I imagine maybe a little bit longer even in the future?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. As a matter of fact, don't say anything to anybody, but there was a mile maiden race in the Belmont book that I was looking at, but I can't look at it anymore.
He's no longer eligible, and that's a good thing. Congratulations. Great to see you in the winner's circle.
Thank you very much.
As we see Bobby Robato get the victory, our 93rd trainer to win at the meet, 34-14 scaling with that lovely pedigree. As he was touching on, we'll be curious to see where he does end up moving forward. Horses with experience finished 2-3, Fire Marshal and Tinian both taking a step forward in their second starts. Javier Castellano with another one, though, and gets the victory here in race 5. We'll stick with the theme of 2-year-olds on the turf as race 6 is coming up next. It's the fillies in the spotlight, going a mile and a 16th on the inner turf. We'll talk more about it and say hello to our new crew after this on Saratoga Live.
The 105th Saratoga sale. The crown jewel of American Union sales.
$1,050,000.
$1,100,000. $1,100,000. $1,500,000. Thank you. $1,750,000. Thank you. $1,900,000. Thank you. $2,300,000. Thank you. $2,300,000. $4 million in the back. Thank you.
Hold your applause, please.
Saratoga Racecourse on the eve of the Alabama celebration is on. As for the racing, don't have to wait till tomorrow to see Grade 1 winners. Iron Orchard runs today, last fall's Frizette Victress contender in the Friday feature. Standing in her way, Veneta locked in, rattled off 3 straight, the favorite in the Fleet Indian as the countdown continues. In about 27 hours, Counting Stars takes the stage in the Alabama. By this time, with younger Ortiz in the West Point colors. That is a live look. Saratoga Racecourse, the spa on a Friday. Excitement of the weekend to come. Good crowd on hand, enthusiastic crowd. Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2. This is Saratoga Live, just outside the paddock, alongside champion jockey Richie Migliori, New York Racing Association analyst Andy Serling. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Lots going on this Friday afternoon. You're just in time for the late pick 5. Included the feature, the Fleet Indian for New York bred 3-year-old fillies. But we start with the story that was broke this morning. Dave Grading of the Daily Racing Form. Arad Ortiz will miss tomorrow's Alabama. Named to ride the favorite, Counting Stars. Richie gave it a go, still not recovered from this incident and injury a couple of weeks back.
Yeah, and this is just such a tough, unfortunate injury. You see a 2-year-old being very green, ran his foot into the rail. I know Arad was excited to try to get back, but he worked the horse, didn't feel like he could do it. And that's a very tough thing to admit, and I applaud him. I have so much respect for him to say, you know what, I'm not going to do this filly justice. It's not fair to her, the connections, or the betting public. And quite honestly, Lafitte, probably the biggest professional mistake I ever made in my life. I went to ride Artie Schiller in the Breeders' Cup with a fractured wrist. And I regret it to this moment. He never had a chance to run that day. I was buried behind horses. And I shouldn't have ridden him. But I thought I could will my way through it. I applaud him for realizing it was the best thing for everybody involved to step back.
And further ahead, DraftKings Travers, a week from Saturday. Of course, Arad Ortiz, the regular pilot of Renegade. We'll see. What we know now is that he won't ride tomorrow, and brother Jose will ride the favorite, Counting Stars, in the Alabama. As for today's main event, aforementioned Fleet Indian 3-year-old fillies of the New York bred variety, 1 1/8 on dirt. Key scratch, speedy contender. Hot Currency is out. Number 3, Veneta, 5-2 morning line favorite. She is sharp. Veneta, 3 straight victories as mentioned. This was 2 starts back. The 7-furlong Bowery, Andy. Veneta, and having to be ridden from a long way out.
Yeah, but she did get some pace to run out. On the other hand, it was a track that was very kind to the inside. On the other hand, she spent almost the entire race on the rail until she angled out in the stretch, but she legitimized it with a win, 2 turns at Finger Lakes last time, and she's probably the horse to beat. Hot Currency's entered Sunday, despite what you might have read. She'll be running Sunday and not today. Can't come back in today's race. I think the horse to beat in this race is Iron Orchard.
The Grade 1 winner, Veneta. Can she win a 4th straight? Another look at the field. Down at the bottom, Unlock the Value. Richie, her debut 3 weeks ago, sloppy track. Like this performance, this was eye-opening.
Yeah, it really was eye-opening. Now, I don't know what she was beating, but she certainly did it the right way. And you can't blame a horse for running away from the rivals that were presented to them. She just skipped over this sealed racetrack. Will that translate to a fast track?
I don't know. You know, we'll see. She had the advantage of running with the racetrack, but there's not as much speed in the race with the scratch of the 2 now, so she can sit outside the 1. She's a total unknown, but she also lacks a considerable amount of experience.
You mentioned Iron Orchard. Why is today the day she gets back to winning form, not having won since that Grade 1 score in the Frizette last fall?
I thought her last race was actually very good in a very, very tough field. Steve Asmussen has a tremendous record. He's 6 for 10 over the last 5 years, stretching horses out on the dirt at Saratoga. I think today's the right day for her, 3rd off a layoff, and I think she gets it done.
Fleet Indian, race 9, post time around 5:45 Eastern. Of course, you can bet the Fleet Indian and all things Saratoga on your brand new NyraBets account. Sign up today, nyrabets.com. When you do so, take advantage of that $200 deposit match bonus. Use that promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now, nyrabets.com. As mentioned, celebration on Alabama weekend as we spin it forward. Field for the 6, always exciting. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. 2-year-old filly maidens. 1 1/16 on the inner turf course. Current favorite at 5-2, Doves and Hawks. Energy flows for trainer Kinnan LaRose. What a story, Kinnan LaRose. His journey, an athlete in college. Now he's training the athletes. Learn from one of the best, and then just wait till you hear how it all started. That's next.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off. Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
So I'm from Ogdensburg, New York, which is about 4 hours north of here, all the way up through the Adirondacks. You know, we've come to the racetrack quite a bit, certainly every summer, if not multiple times a summer. Grew up playing basketball, baseball, football, you know, had great high school teams, and we made it to the Final Four twice. We never won the state championship in high school, but we were close. And, you know, in college, my senior year, we set the most record for wins in a single season at Sacred Heart in the Division I level. So that was, you know, it was a really fun team to be a part of.
LaRose catching fire for three.
And I was either going to try to keep playing basketball or try to find something else. If I wasn't playing basketball, I always had the races on. That's how I heard about Tom, and you know, I felt like Tom was somebody that I could connect with. You know, Tom went to LSU, and you know, for me, I said, well, you know, maybe I'll give horse racing a try. I just sent Tom a cold email. I really did not think he would answer me at all. I was like, I'm just going to take a shot in the dark and see what happens. Basically told him, I said, Tom, you know, I have no experience in horse racing, but would love to be a part of your team in any way that I can. Now, Tom wasn't easy on me. I felt like, you know, I had to come in it with an open mind and, you know that you're going to make mistakes, but at the same time, you know, you learn from your mistakes, and you just try not to make the same ones twice. Yeah. So when Tom came to me about, you know, the whole transition, I think my thoughts were kind of everywhere. At first, yes, absolutely. I mean, that's an opportunity that not many people get in this game, where to be able to be handed a stable and still have that asset of Tom, you know, being in my corner and being able to still work with him in a different fashion. I mean, you know, it's an opportunity that, you know, you can't resist.
They're off.
I think the biggest lesson that I've learned is that things are going to happen that are out of your control. And you just got to try to control the things that you can control. You know, Tom's always taught me, you know, you take care of the minor details, and, you know, the big details take care of themselves.
Rest Relief takes off in a scintillating performance. Stress Relief wins the Adirondack.
Tom Amos was here congratulating you in the winner's circle. How special is it to be able to carry the torch in such a big way?
Yeah, all the credit goes to him. You know, I wouldn't be here without Tom and his family, and, you know, everything they've done for me and my family. I mean, just so grateful and, you know, humbled to be here and just grateful for the opportunity.
You know, there's many similarities with basketball and horse racing. Obviously, you know, two different sports, but at the same time, it's that competitive drive that never leaves you. Getting up every day and putting in the work. I feel like I try to take that same approach here. you know, with the team we got on the backside. You know, it's a team effort, and you need everybody to show up and everybody to put their best foot forward. And, you know, I think for me being a captain, you know, of my team, I think, you know, I can try to lead people down the right direction. I mean, seeing that sign, you know, every morning when you drive in, just very grateful. You know, very fortunate for the opportunity to be here. You know, never would have dreamt that I'd be in this position. You know, I've had so many people help me along the way that have, you know, put in a lot of time and a lot of effort. You know, very thankful for them, and hopefully we're making a good impression and keep going moving forward.
Fascinating story. Live look at the Philly Canilla Rose trains, energy flows. If Tom Amoss doesn't open a random email, we're probably not having this conversation. And here he is at Saratoga, already having saddled a Great Hit Stakes winner. You had a chance to see Stress Relief of all names. Next stop for him, it sounds like, or for her, the Grade 1 Spin Away. As we welcome Acacia Clement, standing right behind us in the paddock, and eyes on energy flows. Acacia, how's she look?
She looks great, Lafitte. I really like what I see from her, and I really like the changes that she's getting in here today. She does boast 2 starts already, so the most experienced in this field coming in for Kinnan, and ran on a wet track last time out where she had no early speed, but I thought kept on pretty nicely when sprinting to finish 3rd. But she gets to the turf and she gets longer. She's a big girl. There's a lot of her. I love more distance. She has a turf hoof, and furthermore, she does have turf pedigree as well, being the half-sister to Grade 2 winner Kentucky Belle, who was good on the grass, another foal who won on turf as well. So I think she's very intriguing with more distance and getting onto the turf. Unfortunately, wasn't able to watch that turf work 2 back, but according to the DRF Clocker report, she did it pretty nicely and was best of her company. Now, a couple of first-time starters that are quite interesting. We're having a little obstinance with the number 2 Determined Shoals, who does debut for Cherie DeVoe. Cherie actually took over to grab the reins as she was acting up a little bit when getting the call for riders up. It looks like they are going to bring an outrider pony to kind of escort her out and just encourage her with an older horse in front of her. She acted perfectly fine prior to that. She sold at the Tattersall's October yearling sale for the U.S. equivalent of about $577,000. Interestingly enough, Matt Dorman's Determined Stables was the top U.S. buyer at Tattersall's last year. She's still a touch green there going out, but she's the first U.S. starter for Baid, who was an incredibly talented runner and wanted to run all day. So distance definitely the key for this filly, as the dam herself did win going a mile in Europe, and the second dam, a Group 1 winner, going a mile and 5/16. So longer the better. But like I said, a little bit green going out. She was fine prior to that, looking like she still is figuring things out. It looks like Cherie's going to be on her head leaving. The number 6 Doves and Hawks debuts for Chad Brown, daughter of Twirling Candy, whose progeny I do love on the turf. She was a little bit vocal and distracted when she first came into the paddock. She did settle quite a bit once they got the tack on, but she's still sharp going out. But I watched her work 2 back, or was on the dirt, but she does have some knee action to her and just really moved to me like a horse that would appreciate the grass. So I like her starting here. I like that she does seem to have settled now that they've got the rider up and got the tack on, and a little bit more focus. So keep an eye on her as they head out, but a lot of firsters doing things for the first time here, Lafitte.
As you just saw, Kentucky Derby Belmont winning trainer walking right into your living room. Cherie DeVoe, Spendthrift 2-year-old. Race of the day is next. We start with Belmont Street and Johnny Velasquez.
Yeah, it goes out for Rick Dutrow. Corniche is still an open book on whether he'll be effective as a sire, especially on turf.
11-1 currently. And Determined Skulls. Acacia keeping an eye on her, the expensive Tattersall's acquisition.
Yeah, a bit high-strung, but a depth of turf pedigree here. The Grand Dam was actually a Grade 1 performer in France.
Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, home to number 1 sires Into Mischief, Omaha Beach, Vekoma, and Yaupon, the leaders of their sire class in 2025. There's Golden Siren.
This is the one with experience. Does not come out of a particularly fast race. And I understand betting horse with experience, but I'd have to think that none of these horses with pedigrees, trying the turf, are that good for this horse to beat them.
Encrypting Spendthrift, first time starting homebred.
Yeah, out of a graded stakes winning mare, Grade 1 place. In fact, this is her first fall.
Followed by Belissa, 9-1. just as stable debuting homebred.
It's remarkable how many of these dams were trained by Christophe Clement, as this dam was, and she's a multiple winner in the turf. This horse is oozing with turf pedigree, but taking no money.
Doves and Hawks.
Lovely moving filly. Her sire, Twirling Cannon, consistent. It's 15, 16% winners, dirt, turf, long, short, doesn't matter.
Have Hope spun her wheels on a sloppy track.
Speaking of Cherie DeVaux winning the Derby, Rick Dutrow, Todd Pletcher, they've also won the Derby. Todd has a lot of winners in the turf last year with 2-year-olds, and this one's dam was pretty good on the turf.
For Kinnan LaRose, there's energy flows.
Half to Kentucky Belle, who we saw win the Saratoga Oaks earlier in the year, has some experience and foundation with 2 dirt tries, thinks she's getting to the proper surface.
Lots of potential. 2-year-old fillies. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. A late pick 5 begins here. Andy, another look at the current second choice, 3-1 here. Doves and Hawks, Flavia and Pratt, high-profile connections.
Yeah, I know that Chad Brown thinks this one can run somewhat. How good, you don't know. He ran a couple of firsters for Klarovich on the turf going along on Sunday. They both ran credible thirds, and they usually seem to have winners up here. I'm going to go with this one and hope this horse is good enough. But this looks like a race, Richie, that could absolutely have implications as we go down the road towards the Breeders' Cup. The Pilgrim, or I should say the Miss Grillo is their fillies, and then heading towards the Breeders' Cup. Everybody wants to try to get those Breeders' Cup juvenile turf races.
Yeah, and there's such a wealth of pedigree here, Lafitte. It's really a deep kind of a 2-year-old field.
A case in point, the filly you like, who does have the edge and experience, Have Hope.
Yeah, I mean, now she stopped badly in her one start, but that was on a sloppy track. She's out of a graded stakes winning mare, grade 1 place, in fact. And this is the first fall out of that mare. And I just thought she was interesting because of the pedigree angle.
Just a quick aside on others. The 2-horse for Cherie DeVaux, I believe, was 8-1 as they were in the post parade, and is now 9-2.
Yes.
So a big punch just came on at Herman Scholes. Now, big punches in Saratoga often knock the player out that made them, but not always, and it's worth mentioning.
9-2. And then Belisa, the Justify first-time starter, Richie.
Yeah, and she comes in, she has some works that aren't, super fast, but her gallop outs have been really long, strong, consistent, and that speaks to a horse that's been well prepared by Miguel Clement. I mean, she went, a half and 48 and change, and then galloped out 3/4 and 1:15. So she went out another quarter, pretty good there.
Yeah, I'm surprised this one's not taking more money. Now, in a lot of cases, people will say, well, they're dead on the board, they're not going to win. And maybe that's the case. Listen, only one of them is likely to win unless there's a dead heat. Having said that, I feel like in turf racing, especially with maidens, the information, the clocker reports, they're not as necessarily as helpful as they might be in the dirt.
I agree with you.
And I'm not saying they may be turf, and I'm not in any way knocking the clock reports. They're exceptional and a very valuable tool, and DRF does an amazing job. I'm just saying, if you like this horse based on the ped or something else, bet on it 10-1. Don't say to yourself, this horse is dead on the board. And you know what? It probably won't win, but you don't want this horse to win at 10-1 if you're interested, just because you say the horse is dead on the board. It's a 10-1 shot.
Or maybe experience matters that much, Acacia. Case in point, the lukewarm favorite Golden Siren, who took money in that debut, and the race was weird, but she ran well.
It was a weird race, that's for sure, Lafitte. And I do feel like there's a lot going on in this race, and maybe betting public just kind of defaulting a little bit to the horse that did run well at first asking and did a lot of dirty race. But she was off slow, checked back, rushed up to press, and then took over the lead before getting caught late. So experiencing a lot first time out. I wasn't in the paddock for her first race, but she is a big burly individual that I would have looked at and said probably would need a race for fitness. So maybe we'll take a lot out of that first start, but a horse that, like I said, did do a lot of dirty work in her first start and has been sharp out there on the track. The number 7, Have Hope, as Richie touched on, does have some pedigree to appreciate the turf and to appreciate longer. Family Way was very good going long on the grass, and watching her last workout, she worked with Life Changing, who won on debut on the dirt, but I thought this one going best in the later stages. She has a turf hoof to her as well. She does have a Houghton bit or a cage bit on, so kind of a severe bit for a 2-year-old. But I did note that she was getting out in that workout, and I think that's to try and keep her in a straight course. So hopefully that will help Javier Castellano, who won the previous 2-year-old race on the turf. And the number 5, Belisa, debuting. Yes, she is out of Sorrentina Lemon, who was very talented, who has not been the strongest producer as of yet, but this does seem to be her strongest foal thus far. She worked last time out on the turf with Royal Chapel. You can watch that work, and that horse has not debuted in the States yet, but she's a 3-year-old and Group 3 placed over in Europe, and this one was going much easier than her workmate. She has been very professional throughout and definitely will appreciate distance. Lafitte.
Belisa, Acacia, with Dylan Davis, Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Encrypting will break to her inside. First-time starter, cold on the board. Richie, but jockey Luis Saez sitting on a milestone with 3,999 career wins.
Well, Lafitte, I roared up to 3,998 and got stuck for about 2 weeks.
It always seems to happen.
Funny how that happens.
I've seen it happen with so many riders. You get close, and it just seems to never come. I think it'll come for Louis.
Maybe deep down, subconsciously, maybe you start pressing a little bit. You want to get it over with. And the ironic thing is Luis Saez's agent, Kieran McLaughlin, actually was the trainer that put me on my 4,000th win.
It all comes together. It all comes together. Luis Saez, sooner or later, will register that 4,000th career win. And there's Energy Flows for Kinnan LaRose in her third start. First 2 races, sprints on the main track. From that post, what is Santana? What should he do early on, Richie?
I think you always have to go forward. You can't be taking back to find position. You got to get your position going forward. And if other horses go, maybe it'll create some separation. If they don't, maybe you wind up clearing.
His trip could be very dependent also on what the 7 does with Javier, because that horse had sprint speed, and if he leaves inside of him, it makes things problematic.
Blaze the trail, right?
Yeah.
Clear over too, right?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I can't figure out how these races are going to be run, Richie, but you're right.
We're about to find out. Exciting because of where this all could be headed. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Frank Mirmati with the call.
And there are the Spendthrift colors of Encrypting. The last one, Energy Flows. They're in the gate. Have Hope acting up. And they're off. Golden Siren is going out for the early lead. Have Hope has plenty of early dash too. Encrypting comes away in between those two and is very much headstrong, wanting to get to that lead, but currently third under a firm grip. They are followed by Energy Flows. Doves and Hawks is racing one from the outside and now on the extreme outside, as Determined Skulls is racing approximately 6 or 7 lengths off the lead. It's another 2 back to Belisa, and Belmont Street is far back. Onto the backstretch, and Golden Siren clicked off an opening quarter in 23 1/5 seconds. Leads at 3 parts of a length to Have Hope in second. It's another 2 back to Encrypting in third, and Energy Flows just outside of her. At the rail, Determined Skulls is wanting to move forward. Blue Silk's 5th, right next to Doves and Hawks. They've been together throughout. Belisa still second to last, and Belmont Street 47 2. The half mile. Around the far turn they go now, and Golden Siren trying to let it out a notch. Opens up 2 lengths. Have Hope set down hard in second, Encrypting on the rail, and Energy Flows takes third. In behind them comes Doves and Hawks. Determined Skulls looking for a spot to run there at the top of the stretch. And Golden Siren's clear by 3, make it 4 with a furlong left to go. Determined Skulls. How about Belmont Street, who was so far back trying to get a piece of it on the outside, but no one came close to Golden Siren. Golden Siren all alone on the front end, just ambles to a 5-length W. Doves and Hawks second. Belmont Street third. Determined Skulls was fourth.
Team counting stars in tomorrow's Alabama. Jose Ortiz, Mark Casse, Golden Siren by daylight. And he Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day.
Yeah, he was able to control in the front end, but he didn't go a slow pace in doing it. I thought there would be firsters in this race better than him. I took 4 of them. He buried them all.
That shows you, right, having that experience of 2 turns on the turf here in Saratoga. This daughter of Boltearo really pinned her ears, went for home.
Yeah.
I love when you look at a horse's demeanor. Look at how tight her ears are to her, the back of her head, her neck. She's digging in through the wire. And this is one of those cases where if you say, well, she wasn't eased up. When horses got their ears pinned like that, doesn't matter what the rider's doing, they're running as hard as they possibly can.
Right through the wire. Golden Siren, 60 wins this meet. Jose Ortiz. And the other part of the story, Richie, all the traffic and congestion, what was going on going into the first turn?
Yeah, listen, they're young, inexperienced horses. The 6, to me, Doves and Hawks probably took the worst of it here because she kind of got caught in no man's land, right? In between, but still 3 to 4 wide, and not just the most comfortable trip. You could see Flavian having to steady a bit there. And, this is a case where you're just kind of caught in that most uncomfortable position, especially for a young horse. And the fact that she ran on to be second, because it looked like she had spit the bit completely leaving the half-mile pole. She's just a bit green. She'll improve a lot with that run.
She also galloped out, for what it's worth, past the winner. I thought she was going to be last top of the stretch.
First day on the job wouldn't be uncommon. Yeah, to just throw in the towel. I'm good.
Yeah, but this speaks to when a horse has ability that they can kind of let go of the bridle and then find a stride again and finish again. She's one to keep an eye on going forward.
Jose Ortiz had to watch Counting Stars. I had that view of her running away from him. Aboard the Oaks winner, always a runner in the Coaching Club American Oaks. Now he's in the saddle of the Alabama favorite tomorrow, Counting Stars, in the most prestigious race for 3-year-old fillies every summer at Saratoga. 3-6-1-2 here. And when we come back, Safi Joseph among several trainers shipping runners to the coast. Forged Steel and Navajo Warrior at Del Mar for tomorrow's $1 million Pacific Classic.
For the first time ever on Fox Sports, Del Mar's Pacific Classic on America's Day at the Races. Join the team live from the Seaside Oval. The Pacific Classic, a win-and-you're-in challenge for the Breeders' Cup Classic. Coverage begins Saturday, 7 Eastern. Good as gold in the Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes. Golden Tempo looks to extend his dominance in the DraftKings Travers on Saturday, August 29th at Saratoga. Save $5 on admission when you buy in advance at NYRA.com/Travers.
Back at Saratoga, picture perfect Friday afternoon. Saratoga live on FS2, brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. Golden Siren. Dad was a star at 2, Bolt Doro. How good is she? Time will tell. Richie, that was impressive. And yeah, Jose Ortiz, lots to smile about. What about the trainer? Mark Cassie on the eve of the Alabama, standing by live with Acacia in the winner's circle.
As Golden Siren gets the win, Mark Cassie joining me here. Mark, she had an experience first time out. It definitely showed professionalism today.
That's true. Everything went wrong for everybody. I was like, I've never seen anything quite like it. Horses flipping in the gate, horses bolting. And but it was nice. I think you could see her mature really from her first race. She's grown up. She's a big, strong girl now. And I thought today was pretty impressive.
The way she pinned her ears on the front end, too, she was really fighting for it out there.
She's a sweetie, too. It's not, but she likes what she's doing, so thank goodness.
It definitely was impressive thriving out there, but another horse that likes what she's doing is Counting Stars. Unfortunately, we won't see her regular rider, Irad Ortiz, back, but you have a pretty good backup in Jose.
Yeah, that, I'm disappointed that Jose that Irad can't ride her. But we were ready in case that happened, and we have a good replacement. But I'll be thinking of Irad, and hopefully he gets better soon. And I told him win, lose, or draw tomorrow, she's still his. When she comes back.
That is so great to hear, and I'm sure it means a lot to him as well. But quickly, Jose has ridden her before.
She didn't do very well.
I know.
I don't know if we want to talk about that.
I was going to say, I know not her best performance, but...
she's a little different now.
What's the game plan for them tomorrow?
I don't hardly give them a game plan. One thing about it, when Jose comes into the paddock, just like Irad, he will know what every horse is going to do. And we're going to let him do his thing. She is very, very sharp right now. She is ready to go. She was ready to run a couple weeks ago, so she's going to be up close. I don't think there's going to be slowing her down much.
Well, absolutely cannot wait to see her tomorrow. Congratulations with a nice filly here.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
Not wanting to revisit that one race, Jose Ortiz rode Counting Stars, hoping for a better result tomorrow afternoon. Of course, they teamed up last year with Nitrogen in the Alabama Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Golden Siren, Richie. Yeah, she exited that weird race, ran well, and ran better today.
Yeah, I think she improved off of that effort. It just shows you how important experience is, especially when these babies are going 2 turns on the turf, most of them for the first time.
We march forward. Race number 7, allowance optional claimer. Odds on Georgia Magic. Wow, 4-5. Race 7 starts a late pick 4 here at the Spa from coast to coast. The theme this weekend, tomorrow, live on-site coverage from the Del Mar Thoroughbred Club just north of San Diego. It is Del Mar's signature event. Grade 1, $1 million Pacific Classic. The field, 11 strong American Classic Racing Distance, 1.25 mile Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Winning, you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic. You're the favorite at the bottom in Knightsbridge, 5-2, breaking from the outside. Another pairing from Saratoga, Forged Steel, Navajo Warrior, trained by Safi Joseph, and a strong crew. On-site, Todd Schrupp, Simon Bray, Jonathan Kinchin. Todd, from Sandy Ridge, to Del Mar, you literally have to be the only human to have ever pulled off that parlay.
Yeah, and I'll try and do it again, but I'll have to tell you, it was a great destination point to go from Ashland, Kentucky, here to Del Mar, where I've spent so many summers, and this has been the defining race of the summer meet at Del Mar, if not the defining race for all of California racing, the Pacific Classic. It started in 1991, and I feel they've kind of gotten back to their roots. In other words, it's not just California-based horses. You're getting horses from all over the country. We talked about Knightsbridge earlier, but let's talk about Safi Joseph Jr., who's not afraid to come to California. As a matter of fact, earlier in this meet, he pulled off an upset win in the Grade 1 Clement Hirsch for distaff horses, and now he's back for more with Forged Steel and another opportunity in this race. But we'll talk with Forged Steel first. Simon, the last time we saw Forged Steel winning, it was in the Hollywood Gold Cup at Santa Anita here in California back in May.
Yeah, over Malachuk, who's back in here again for Michael McCarthy. Look, I think he's got to step up big time against some of these. And Jonathan, when you look at both of Safi's horses, a little one-dimensional. They both want to be on the front end. A lot of speed in this race. Something's going to give.
Yeah, you look at Ford Steele's best performances there when he wires the field.
Yep.
He's aggressive. He's out there. You can forgive him last time, I suppose, in Suburban. He wasn't able to make the lead in there. Phileas Fogg got on the front end, got comfortable, and Ford Steele couldn't really pick up any ground. I will say this, though. At least we know one thing about Ford Steele is he likes that flight out west and running 10 furlongs in California. He's done that successfully so far.
I mean, if you just looked at the Saffie Joseph Jr. trained horses, Ford Steele, and now the other one, Navajo Warrior, if they want to go to the lead, they're going to the lead. And in the case of Navajo Warrior, I think he needs it. But then you've got Knightsbridge to the outside. What about the other chance here for Saffie Joseph Jr., the well-traveled Navajo Warrior?
Well, that's my point with the speed. I mean, who gets the lead? When a trainer trains two horses with the same running style, you don't commit them to the same running style in the race because it doesn't do anybody any good. So there are going to be some tactical decisions made by Saffie Joseph. It's going to have a big impact on the early stages of this race. But again, Knightsbridge, another one wants to press the pace.
I mean, of the two Saffie runners, I think I would lean more towards the 9 Navajo Warrior. I just think that he's got faster numbers, bigger figures. I think that the pace figures are a little bit faster as well. So if it happens to be a little bit quicker than some of these might like, I think Navajo Warrior, between the two of them, has the best chance to be able to withstand a pace situation like that. But it's really interesting what they're going to do with those two styles. They're best on the front end, and like you said, Simon, they're not going to both go to the front.
No, look, I've trained many entries when I was training. I used to tell the riders,
humble brag.
You used to ride the race, in your own accord. So that's what's going to happen here, I think, with Navajo Warrior. But perfect trip or not, I just don't think they're quite good enough. Navajo Warrior is beating a turf horse last time out in Gigante, who's run most of his races on the grass.
Well, you guys are the analysts. What's the record of Cornhusker handicap winners in the Pacific Classic?
Yeah, I think it's undefeated.
It's a rare visit. I do have to tell one quick story as we go back to Saratoga. So the first racetrack I ever went to, I can't tell you anything from when I was 7, but I can tell you this one story. I remember going from Camp Pendleton, where my dad was in the Marine Corps, just up north of here, and we took the bus to Del Mar. Okay. So I played on the swing set, which is still out here on the infield, and it was near the turf course. And I remember this guy going, "Come on, Pirate. Come on, Pirate. Come on, Pirate." It wasn't until years later I realized that guy was cheering for one of the greatest jockeys of all time, Lafitte Pincay Jr. So here we are, many moons later, and I'm throwing back to the son of the Pirate. Come on, Pirate. But this time we're talking about LP3.
Pirate Jr.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Pacific Classic tomorrow afternoon, live on Fox Sports 1. Plus, Phileas Fogg tour de force in that Suburban opening weekend. Now a 2-time winner up next. He'll tackle monsters opening day at Belmont in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Before the charge, there is the wait, the stillness, every muscle ready. They have carried us through every fight we ever dared to begin. 250 years ago, on this ground, a new nation found its footing on the backs of horses that would not flinch. Their kind still stands here. His name is Bucero.
Want daily bet suggestions from a team of handicapping professionals? Get in on Wager exclusively on the NyraBets app. Powered by an AI data model and decades of racing information, Wager analyzes hundreds of data points from past performances to jockey trainer combos, all to calculate winning probability. Wager generates AI bets by combining its model with live odds to identify potential value. Go to nyrabets.com/WAIGR and try Wager today.
16-2, a big black colt. He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's domestic product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic product just in front. Domestic product.
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that domestic product does, it gives you great confidence.
Racing returns to the brand new Belmont Park this September. Get paid to bring new horses to New York with the Big Apple bonus. Each horse can earn up to $8,500. Bonus eligibility based on the horse's prior start or workout location. Both new and existing owners and trainers are eligible. With overnight purses increasing this fall by 15%, there's never been a better time to race at Belmont Park. Take a bite out of the Big Apple bonus. For rules and eligibility requirements, visit NYRA.com/Big Apple bonus.
As they reach the top of the stretch, and Phileas Fogg is the one to catch. Forge Steele will angle out and try to run him down, but Phileas Fogg still full of run in mid-stretch, and he's widened. It's now 5, it's now 6, and it's lights out in the Suburban for Phileas Fogg under Kendrick Carmouche, widening with every stride. A one-horse race. Phileas Fogg wins by more than 10 lengths.
No doubt about it. Performance, successful, title, defense. Andy, in the Suburban, Phileas Fogg, a front-running wrecking ball.
Listen, this is a horse that has run some exceptionally good races at times, and this was one of them. I don't think he can beat Sovereignty and Forever Young. And a lot of good things happen for this race, but I tell you what, this is one of the great claims the last couple of years, and if he never wins another race, Gus Rodriguez has done an amazing job with him.
So maybe the question is, it's not necessarily can he beat the monsters, but how will he impact the race in the Jockey Club Gold Cup? Richie, as you watch Phileas Fogg breeze a half mile on the 7th right here.
And as easy as a horse can breeze, he doesn't look like he's doing really anything through the stretch. He still went 48-1. And you saw the rider kept him out towards the middle of the track coming off the turn. Horses know when they get closer to the rail, they pick up speed. They were trying to keep him slowed down and almost fool him a little bit, like he was out for a gallop more than a fast or a timed workout. He's got speed. He's certainly going to impact how that race is run. His way to go is to go to the front.
The job trainer Gustavo Rodriguez has done with him.
Incredible. And like Andy said, one of the best claims in a number of years.
Maybe a decade. I mean, one of the, there may have been other great claims, but this is on that list of that, and it's actually a good segue into the favorite, the next race, a horse that takes no prisoners on the front end.
But first things first, less than a month out. Opening day, Belmont Park, reimagined, rebuilt. Day 1, Jockey Club Gold Cup, Forever Young v. Sovereignty. Finally, wanted to see it last year in the Breeders' Cup Classic. You'll see it September 18th. Belmont Park, not a bad opening act. Now we can get to the 7th race, Saratoga. On the main track, mile and an eighth. $125,000 purse, Sherlock's Jewel. Trained by Gustavo Rodriguez, just like Phileas Fogg. There he is. Current favorite, however, Georgia Magic at 7-5 to Megan in the paddock for this race 7. Paddock Report. Megan.
Hey, Lafitte, and I'll start with a horse, number 4, Render Judgment for Kenny McPeak, who was a horse that actually ran in the Kentucky Derby, got some time away, and has since come back in his career best form, really going up against some stronger fields, and a horse where he's one that I was able to catch up with Kenny over the winter at Oaklawn, and he's mentioned he's one that does struggle with problems with his feet. He's been very honest about his history of foot issues, how he does kind of break with some of those quarter crack patches on his front feet and even sometimes on his back feet when I spoke to him in March. And he's a horse that kind of wears his best races on his sleeve when he's really training well and doing well. Obviously parlays that to the racetrack, as he's one that was kind of in an odd race last time out in the Cornhusker, that grade 3 where Navajo Warrior was just unpressured, wired them. They went 1-2 up front back on July the 11th, and San Siro came out of that race to run a 98 Beyer speed figure in a strong allowance optional claiming field here on August the 8th. He's very sharp and been tacked outside of the saddling stall around the tree. Not over the top by any means, but he's definitely forward and kind of on the muscle, you could say. He's a big, imposing son of Blame, who is one that I have found is just a bit better going this 9 furlong distance and beyond. But I really do find he's incredibly strong. He has been working very well, and barring any of those foot issues he suffered in the past, should be very strong in here. The number 6, Georgia Magic, if he runs his last race, everybody seemingly running for second last time out on July the 19th, where he just wired that field, a 101 Beyer speed figure. The track was fair that day, and he was one that's been able to kind of get his own way on the front end in his last couple of starts, and it's led to significant reward and dominant victories. I will say last time out, Iron Dome came back to be well beaten. He didn't break all that well, but he regressed significantly. I do find this is a much tougher test. We'll see if somebody wants to go with him on the front end. Very strong, very fit for a dangerous barn. As far As looking to the number 7 Solo Venturi for Will Walden, who we saw kind of a little bit of a lull, then Funny Factor came back to win at a huge price. And this is a stronger, shorter coupled sort, as he does take to the 9 furlongs off the heels of a bit of a layoff. But you have to look through his form lines, and there's nobody else in this race that has necessarily been against as strong as foes as he had last time out against the likes of Disruptor, who came back to run second in the Grade 1 Churchill Downs with a 101 Beyer speed figure. He got the better of Batten Down and Stars and Stripes, who have gone on for stakes credentials. The only thing I'm a little hesitant of is him ultimately getting this distance. He's incredibly fit, well-muscled, and well put together. He's just a little bit shorter coupled. We'll see if he can ultimately pass this distance test as he has done so in the past, Lafitte, and been well beaten doing so.
Andres Megginson's running third in the Challenger Tampa Bay Downs. Solo Venturi last win. 2 starts back mid-January, Gulfstream Park. Richie, Solo Venturi in command.
Yeah, I mean, I just like this horse's style. He should set himself up in a good stalking kind of position. Now, if the 6 horse doesn't come back to him, he doesn't come back to him. But I also like the fact that he's a horse that's capable of making kind of a longer, sustained type of run, which he did in that win there.
Yeah, I have just sort of general mixed feelings in this race. I feel like the 7 is the right bet in this race because he's run credible races and he fits. But Georgia Magic is being bet like he's already won the race. He's the clear speed, and he's going out for a trainer whose horses seem to be running through walls, including this performance and a couple we saw the other days. And I'm just afraid to bet against horses like this, even though I'm a little bit suspect.
It's the race of his life, Georgia Magic.
This is one of the best races of the entire meet. I believe it's possible it's the second fastest or the second biggest fig, if not second fastest race ever run a mile here besides Nisos in the Met Mile. That's what we're talking about here. I mean, this was a stakes quality type performance, and he's already shown he can go long. I don't know who's going to be able to run with him early. So if he breaks from the gate, he's going to be very tough. I'm trying to beat him. I picked him second, but I don't know. I'm a little bit gun shy, frankly, considering how well these horses are running from this barn.
Fair to make the comp of the same conversation regarding the favorite in the Pacific Classic, Knightsbridge. We've seen it. Will we see it again?
No, I think it's very different situations. I think it's a very good question whether we'll see it again. I think Bill Mott's barn is a little bit different. I just think you have to ask yourself with Knightsbridge, was the track affecting his race? Did he get in the right track? Is the figure a little on the high side? Is it reasonable expecting to do that without the lead, going a mile and a quarter out in California? There's so many different factors for a Knightsbridge. This horse, I know what he's going to do. He's going to the front. I mean, you can't say, well, he might get left. Well, you can't bet thinking that. You have to think they're going to break out the gate. And since he's won at Saratoga, I don't know what I'm scared about. I just kind of want to see it again, but I have to ask myself if I really want to bet my money to be sure I'm not going to see it again.
Yeah.
Cook Creek towards the outside. Does he have enough? Is he quick enough to apply enough pressure to soften up potentially?
He has speed, but I don't think he has that kind of speed. And, you know, it comes down to rider intent at that point. Ricardo Santana normally very aggressive. It'll depend if he really wants to press and make his horse go as fast as he can to keep that horse honest.
Fun race. Start of the late pick 4 live look. Kendrick Carmouche, 2-time 4-star Dave winning jockey. He's on. Sherlock's Jewel. Call to post. Race 7 on this Friday afternoon. We meet the field. It's starting with Alan Turing, 9-2, a commentator winner, Belmont Week.
You know, it's nice that a horse named for a man who saved the lives of about 10 million people can also run pretty well.
He cracked the code.
He can run on any surface. I mean, he's a pretty cool horse, Alan Turing.
11-1 that day. Currently 9-2. Racing Driver, we continue to watch. Luis Saez, 3,999 wins.
Well, I would be a little surprised if he got it here, but Racing Driver does have a race or two to go back to that would put him on the edge.
Render Judgment ran in last year's Kentucky Derby. There's a 5, Sherlock's Jewel, a claim from Shug McGahee by Gustavo Rodriguez.
I think he's very right to put this horse back in the dirt where he's run well in the past, and it feels like Shug maybe could have taken him back to the dirt. Now maybe he'll run badly and Shug will say no. There was a reason I never ran him again in the dirt.
More on the favorite, Georgia Magic coming in hot, then Solo Venturi, Kentucky Invader, Flavian Pratt takes over.
Yeah, I like Solo Venturi in here. I thought the race 2 back was very good. Now, it's a little bit of an aberration, but even some of the other better efforts are good enough to be a player here.
Cook Creek playing a pivotal role, typically involved early.
Yeah, and he holds the key to the race. Does he go forward? Is he fast enough, and do they want to put that kind of pressure on Georgia Magic?
And is he even fast enough to run
I
with
don't
him?
think he has the natural
Georgia
speed.
has gotten really quick.
Yeah.
Live look at Render Judgment, as mentioned, took part in the Kentucky Derby last year. Jose Ortiz aboard. What do you make of his chances, Richie? What's the key to success for him today?
Well, he wants to see a fast pace. I think he'd like to see them kind of run away from him and maybe soften things up a bit. He did run. Well, he's well beaten in the Cornhusker, but he ran against Navajo Warrior, who we see has entered back in the Pacific Classic.
This is a serious horse. I mean, and I'll tell you something else. The way Kenny McPeek's horses are running, you know, you can almost expect like the better effort, whatever it is, which gives him a chance. He is 7-2, though. I feel like that's a little bit on the low side, at least for me.
Yeah.
But I can absolutely see him winning.
Megan referenced the issues he's had during the course of his career with his feet, and the history of the sport littered with incredibly talented horses that facing such issues. And as Bobby Frankel, I believe, who used to say, what, no foot, no horse.
Yeah, that's been an adage handed down over centuries in this game. No foot, no horse. I prefer, if I was going in a different direction, I would prefer Alan Turing at 5-1 as opposed to him at 4-1, because like Andy said, he's honest. He shows up every time. Doesn't matter the surface. He gives you an effort. And we can thank Marlene Brody for naming him that, the owner of Gallagher Stud. She's very thoughtful in the naming of her horses.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not familiar with Alan Turing, then you should read about him. You should watch The Imitation Game. Is that it? How they solved Enigma in World War II and literally saved the lives of, could have been more than 10 million people. And, you know, there aren't too many people in the world that could ever say in the history of the world that they were responsible for doing that.
Easy to root for in that regard.
And
Alan Turing
and the computer.
Yeah. Crack the code.
I'd have to work a lot harder in my handicapping.
Yeah, why can't Alan Turing, Megan, do what he did and surprise us again as he did in The Commentator?
Well, this is such a cool horse, Lafitte. He's been able to translate his form on the grass, long, short. He's just a really awesome kind of guy. And he's a horse where in that commentator, he was definitely flattered by Dr. Kraft coming back to win earlier on in race 2 today. He's a horse that obviously was able to be on that dramatic gold rail on June the 3rd and did have the opportunity to get up the inside when Dr. Kraft came off of the rail that day. He looks tremendous. He's getting a sharp warm up under Javier Castellano, who's been kind of revving him up from that inside post, maybe kind of wanting to get him a little bit more forward. As you know, last time he also had a pretty nice race back on April the 25th, running behind Communid, who was in raging form. It just felt as if though he was too far back and outrun that day. We'll see if he can kind of get himself up into that pace. Obviously, we've spoken to the speed of the current favorite. As far as looking to some other options, I think Sherlock's Jewel is such an interesting sort of a price. Greg alluded to this on the handicapping show along with Andy, where if he runs back to some of those past dirt races, he wins this race. And he's a horse that's been able to have that rateability and sit off and make his trip. Very strong. You look at him, he's that big imposing sort. He does kind of have that angular hind end. Obviously been able to fare well on the turf, but been able to bring that form over to the main track in a horse that is first off of the claim for Gustavo Rodriguez, who the past 5 years at Saratoga on the dirt first off the claim, 25%, 4 for 16. We obviously spoke to how impressive Phileas Fogg has been, the claim of the year, the century. So I like what I see from this long shot, ultimately going to the number 4 Render Judgment, barring any unforeseen circumstances.
Rodriguez, turf to dirt, stats inspire confidence. Andy, Sherlock's Jewel, what are you expecting?
I don't know. He's a wild card. I mean, I would not knock somebody betting at 10-1. I always find these horses kind of fascinating. You know, Richie, it's like you say to yourself, and it's not that, by the way, it's not like Shug ran him on the wrong surface. This horse ran some pretty good races on the turf. It's not like, and Shug, I believe, as a trainer, doesn't like to switch surfaces as much as some will. But I think Gustavo obviously claimed this horse thinking, I want to go to the dirt, at least give him a try on that surface. And I think it's an interesting choice. Now, he still might run well, and he still might not be good enough to win, but he certainly has dirt races that are good. So I think it's an interesting move by Gustavo, whether it works out or not.
And if you like him, you're getting 9-1.
Yeah.
So you understanding that maybe the surface which he can find his best form.
Yeah, maybe his feeling was, I want to try him on the dirt, and he's still good enough that maybe 80's a lot to have paid on the turf. He's a 6-year-old gelding, but it's not that high. He didn't overpay that badly. This horse is running fast figures, you know.
Right from the start, Richie, what are you looking for?
Georgia Magic really should make the lead here. You know, like Andy was talking about that mile. He went 45-4 out of that Wilson chute. We don't see those kind of fractions.
I mean, you've been with me. Other than the NISOs, the Met Mile, can you remember like races that fast? So my question, here's a question for both of us, but I'll ask you. What do we expect to see? Like, what is too fast to the half?
In terms of time?
Well, I mean, 2 turns here, anything under 47 or under to me is too quick.
I agree. I'm very curious because he's quick. And it'll be interesting. And also, you know, if the 8 goes after him, if Ricardo goes,
can he apply
if
pressure?
If he puts enough pressure, maybe he goes a little too fast.
That's the thing.
As you know, Richie, it gets him revved up.
I know what Manny Franco's doing on Georgia Magic, right? I'm watching Ricardo Santana, like how aggressive, pedal to the metal, Cook Creek. Can he stick with him early and perhaps soften up the favor? We're about to find out as they move into line and a final check of the toe board reading even money. Georgia Magic, the favorite in the 7th at Saratoga, live on FS2. Frank Miramati with the call.
Here's Solo Venturi coming up. And the last one to load is Cook Creek. Going in. And they're off. Slight, very slight bobble from Georgia Magic, who is hard-ridden for early speed and responds to that request. Sherlock's Jewel is up close in the early going too, but now backs off. A little bit of bumping there between Alan Turing, who is on the inside, and Racing Driver, who now races in the 4th spot. All that while Cook Creek moves into 2nd. Lots of activity in the opening quarter mile. The lead belongs to Georgia Magic, and the favorite sets the tempo 3/4 of a length. The opening quarter in 23 3/5 seconds. Cook Creek presses the issue in 2nd, and then it's Alan Turing who races right on the inside of Sherlock's Jewel as they head toward the half-mile pole. Racing Driver, Solo Venturi, and then a gap of about 8 lengths to render judgment. Continuing their way toward the half-mile pole, 47-3 for Georgia Magic, 3/4 of a length. Cook Creek ridden along, trying to get 2nd, trying to get closer from 2nd. Sherlock's Jewel is in 3rd. Alan Turing is 4th. Racing Driver in the 5th spot, in between horses. These riders very busy behind the front-running Georgia Magic, who continues to show the way and opens up 2 now. 111-3 for Georgia Magic, who comes to the quarter pole in front. Racing Driver rallying up on the outside to try and run him down there at the top of the stretch. And it's Georgia Magic 3 lengths in front. Racing Driver, a clear-cut 2nd, coming to the 16th pole. And from dead last, Render Judgment is flying home, but he is just out of time. And Georgia Magic is going to take them all the way. Georgia Magic, coast to coast. Render Judgment, a great 2nd. Cook Creek and Racing Driver.
Not the perfect start. Took some fire, Cook Creek, but in the end, too much. Georgia Magic, wire to wire, in the 7th at the Spa.
Yeah, and he made the lead, and he got to go 47-3 to the half, and he bobbles a bit. You see, like, he kind of broke out and bobbled. Boy, he did a good job, the horse, regaining his footing.
Manny not fooling around.
Yeah, and Manny sent him. He said, no. But that's how you ride a speed horse. You don't let other people entertain the idea of going. You throw down the gauntlet. This is what I'm doing. Adjust around me. It's when you blink that you invite people to take you on early.
It's not the same situation, but when Malinthot won the Kentucky Oaks, she didn't break that sharply. And if John Velasquez had not sent her between horses to get position early, she'd have gotten shuffled out and got nothing. Search results would have won. I've been happy. But, it's those kind of decisions that great riders make, understanding the circumstance. And Manny realizes, I'm going to try to get this horse motivated. If it doesn't work, something happens, I'm going to lose. But if I don't, I'm also going to lose.
Yeah.
And Manny's making every right choice now.
Trainer Stephen Schauer, Manny Franco. The body language on the riders told the story, as Frank alluded to. At the top of the stretch, the riders chasing Manny Franco and Georgia Magic, they were in. They were encouraging. Franco still in the saddle.
But I will tell you this, Safi, there looked like a moment that Georgia Magic could get caught. He set him down, and he just kept finding
more. They're finding more,
and
no doubt.
Luis Saez on the long shot, racing driver for a few strides. He looked like he may be the one to reel in Georgia Magic. Georgia Magic having none of it in the end.
No, and ultimately Render Judgment, who was well back early, he came with the last run to pick up the minor award because he didn't use himself trying to get to that horse early.
What a summer, what a Saratoga. Manny Franco second in the standing, strikes. The favorite delivers. Georgia Magic will the favorite deliver in the Alabama. Well, Mark Cassie and Jose Ortiz celebrate a second Alabama together. Last year, Nitrogen. Tomorrow, all eyes on her stablemate, Counting Stars.
$600,000 thank you.
Welcome back on this Picture Perfect Friday afternoon, Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. Coming in hot, Georgia Magic leaves them dizzy. Too much speed, too much talent, and a wire-to-wire victory.
This horse was 4-5. This horse was bet like they ran the race yesterday, and nobody told us up here. And they were right.
Brief moment, it looked like they might be getting to him, and he just kept finding more and finished and got it done. Nice runner-up finish from Render Judgment, who came from far back.
He was in Schuylerville. I think he was visiting where you live.
Yes, out by the battlefield.
Yes.
For Manny Franco, he spent the entire summer in that winner's circle. Keep thinking back to that sit-down when he told you, Richie, I was disappointed in myself last summer. Performance, the stats, and the difference, what he's done this season in Saratoga. Already more wins than he's ever had in a single season.
Just remarkable, and Manny's been our leading rider in New York multiple years and several in a row. And I thought he was on pace to double last year's totals. Actually, he's on pace to triple last year's totals.
Unreal. And I'll tell you, with Jose Ortiz probably out of town quite a bit the last week or so of the meet, Manny stays within hailing distance. Now, we hope Irad gets back. He could go if he's back to ride anyway. I mean, Manny could win this title, and I couldn't be happier. And I just feel like Manny, and you know it from riding, Richie, he's just right now in a zone where he knows the decisions he's making are the right ones, and that's when you make less mistakes.
Biggest thing with riders is to be able to go with your instinct, not overthink it, not have the trainer sitting on one shoulder, the owner sitting on the other, just doing in the moment what you know in your core is right.
A little bit of everything. In this late pick 5, we had the 2-year-old fillies, the mile and an eighth dirt affair, and a turf sprint fillies and mares coming up next. But first, the America's Best Racing's race of the week. Dates back to the 1870s. The Alabama, presented by Keeneland Sales. 3-year-old fillies taking center stage. Our crew, barnstorming. Let's meet the field, starting with Nikon, drawn inside. 24 lengths, just 24 lengths she has to make up on Counting Stars. She faced her in the Coaching Club American Oaks.
She's not an untalented horse, but in her current form, she's obviously going to have to really improve to get a piece here. And I think she's one of many horses in here that are thinking, I just want to get a piece.
Nikon, right next door, Addie Girl, who just graduated, first career win in her 9th career start, and for her trouble, gets to face Counting Stars in the Alabama.
Yeah, she's the only filly in the field to have run the 1.25 mile distance. She was second at Churchill Downs. But like Andy said, if you could be second or third in here in a grade 1 like the Alabama, it enhances your value greatly.
Measure. Counting Stars stablemate, she's good.
Yeah, she's not the second choice, but in a lot of ways, she might be the most likely horse to finish second if the favorite wins, because she's consistent and reliable, and she doesn't have a running style that's going to compromise her performance, so she is likely to get a big piece of this race, probably not the biggest one.
My gun's loaded. Coming in with momentum, 2 daylight victories.
Well, I think she's the X factor because she obviously has a lot of ability. Now she's stretching out to 1.25 miles off a 7 furlong and a 1 mile win, but she is seriously fast and top-notch connections.
And then AP's Girl in just her 2nd start in a graded stakes event.
Yeah, obviously looking for I wouldn't say a miracle, but listen, she's in the same boat that they're all in. And she and I were talking about. You get a piece of this race, you even run second or third. It increases your value dramatically.
That's the competition for Counting Stars, West Point Thoroughbred, a throwback campaign, 11 starts in 11 months, and seeking a 3rd straight Grade 1 victory on this track.
And just watching her, and I've had the opportunity to watch her all year because I was at Oaklawn during the winter. She's gotten bigger, stronger. She seems to be thriving, relishing racing and the workload. And she's drawn outside, and I think they found out in the Kentucky Oaks, she's just a happier horse when she's in the clear.
And considering, Andy, what's at stake, the prestige of winning this race, and oh, by the way, victory could result in the clinching of a 3-year-old filly title.
Yeah, I mean, the titles are cool, for sure. You want to win those titles. Every owner, trainer wants to get those kind of wins. And she's an exceptionally good horse. I think, people should remember, and I'm going to take a shot and try to beat her. Maybe I'm just a masochist, and I don't think it was a maybe anymore. It's been established. Sorry, I'm losing my train of thought. What price would she be in the Travers? Travers going to have as many as a dozen horses in it.
5
somewhere
to 1,
in the 9
somewhere
to 2 to
in
6 to 1 range.
Somewhere in there.
The Travers. I mean, if you have a horse in your barn that can be 15 to 1 or less, you run the Travers. It's not like other races, These aren't like, you don't want to run as a long shot as other races. The Travers, you run as a long shot, and she'd be 3rd choice, maybe 3rd choice behind Renegade and Golden Tempo.
Looking to join that exclusive company, fillies who have won the Acorn, the Coaching Club American Oaks, and the Alabama, Richie. But we spend so much time lead up to the Kentucky Derby. Every prep race, the question is, yeah, but what about a 1.25 miles? Can that horse thrive at a 1.25 miles? Some reason for the Alabama, we don't have those same conversations. The 1.25 miles for Counting Stars, we don't know how she'll respond, how she'll handle it.
Well, it is an unknown. We're going to speculate about it, and I will say, watching the way she finished the Coaching Club American Oaks, her legs were still up underneath her coming to the wire. I don't think she's going to have any issue with it, but there is a dividing line. Sometimes horses hit that 9 furlongs, and they look like they can go further, and they don't do it. I don't foresee that being a problem.
Yeah, I think that My Gun's Loaded is good enough that if she takes a little step forward and the favorite doesn't improve off her last, that she can beat her. So I'm going to take a small shot at the upset. I'm not delusional, or a little bit delusional, but I just think you have to offer different opinions because the other horse is lightly raced, improving. She's a gun runner. She can go that, but I have no illusions. Counting Stars, that 100 buyer last time out, that's faster than the numbers that Golden Tempo is getting in his races. That's how good she is, and I don't think there's anything phony about her races. And maybe our horse runs well in minor quarter. Maybe she isn't better at it. But like Richie said, I don't see anything that says she's not supposed to be able to. Well, at least she was running through the wire in the CCA Oaks.
Masochist, check. Delusional, check.
You knew those things. You've been working with me a long time, and Richie, he's known me 30 years, so that's old news for him.
Dude, he appreciates the history of the sport. He saddled nitrogen to victory in the Alabama. Should Counting Stars win, look at the company he would join. And recent company, since the 90s, early 90s, Todd Pletcher, Alan Jerkins, the only 2 trainers to have saddled back-to-back Alabama winners.
I mean, Mark Cassidy keeps this up, he'd probably wind up in the Hall of Fame. Oh, wait, he's already in 2 of them.
Now his horses are running well. And the thing about Mark is, from our perspective, he's as generous with his time as anybody, and he's frank. He doesn't run away if he loses. He's there when he wins. He's there when he loses. Yeah. But from a horse player's perspective, he runs his horses. You know what I mean? They're not sitting around waiting 3 months for a race. Mark runs his horses. He's good for the game, and I appreciate it a lot. And even when I bet against him, I'm never unhappy when he wins because you feel like Mark is a good part of racing, one of the better parts of racing.
Well, he loves the history. He appreciates the game, and he's a great scout. You know, he knows how to pick out young talent as well. I mean, he works the sales. His dad, Norman, one of the founders of the Ocala Breeders Sales Company, he was raised to be a horse trainer.
And she wasn't expensive, relatively speaking, right?
I knew his dad back in the day. Used to know him actually when I was a kid, and very entertaining guy, no doubt about it.
That's the Alabama. She surprised us earlier this meet. Made the trip across the Atlantic, Kensington Lane, shocked us opening weekend. You're not getting that price this time. She's out west at Del Mar.
He looked like a horse that breeders would love. He's just a perfect silhouette of a horse.
Citizen Bull, his speed is his weapon.
Citizen Bull in gate-to-wire fashion.
When the real running starts,
And he kicks away.
you need that brilliance. You need that speed to carry you on.
Citizen Bull to win.
To me, the best sires are the milers. I want a sire that's a miler.
Citizen Bull leads them all the way.
He's a colt with every single ingredient you want in a stallion prospect.
Passion, performance, and the pursuit of excellence.
At West Point, the horses are the heart of what we do. The partners really are the soul.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else. This starts and ends with the care of the horses.
This is a real immersive experience.
A surging debut at 2. An international tour de force. An explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life. And Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Welcome back. Live look, Saratoga on this eve of the Alabama. As always, Saratoga Live brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NairaBets.com. Coast to coast, or the turf literally meets the surf. Del Mar Thoroughbred Club tomorrow evening on Fox Sports 1. It is Del Mar's signature race, the $1 Million Pacific Classic. The entire day, just a loaded program, top to bottom, included the Del Mar Oaks. Grade 1, $300,000, 3-year-old fillies at mile and an eighth. Kensington Lane, number 9 with Joel Rosario, 3-1 on the morning line as we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale to the broadcast at Del Mar. Maggie, she surprised us last time in the Belmont Oaks. She's not sneaking up on anybody this time, Kensington Lane.
No, Lafitte, as you said, she traveled across the Atlantic. Well, now she's traveled across the country here to California, where she has settled in to Phil D'Amato's barn as he's looking for his third win in the Del Mar Oaks, and 2, looking to send out multiple horses in 4 consecutive years as Kensington Lane, she also surprised us when she went to the lead, I think, in that Belmont Oaks. And Joel Rosario, he was more than comfortable in having her there, and she responded beautifully. What I liked is that he was actually easing her up at the wire, as you see right there. So giving the impression that there was more left in the tank. Now, I spoke to Phil D'Amato this morning, and I asked him about the presence of some other speed and the fact that she's drawn more outside as compared to what she was in that Belmont Oaks. And he said, look, I have worked her behind horses. I have worked her on the turf, and she has responded beautifully to being behind others. So, yes, I do think she is a prominent runner early on in this Del Mar Oaks, but I also don't think she needs the lead, and she has settled in beautifully to her home here in California. She looks to go back-to-back in the States, Lafitte.
Handles the travel beautifully. Kensington Lane. What did we, as you look at the rundown, the stakes races highlights tomorrow from Del Mar. Kensington, what did handicappers miss last time?
The things I missed in that race are abundant, but, you know, I think what happened with her is sometimes horse players refer to horses getting lost.
Yeah.
You know, because there was another European that she had been competitive with that was like 7-2 or 4-2. Somebody's taking a ton of money in there. And I remember saying, I did not like her, but Chad Brown commented to me before the race that we thought the Euro was overbet. And I said, how is she X price and Kensington Lane over 20-1 in this race? So it didn't make sense. And I didn't like her. I'm not trying to redboard it all. The point was, horses get lost sometimes in races, especially bigger fields. And that's why, as a horse player, you have to be alert to that. And sometimes you have to really bet a horse that might be your 4th or 5th choice if you thought that horse should be about 6 or 8-1 and the horse is 20-1. And maybe that's the kind of horse that could have been in that list.
Aren't the Europeans supposed to overwhelm the Americans with late speed?
Well, I think it was less surprising that she won and more surprising the fashion she did it. We're used to the Euros coming with that last run, that huge turn of foot, that acceleration, and they run over us late. She took them gate to wire. Now they're beating us with speed. That's a scary thought.
Saratoga Derby winner. He was a grinder in Europe, and he ran off in that race with Luis Saez, and they never caught him.
Can she do it again? We'll find out tomorrow evening. Pacific Classic on Fox Sports 1 and the Del Mar Oaks. And Luis Saez is going to try it again at the doorstep. 3,999 victories. That next, a milestone to be reached and more history at Saratoga.
Fox Saratoga Saturday, leader of the 3-year-old filly division. Counting Stars starts in the Alabama, presented by Keeneland Sales. Fox Saratoga Saturday, brought to you by Oceana Cruises.
Saturday, 6 Eastern on Fox.
Enjoy Travers Weekend at Saratoga. Save $5 on admission for the DraftKings Travers Saturday, August 29th when you buy in advance. On Sunday, get a Saratoga Summer Pin free with paid admission while supplies last. Visit NYRA.com for tickets.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live as we have fillies and mares making their way out for this upcoming 8th race, sprinting on the turf. And we'll begin with your heavy favorite, and that is Boston's Finest, who has been in fine form right now for Bruce Brown, trying to make it 3 in a row. She actually beat the boys last time out, and it did seem to be a little bit of an odd placing for her, but she took a lot of money. She went off the favorite and she delivered that day as well. Not the smoothest trip for her though, is she kind of got a little bit headstrong early and shuffled back, and then if you watch the stretch, she kind of spooked a little bit along the hedge and then re-rallied inside to get up for the bob and that photo finish. Not an easy thing to do, especially for a filly of her size. She carries a lot of weight and conditioning, which I always appreciate about her. Has gotten on her toes heading out, and she looks fantastic and like she's continued to carry herself in fine form. The number 2, Star of Life, an intriguing new face in here as she comes in from Italy, making her first start for Mark Cassie. Was able to watch a few of her replays over in Italy, going 1.25 miles in her last start, and she now cuts back to 5.5. Maybe it's a starting point, but I will say she's built more like a sprinter altogether. She's short coupled, she's not that big, she's compact, she's been very laid back and relaxed in the paddock until now, where she's touting herself on the way out, which I appreciate. I think she's a little bit interesting on the turn back in distance, and she has been training down at Belmont, so I haven't been able to watch any of her works, but has been given enough time to acclimate here stateside. The number 6, Sod Siren, coming up from South Florida, where last time going the 5.5 furlongs, she broke fine. Just outfooted, or I should say flat 5 furlongs. She was wide, she was on her left lead late, she just didn't kick on. I don't think she was ridden right for that trip last time out, and maybe will prefer a touch more ground in here today, getting the 5.5, because there is some length to her frame. If I'm nitpicking, I really wish she was stronger in her hind end for a sprint, but I do think this is a better spot. And while she has 1 going the 5 furlongs, that's when using speed. If she's going to try and rate, this could be a better spot for her, Lafitte.
Sod Siren, Acacia, Andy taking a shot with her. You'll see her again in the post-parade 8th race, turf sprinters, fillies, and mares. All eyes on Boston's Finest. We start with one last knock. Last one from the rail with Kendrick.
And Carrie Bryan is looking for her first win. She'll probably be seeing the pocket in this race, and she's not impossible.
Luis Saez, know the story, Star of Life, English filly, Italian raced U.S. debut, then the favorite, Boston's Finest.
If she runs her last race, the race is a fait accompli. But all the rest of her races make her a player in here. So if you ask yourself what prices we're taking that she runs her last.
Ratu Jawa, deep closer.
Yeah, it does have a win on synthetic, 0 for 4 on turf.
Sod Siren at 3-1, second choice.
Has speed, and Flavien Prat should be aggressive here.
Only for now. There she is, who underwhelmed in her last pair.
She has to be one of these horses, and we see a lot of them, that are incredibly frustrating for connections. Her first race was sensational. She caught a loose speed in that race after not braking. She got bet off the board, and she ran like a horse with a future. And then her next 2 races, she hasn't run well at all.
Yeah.
Maybe she's a little more forward than is her nature last time, but still, Miguel's given her time between races, and she simply has never gotten close to that debut.
See which direction she goes in today. A little room for error. Fast fillies and mares, turf sprint, this 8th race at Saratoga. There's the favorite, Boston's Finest. Most recent outing last month, facing New York breds. She's favored, Andy. Boston's Finest from start to finish.
I was shocked she was favored against males. Her prior race was nowhere near good enough to win this race. And you see the kind of effort she had to run to win it. Yeah, did the horse that she caught at the wire get a perhaps slightly over-aggressive ride? Maybe. But at the end of the day, forget about that. I mean, Rishi, she's going to get in trouble in multiple situations back here on the backstretch and the stretch as well, and she still wins.
Yeah, you're going to see her check pretty severely coming up here, right? We get past the... There,
she's already stayed once.
Yeah,
and we go again.
And now, I mean, that wasn't steady.
That was the end. That was the end.
Right. And the fact that she jumped right back into the bit and carried Jose Ortiz back up along the inside. Now, listen, she did get to save all that ground, but she has significant traffic trouble.
Right, and I mean, and she's also going to bounce off the inside. It's not over for her. She's still got some more problems to come. And the horse that she catches, I don't know, maybe a little over. It's easy to say she was. She could beat a Zop. I don't know. I don't want to knock the ride. You know, that horse would be 1 to 5 in this race.
Yeah, you saw that
what
was that step?
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's amazing. So the question is, Did they know? I mean, nobody could have predicted she was going to be favored last time. Nobody could have predicted that.
Horses don't encounter that kind of trouble. In a turf sprint, like I said, less room for error and overcome all of it and still win.
And let's also talk about speed figures. 76, 74, 90. And she ran every bit of that 90. And if you look at the other horse in the race, that figure holds up. That was a fast race. I don't know where it came from. If she runs it again, she will lap this group. But if she runs her other races, it's wide open.
Well, yeah, I agree with you. That race, she can't lose. And that funny step she took, she awkwardly jumped back to her left lead there. That would have been enough to cost her momentum to get beat. Then it compounded with all the other trouble she had.
I mean, if we were to draw a list, and forget about the stake races or the big names of sort of the 5 most impressive wins at this meet, there's no question that race would be
trouble
on it.
overcome, the classy effort. All right, so if it's not her day, maybe the pivot, Andy, be Sod Siren, a speed she brings to the party.
I'm not beating this horse from behind. At least I'm not going to try to do it. And if it happens, I think Sod Siren tries to run off in the front end. She's got to get 5.5. She didn't run badly at her second start in Saratoga. I know the barn's been a little bit cold. The way to break it is to go to the front with Flavian and try to run them off their feet. 7-2, I'm going to lose a few bucks.
I was trying to explain this yesterday, and I don't think I did a very good job of it. When I'm looking to upset a favorite, I want a different style than that favorite. I don't want to try to out-close a closer, and I don't want to try to outfoot a speedster. If I'm going to beat you with a horse that's bigger price, it's because I slip away from you early or I catch you by surprise late because you had to go too fast.
I think that's, I don't think any horse player would disagree with that. I think you have to look at the way you think the race is going to be run. I agree. I have great respect for this horse. I'd like to see her win again in certain ways because of how well she ran last time. But if you draw a line through her last race, she's not 3-5 in this race. You just look at her last race, she's 1-9.
Acacia, one last knock. Does she have the upside to pull off an upset from the inside?
She might, Luffy. She is a horse that I do think was kind of up against it as far as dynamics were concerned last time out. The race was really dominated up front, and Oscar's Encore wired the field that day, and she was in a chasing spot, this filly, and just never really able to make up much ground late. And it did seem that the turf, which was incredibly firm at that time, the speed was holding in there. They saddled her on the walk, as they always do. That is par for the course with one last knock, but she acted incredibly well back in the paddock and has become way more settled this year as a 4-year-old. She had a spirited solo warm-up from Kendrick Carmouche as well, and I would imagine with his running style and where she can position herself, she's going to come out from the rail running. And I'm sure that Kendrick will look over, see how the other horses are moving forward and where she needs to be positioned, but she's not going to be up against it or caught as far as however the pace scenario does turn out today. I liked what I saw from her quite a bit at 5-1. For me, just looking from a physical perspective beyond the favorite, she's the one that I would take if you wanted to go against.
She should be poised, Acacia, in the perfect tracking spot, Richie, if she's good enough. One last knock.
Yeah, and listen, she's been running consistent. She's never really run a bad race. She runs basically the same race every time, and I like horses like that. I like horses that you know what you can expect
reliable.
from. I call them, lunch pail horses. They bring their lunch pail and they go to work.
Those consistent series of races, how far removed is that from what we just saw from Boston's Finest?
They're all far removed from Boston's Finest last. Nobody in this race, no handicapper, has an illusion that if the 3 runs her last race, she's going to lose here. The question is, if she runs back to her second 2 or 3 back, that makes her vulnerable. And like every horse player, you ask yourself, what price am I willing to take on that guess?
Oh, by the way, what a great way to kick off Alabama weekend. This day, picture perfect on really what is one of the most celebrated races every summer at Saratoga, Andy. The Alabama that dates back to the 1870s.
First Alabama I saw, the mighty Chris Evert, off her big match race win over Miss Musket, got beaten by Quay's Quilt. She came back a week later and finished 3rd in the Travers. Behind, Richie?
Oh, wasn't that the horse Mike Maselli rode?
Holding Pattern. Beat
Pattern.
Little Current.
How long after?
Yeah. A week later. Well, John Veach ran Devona Dale back in the Travers, and she was favored.
And that
after
was
she lost to It's in the Air.
Air.
Similar situation.
We showed that
Didn't
yesterday,
work.
and I loved it because The Harborview
Meeting
the
Club.
Calumet
Yeah.
colors,
John
right?
must have saw that race and said, man, I can't get away from this Harborview people.
Get off my lawn moment. They don't make them like they used to. Boston's Finest. What a classy effort, overcoming all that trouble. Strictly the one to beat. Odds on 3-5. Steps forward with Jose Ortiz. Frank Mermati with the call. The 8th on the eve of the Alabama, live on Fox Sports 2.
Siren second to last. Only for Now completes the line. Walking up in the colors of Robert Evans. A little bit of movement there from One Last Knock. And they're off. Awkward start for Star of Life at the back of the field. One Last Knock, on the other hand, is very quick, and Sod Siren presses the issue. Boston's Finest comes through on the inside at joint third as they head toward the half-mile point. Only for Now is next and has 3.5 lengths to make up. The two trailers, Star of Life and Ratu Jawa, at the back of the field. The opening quarter went in 22 seconds flat. And One Last Knock takes them around the far turn with Sod Siren in second. Boston's Finest is down at the rail, joined by Only for Now on the outside in fourth with 1/4 mile to go. Ratu Jawa swings to the extreme outside. They're coming to the furlong pole, and One Last Knock is digging in. The half went in 44-4. Boston's Finest gets a clear shot now and is starting to close with purpose. And on the far outside, Ratu Jawa is coming home in a hurry. Boston's Finest, too good. Wins it by 2. Ratu Jawa, an oncoming second. Photo for third between Only for Now and Sod Siren.
Leading rider strikes again. Jose Ortiz, Boston's Finest. Favorite delivers in the 8th at the Spa.
Once he was able to extract her from that position behind horses in the rail, she was the best horse in this race and got it done convincingly. Nice performance by the runner-up, but Boston's Finest, she is in raging form. I wouldn't say she ran as well as last time, but she certainly ran well enough to dominate here.
Yeah, she had a beautiful trip, right? Got to save every inch of ground. Here, you know, for a second I thought it might get dicey, but when Fabian Pratt ran out of horse, that scene presented itself, and she kicked on. Good effort by the runner-up to come from far back, but good to see Bruce Brown, a trainer that I think is very underrated. His horses always look good, and a trainer can only get the best out of the stock that he has available to him. He's getting a lot out of her right now.
Yeah.
A fist pump, Jose Ortiz. Bruce Brown has this filly going well. 3 straight. Boston's Finest. You mentioned Ratu Jawa from far back. We thought we'd see Sod Siren in front early, Andy. Instead, it was One Last Knock from the rail and Kendrick.
Right, once the one went there. And the one set a very honest pace. I don't blame Flavian for not gunning after that horse. And I don't think the 6 was winning anyway. But once the one went to the lead like that, whatever chance I felt I had with the 6 went up in smoke.
Boston's Finest. And Jose Ortiz subbing for his brother tomorrow. Taking over on Counting Stars is Rod Ortiz. In case you're just joining us, tried to give it a go this morning. Has still not recovered from an injury suffered Whitney Day pre-race, and tomorrow was supposed to be the day. Named on 3 horses, including Counting Stars. He's going to have to wait a little bit longer, while Jose Ortiz will try and knock down a 5th Alabama.
To tie Johnny Velasquez, Mike Smith, and Jerry Bailey with the most Alabama wins. It's pretty elite company, isn't it?
Well, he's a pretty elite rider.
Game face, Jose, game face. Locked in all summer. Another win. Boston's Finest in the 8th of 10 at the Spa. Plus more from Del Mar. Finger in from Japan. The 3-year-old facing older. He has a big following and looking to take down the winner's share of that $1 million purse out west in the Pacific Classic.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
And bid at $410,000. There's your winner, $410,000. $400,000.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. Naira Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Mindframe, this height was real hype running up this floor here. Mindframe looking around for competition. Mindframe comes back a winner.
Here comes Mindframe and Niso's wild finish. Sierra Leone's hanging tough, but it's Mindframe's Buster.
This is where it all begins.
These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion, it was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x.
Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland sale.
You got to be here.
Back at Saratoga. Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. All in on Mohegan. All in on Boston's finest in a zone, as is that gentleman, Jose Ortiz. Second win on the afternoon.
Just incredible. The area, the space he's in riding. He's just making every right move, winning all the right races and then winning races in bunches and on pace to eclipse the most wins at a single meet here.
Tracking the leaders. And when you come off that far turn, eventually it's a calculated risk, but a lane is generally speaking going to present itself once the field starts to fan out.
Yeah. No rider better than waiting for those lanes, as cool as Ramon Dominguez, and that was very reminiscent of a Ramon Dominguez ride.
And winning trainer Bruce Brown has her going well. Boston's finest. 3 straight. Bruce Brown standing by live with Acacia.
And I'm very happy to be joined by Bruce as well as his daughters, Riley and Reagan, here celebrating with the family with a filly, Bruce, Boston's finest, who's just in absolutely tremendous form.
Yeah, she's just come back so good, better than we ever could have imagined, and she's really improved with each race. We've kind of run her, we've run her a bunch of times here, and she just keeps responding. She's doing great. We really couldn't ask for anything more.
You must be so proud of a filly like this, being a New York bred, winning against the boys and open company last time out like she did, and to just keep doing it. Seemed like after some time off, she really flourished this year. Absolutely.
They did a great job in Florida with her, gave her the time she needed, and she's just come back unbelievable. And, today was first time against open horses, and she responded well, so.
She's been a lot of fun to watch, and girls, you must be very proud of your dad.
Yes, very proud.
Love to see it. Enjoy the celebration with the family. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
With the family in the winner's circle, Bruce Brown, Boston's finest. Yeah, the win today. We showed the replay of her win 2 starts back from start to finish. Every time you see or hear her name, that's the effort you'll think of.
No, I agree. That was an amazing effort. I miss Nicholas, Bruce's son. He used to sit in the old gazebo. When I sit in the gazebo, he used to come and hang out with me between races. Put the headset. I have a picture somewhere on my phone of him wearing the headset. He was about 4. Nice. Great kid.
Friday feature next, Fleet Indian. New York bred 3-year-old fillies. Key scratch, Hot Currency out, a contender, and she's quick. She's out of the mix. What stood out? What did you come up with in the end in this Fleet Indian?
The horse that I like is apparently going to be the favorite based on the double. She's a fairly heavy favorite, and that's the 4 Iron Orchard. I mean, listen, the 3 and 4 Vanetta and Iron Orchard, the 2 horses, the wild cards unlock the value. She's a complete and total wild card in here.
She lacks the seasoning or the experience the others do, but she certainly doesn't lack ability off of her debut.
That's the centerpiece of racing on this afternoon. The Fleet Indian, of course, out west. It's always about the Pacific Classic. Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic. $1 million purse. 1.25 miles. Knightsbridge is the favorite. Finger number 3 at 8-1, as we say hello to Christina Blacker, standing by live at Del Mar. Christina, I'm going to do my best to play this one straight. Finger, the Japanese 3-year-old, facing older. What can you tell us about him?
Lafitte, it was just a few months ago that Forever Young, another Japanese runner, was storming down the stretch here at Del Mar to take the Breeders' Cup Classic. That race was an inspiration for trainer Hiroyusu Tanaka. He had been here to Del Mar before. He had actually run a horse here in the past, but he longed to come back, and Finger has proven to be the right horse to return to Southern California with. Never worse than second in 8 career starts. He's your Tokyo Derby winner and already accomplished at the 1.25 mile distance. This race that you're looking at is the second leg of the Japanese Dirt Triple Crown, and rather than continue with that series, they elected to accept the invitation from Del Mar to travel here for the Pacific Classic. You can see that big long stride he has as well. I've had the chance to see him in the mornings here the last few days. He's settled in very well. He's holding good weight. His coat looks good. He's handled his new surroundings with class, and his exercise rider has joked that with his American roots, he's certainly enjoying his American meals and going straight to the feed tub. He looks to join an illustrious list of 3-year-olds that have been successful in this race in the past. The most recent being Arabian Night back in 2023, and the first Best Pal back in 1991. Now, he's raced in Japan, but he does have an American pedigree. He's a son of Gunrunner, who was a Breeders' Cup Classic winner right here at Del Mar, and his grandsire Candy Ride still holds the record for the fastest ever Pacific Classic at 1:59.11 for the 1.25 mile. That inspiration in Forever Young may be waiting for him in the starting gate in the Breeders' Cup Classic if Finger is to win on Saturday and earn himself a spot in that gate, Lafitte.
And Christina, some of the more memorable Pacific Classics. And you mentioned the fastest all-time in Candy Ride, what we saw from Flightline back in 2022, an eventual Horse of the Year and a champion Flightline. Finger, though, a 3-year-old facing older horses. Andy, like what are your expectations?
That he gets overfed. I mean, the Japanese horses have such a big following, and maybe rightfully so. They've had so much success. I think he's biting off quite a bit here, Richie. I think it's going to be tough for him to get it done here. He just feels like a horse that might be a bit of an underlay.
Yeah, but it is pretty remarkable what the Japanese horsemen, horses, jockeys have done in really not that long a time. The first Japan Cup was 1981, and frankly, they weren't able to compete. They just weren't that good. And now they can win anywhere on the international stage. So it's been a pretty remarkable evolution.
No, I agree with that.
And this race is horses coming in from everywhere. Really intriguing edition of the Pacific Classic. You'll see it live tomorrow evening on Fox Sports 1. And you'll see him, the defending Breeders' Cup Classic winner, opening day at the new Belmont Park. Forever Young, who's earned, I don't know, don't have it in front of me, like $30 million or something.
Does it matter anymore?
Forever Young, the Sovereignty, the reigning Horse of the Year in the Jockey Club Gold Cup, September 18th.
I am so excited about the new Belmont Park. Usually we leave Saratoga, we're all just, a little bit kind of melancholy. There's a little bit of a fall off. Not this year.
Not this time.
Cannot wait. I've toured the facility. It's remarkable. It's beautiful. I was talking with Barry Schwartz the other night. He went, toured the facility, picked out his box. He's excited, loves it. The sight lines to the racetrack, to the paddock are remarkable. I think people are going to really, if they give it a chance, they're going to be really happy with the end product.
This is what the Jockey Club Gold Cup's supposed to be. I'm going to go way back, like a firm, spectacular bid, right? But back at Belmont Park, where it belongs, the Jockey Club Gold Cup, and this head-to-head matchup between two of the very best, most well-known horses on the planet.
Yeah, I mean, we moved it to Saratoga because it was kind of dying on the vine a little bit at Belmont, and we did a good job, and last year's running was great. But, yeah, this is where it belongs. It's a signature race at Belmont, and, moving it now, and it's like 6 weeks or so between the Breeders' Cup, it's probably a great spot for it, and it's going to be a tremendous running on one of the greatest days in the history of New York racing. The
wait almost over. Less than a month back at Belmont Park opening day, that Jockey Club Gold Cup. Here, the features next, the Fleet Indian, $200,000 on the line. Veneta looking to rack up a 4th straight, razor sharp, and currently not favored, 5-2, second choice.
In racing, bloodlines are kingdoms, and every kingdom needs an heir. Sired by Uncle Mo, Kings Barnes was chosen for greatness. An $800,000 2-year-old built like an empire. He defeated champion Arcangelo on debut, dominated the Louisiana Derby in his 3rd start, and achieved a defining victory in the Grade 1 Stephen Foster. Kings Barnes, where the line of kings continues.
Back on Saratoga Live here on FS2. Coverage brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started.
I believe you, Lafitte, you and I should make a tour of Saratoga, and we'll each drink a cup of every single spring water through Saratoga. You'll be begging me to take you to Big Red Spring after you drink some of that sulfur water around town.
Big Red Spring, is towards the top as far as preferable tasting spring
try the
water.
one on near, on the corner of Putnam and Spring. You know where I'm talking about, by the parking lot.
Yeah, I'm good.
Try that one.
I'm good.
Yeah,
Thanks.
go over there and have a sniff of that one. It'll clean your sinuses out, my friend, let me tell you.
Run faster, jump higher. Here at Saratoga, Fleet Indian coming up. Fleet Indian, Richie, a terrific race mare, one at the highest level, in particular the Grade 1 personal ensign.
Yeah, Grade 1 winner right up here. She did try the Alabama as a 3-year-old. She was 5th. I'll ask Andy who won it. Because usually you come up, those was 2001, but she got really good as she got older, a multiple Grade 1 winner, and obviously a tour de force here in the personal ensign.
Not exogenous.
Nope.
Yeah, she got great she did really, really well for Todd Pletcher. Jimmy Toner had her at first. She was a good horse, and Jimmy had her. She was an exceptional horse when Todd had her, winning those Grade 1s. I think exogenous was in there. Fleet Renee?
Alan Jerkins trained her. Society selection.
Oh, Society selection.
Yeah.
Well done.
Who?
I can't believe I stumped him.
That was awesome.
Never
Okay, here's a question.
Leave the set.
Who rode her when she broke her maiden and won the Frizette?
Here comes the I got
Ray
one up
Gant.
you.
Well,
See,
no, I knew Richie. Ray Ganpath broke her maiden up here at 5 furlongs, and then she won the Frizette.
Yep.
The same day, I think that Birdstone, was it the same day as Birdstone?
Won the Champagne?
Yeah.
I think you're right. I think
got
they
the
ran
years
them together
wrong
that
if
year.
it's 01. I don't think it's 01 then.
They could do this all night long.
Ray Ganpath winning the Grade 1 Frizette.
I'll bet Fleet Indian drank her spring water.
She's tougher than you are, Lafitte, but who isn't?
Perfect segue to Acacia.
As we'll take a look at the number 3, Veneta, to start things off, as she did win going 2 turns last time out. The mile and an eighth distance is a question for every filly in this race, as at least we know that Veneta was able to go a little bit longer. Being a daughter of Yalpan, the distance for me is a little bit of a question. And yes, she and Victory Hall were best in there, and I don't think it was a bad field in the New York Oaks that they ran in when going up to Finger Lakes last time out. But that being said, looking at Veneta, I still do wonder a little bit about the 9 furlongs. I know that Kendra Carmouche was pretty optimistic early on, but one thing I will say is that she was not the quickest out of the gate last time out, and she made a sustained wide bid and was just decidedly best against that field. She's in terrific form right now, and we'll see if she can keep it going. She's incredibly fit. She looks like her sire, as most of his offspring do, but she is one that is quite forward. She has that intensity about her, which when going 7 furlongs, 2 starts back, I think was optimal. We'll see if she's able to bring it all together to go the mile and an eighth, which is a different ball of wax as well from the mile and a 16th, though again, she does have that 2-turn foundation. Now the number 4, Iron Orchard, is a horse that will be stretching back out in distance. At least she did show some improvement last time out when going to the Johnstone. She broke on top, broke much better than she did 2 back in the Victory ride, and she sat in a stalking spot before flattening a little bit, though the winner did wire that day. She was a horse as a 2-year-old that I was never optimistic about the longer the distances came up, because she was smaller as a 2-year-old. She was also quite handy and a leaner type of build, and seeing her come back now, I didn't love what I saw from her 2-back. I didn't see her last time, and that she didn't really grow or fill out too much. Now, looking at her 3rd start in the Steve Asserson barn, she has put some muscle mass on, which I do appreciate. And she's been kept very quiet in the saddling stall. She is one that is not always the most attention-grabbing, I should say, in the preliminaries. But I think she's improved a lot now in her 3rd start with the barn and her 3rd start as a 3-year-old. After the Frizette, before the Breeders' Cup, she was purchased for that $2.5 million price in the digital sale. So she's trying to find her way. I think this is a good spot to see if she's able to to stretch out. Though, again, looking at her, you wouldn't necessarily say it's the best, but at least she has the demeanor to back it up. The horse I'm probably the most interested in, though, is the number 8, Unlock the Value. It's not an easy thing to do to debut at a mile and to win like she did. She was asked out of the gate. It was a wet track. She wired that day, but she pulled away very impressively at first asking. She's put on a ton of muscle mass and conditioning as well in her second start, which I appreciate. And physically, she's quite convincing to get the 1.125 distance and to stretch out in here. I know it's a tall ask going right from a maiden race into stakes company. She is lightly raced, but she does come from a conditioner that puts the miles in them in the morning, had been training at Monmouth until her last work. And like I said, Lafitte, she is one that really catches the eye to suit these conditions quite well.
Okay, that's scary. Muscled up, Unlock the Value as she moves forward based on what she did in her unveiling 3 weeks ago in the slot. She wasn't even favored. Andy, Unlock the Value unleashes the fury.
Yeah, I said to a friend after the race, maybe I should have called Chad Brown and asked him about this horse. Paid almost $11. She was extremely impressive. I am not going to sugarcoat it. She's good. The problem for me as a horse player is, and I want her to do well, her connections are close friends, but is she was on a rail that was good. She got loose in the lead, and now
she looked good.
Now with the presence of power of women, even with post 7, I think she's fast enough to get over. It's not going to be the same kind of trip. This is a very big ask to get her to win a 1.125 mile in her second start, and the 3 and 4 are pretty good, but she's an intriguing horse regardless.
That big debut, Richie, you don't know which direction they'll go after that, and Acacia telling us that from what she sees, every indication that she is thriving.
Well, you really love to see when a horse runs like that on debut, how they react to the race mentally as much as physically, right? And she looks just as cool as could be. Her composure's great, and that speaks to a horse's mentality for racing. Some horses have a lot of ability, but they stop themselves because they get, they fret and they get shook up. She looks fantastic.
It was on a sloppy track. Do you care?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't bet her in here. I wouldn't bet her at 9-2. I'm rooting for her. There's no doubt about it. But I wouldn't bet her. I wouldn't pick her in this race. I love things I like about her too is she costs $50,000. And it's not that the Karlovich horses usually cost the same level as you'll see some other of the big outfits pay. But they pay a lot of money for horses and stuff.
Sure.
This one they got for 50. She's definitely worth more than 50. I don't care where she finishes today.
Veneta, she's a homebred, sequel racing. And which win to choose from? Let's go with the 7 Furlong Bowery. 2 starts back, Richie. Hot Currency was favored. She was entered in this race. She scratched. Veneta, like Kendrick Carmouche, all over her before the field hit the far turn.
Yeah, and you could see why they were probably eager to stretch her out because she's just kind of grinding. Now, she did get pace to run at, but to have to ride a horse that long, it speaks more to the fact that they stayed, not that they quickened. They stretched her out up at Finger Lakes and the New York Oaks, and she got it done. So, interesting, too. She's by Yaupan. And immediately what comes to mind when I see Yaupan is, sprinter. But obviously she looks like she relished going further.
That was 7/8. All right, so she won then at a 1 1/16. How do you feel about the 1 1/8 for Veneta?
Well, I don't know. I mean, she got the 1 1/16. I should say Yaupan. It's a little hard to look at the pedigree, but you got to be careful about looking at pedigrees because once they do certain things, you get away from it. You know what I mean? And she wanted a 1 1/16. Is this a tougher field? It is, but she ran a good figure. I'm not against her. I just prefer the 4 Iron Orchard. Now, I didn't think Iron Orchard would be favored in here. And now at 2-1, I'm a little bit circumspect. But Veneta's been good for Danny. I mean, she is. Danny's looking for his first win at the meet, too. And he's been very quiet. I don't, you look at his over 17. There are bad over 17s. Honestly, Danny had 1 2-year-old who ran a good second. I don't feel like he's run 8 horses or something that think like they should have won, and they're all running badly. I don't feel like this is a bad over 17, if that makes sense. I'm sure it's frustrating for Danny, but I'm saying he's not losing races regularly that he's supposed to be winning.
Gotcha.
They're all reasonable prices, I think.
Several bright moments over the years. Saratoga, Danny Gargan won a Jim Dandy with Text, I believe, back in 2019, and Dornick, who debuted here, an eventual Belmont Stakes winner here at Saratoga. Over to Megan Burgess.
And always just the best to catch up with trainer Steve Asmussen as you'll send out the number 4 Iron Orchard. And you were pretty honest about saying some of her prior races were kind of a setup for her to potentially go longer. She does here.
this is the spot. You know, like you said, run against older mares last time out, put in a credible effort for her. I think this is where she belongs. A lot of nice 3-year-old fillies with good current form, so she needs to show up today.
She's new to your barn a couple of starts back as a purchase, a flashy one. How have you seen her to continue to develop? And as far as a trip, where do you find her best when comes?
Luckily, I get to leave that in Jose's hands. I mean, everybody can see it on paper. There's a lot of pace, but you know, she needs to get a little position away from there, and I like how she's doing.
Well traveled, an exciting wedding this week. You ought to be a proud papa.
Extremely. It was a wonderful event. Couldn't be prouder.
Congratulations to Keith Asmussen, your son, of course, for his marriage earlier on in the week to Andy Biancone at Lafitte. It looks to be, hopefully, another celebratory picture maybe taken later on in the winner's circle.
Andy and Keith, congrats. We'll see about Iron Orchard seeking that first win since the Grade 1 Frizette. Post-parade for the Fleet Indian. You saw Power of Woman. There's Vanetta.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't have a knock on Vanetta. She's been good. She's getting better at every start, and just another step for her.
Trained by Steve Asmussen, Iron Orchard.
Well, Iron Orchard took a step forward last time. If anybody's going to get her back to what she needs to be to win here, it's Steve Asmussen.
Jose Ortiz seeking a third. Here's Lady Rose, a daylight score 6 days ago.
Yeah, it was Linda Rice running a horse today. And this horse coming off a big win just 6 days ago, but Linda can get him to run well. She has good numbers, very good numbers off short rest.
Number 6, New York Special, a Curlin filly, back to dirt.
Back to dirt, but she is a half to Casa Creed, who obviously distinguished himself on turf.
Two-time four-star Dave winner, ran every summer here, I believe, 6 consecutive seasons. There's Victory Hall, second to Vanetta in the New York Oaks.
So she's the one that makes you say how good was that race, because she improved so dramatically from a speed figure standpoint. She'll answer the question today whether or not she is that good.
Unlock the value. Intriguing. Make the rider Manny Franco that runaway debut win on a sloppy track.
Long on ability, short on experience, but maybe the ability will overcome that.
She's a
New
wild
York
card.
Breds in the Friday feature. Fleet Indian with a $200,000 purse. Andy, and another look here at Lady Rose, and you just quickly touched on Linda Rice, the statistics, inspiring confidence with a quick turnaround.
And the other thing with Linda is when she's aggressive, they usually run well. You know, she puts them, you put them racing, goes, it's a little tough for her. They usually run. Now, she's going to have to improve a lot to win this race, but she is coming off perhaps her best career effort. In that regard, Linda's striking while the iron's hot.
Race shape. Richie, what's the key?
Well, I mean, you know, obviously Unlock the Value is going to have to be used some from the outside so she's not caught too wide, and she showed decent speed on a slow pace first time. Power of Woman, though, with the inside position, she's the main speed here. I just think getting good forward position into that first turn, giving your horse an opportunity to find a rhythm.
3-year-old fillies coming into this one, Andy, the right way, half the field entering off of wins, and yet the lack of experience at the distance, only one has competed at this 1 1/8.
Well, we don't run that many 1 1/8 dirt races. I mean, we'll run more at Aqueduct and Saratoga because of the 2 races we can run. But we still don't run that many of them. And these kind of horses, there aren't that many races for them. That's why I like this race. I like the Albany, which we're running on Sunday. It's a chance to see these horses stretch out and see how they do. And, you know, look at Mark Cassie. He's running New York Special. Says, well, she obviously can't win off her first dirt race, but maybe distance will help her get better. I don't like her, but smart friends of mine like her more than I do.
Well, also taking advantage of that New York bred program that is so lucrative. You have an opportunity to run in a restricted race for 3-year-old fillies going long. Why wouldn't you take a chance?
Just saw Linda Rice, slow start to the meet on a tear of late. 2-time Saratoga champion trainer. And with Lady Rose, there's Iron Orchard. And yeah, so why should today be any different since the handful of starts since her Grade 1 win in the Frizette?
Well, I was looking up numbers for Steve Asmussen, and I didn't think she'd be 8-5. To be honest, I thought she'd be this.
Yeah, why is she 8-5?
Well, they're going crazy for her, and they're not betting on the 3. And it's almost like they're the 2 horses now with the 2 scratching, and they're not really going as hard for Vanetta as I think a lot of us thought they would. Steve Asmussen, for whatever it's worth, stretching out from a sprint to a route on dirt, and I think of Steve as maybe as good, and maybe the best in my lifetime, dirt route trainer when you think of the words done. He's 6 for 10 stretching out in Saratoga with a 380 ROI. It does well. I thought she ran well last time, especially with her second start, took a step forward, and I think in her third start she'll run her best race. I'm not going to bet her at 8-5, but I do think she's the horse to beat.
She's going to be very forward, isn't she? I mean, she comes out chasing a pretty hot pace.
Well, you know,
last
I think that's another thing for the 8, right? You know the one's going. And yeah, in a straightaway race, the 1 and 8 would probably be 1-2. But the 3, the 4, even the 5 and 6 have enough early lick that if they go just a little bit, it's going to make Flavian's job very, very hard to get over, or Manny's, excuse me, from the outside. So that's another potential. Even if they're not horses end up lining up as speeds, she's going to have to work hard to get that position. We'll see how they break.
$2.5 million acquisition since that Grade 1 Frisette win. And 8-5 for this Fleet Indian. Second choice, Veneta, drawn directly to her inside.
To be fair, you know, $2.5 million, she'd already won the Frisette. So she already has significant residual value, you know, in that situation. Now, she doesn't have a giant pedigree, I don't think, that makes her worth so much, but they got $2.5 million. That was a score.
Yeah, but she, like you said, she's a Grade 1 winner. That looks awful good on a catalog page when she starts having foals.
It does.
Look there at New York Special. You touched on Steve Asmussen, trained the mighty Curlin. Only the 3 starts and her last 2 on grass. Back to the main track here for New York Special.
Yeah, I mean, listen, she didn't run terrible first time. She was second best, but it was a slowish race. And obviously she moved up, you know, getting to the turf.
She got our preferred pal in the winner's circle in her 16th career start. That's no mean feat. I think Mark's taking a shot. I think it gets back to what we were talking about earlier about Mark. He's not afraid to take shots. What is he missing? The non-winners of 1 on the turf or something for her? He can always do that. He can always find races for her. He wants to find out if she has some ability going along in the dirt. Doesn't work out, back to the drawing board. Mark is not afraid to lose. And you don't win races if you're afraid to lose.
Cassie tomorrow with Counting Stars. The star 3-year-old filly, leader in the division, and headliner in the Grade 1 Alabama. Right back to Acacia Trackside.
And we'll take a look at New York Special, who is switching surfaces here. As Richie mentioned, has a massive turf pedigree, so I was quite optimistic when she switched to the grass 2 starts back when she got that win. She is a horse that is after Casa Creed, Chess's Dream, both graded stakes winners on grass, but she's by Curlin. She, on the top side, has quite a good influence to go long on the dirt. She's quite a sharp horse, and she always has been, but she's all leg. And I prefer her slightly on the grass, but I will say mentally she has improved quite a bit. And I think that's really to her benefit as she will try to stretch out. And she ran fine, finishing second on the dirt at first asking. So she can obviously handle either surface. The number 1, Power of Women. Yes, she is definitely the pace presence in here and could make things tougher on some others. But it's so interesting to me that she won going the mile last time out. And prior to that, she'd never gone further than 7 furlongs. She's enormous. I think that Horacio de Paz likely claimed her with the thought of going longer. She wants the distance. We'll see just how far she can take them with that early speed, Lafitte.
For this, she's raced Acacia. The bookends providing the speed on paper, Richie, Power of Women, and the filly to the outside unlock the value.
Yeah, but doesn't it kind of simplify things when you've got the rail and speed? You're going to go forward.
What do you think? You have to think about it.
So, yeah, I think Power of Women will make the pace here, and it'll be interesting to see what Iron Orchid does, you know, because she does come out of a very fast-paced race.
We're supposed to at least go a little bit to get your position going forward, both the 3 and 4.
She's 8-5 at post time, all set for the Fleet Indian live on Fox Sports 2. To Frank Maramati with the load and call.
In Lafitte, we are waiting on Victory Hall, who is the most experienced in the field. And to the least experienced, but certainly very impressive debut winning, Unlock the Value. She splashed home by almost 10 lengths in the slop. It's a big test here in the Fleet Indian. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Fleet Indian. And they're right across the track. Iron Orchard is the quickest early on, gets over to the rail in a hurry, and Veneta in the clear comes after her. Down at the rail, Power of Women is 3rd, and now 2nd right off the leader's heels, backs off wisely. It's another 3 back to Lady Rose in 4th. She's followed by New York Special, 7 or 8 lengths off the pace. The 2 trailers Unlock the Value and Victory Hall. 23-1 for Iron Orchard, who takes him on to the backstretch, leading by 3/4 of a length. Veneta is in 2nd and keeping that front runner honest. 2 more lengths back to Power of Women in third. It's a gap of 5. And now Manny Franco gets unlocked the value to rally in between horses. Lady Rosé is just in front of her at this stage, and New York Special outside of that pair, leaving Victory Hall at the back of the field. 47 flat. Iron Orchard, Veneta. 1-2 virtually the whole way. Iron Orchard now tries to sprint clear, has it by 2 lengths. Veneta holding her ground in second, but has to get closer. 3 lengths back to Power of Women in third. And now it's Lady Rosé who has 10 lengths to make up. Victory Hall started to pick it up. A quarter of a mile to go. Iron Orchard is the one to catch at the top of the stretch with a 4-length lead suddenly on Veneta, who's trying her best, but now 5 behind with 1 furlong to go. Jose Ortiz asking Iron Orchard for a little more so she can show off, and she's doing just that. Iron Orchard by 10. On the outside, Lady Rosé just to complete the exacta as Iron Orchard basically walks home and still won by a block. She is on fire. That's her 4th in a row in third stakes. A long way to Lady Rosé, Veneta, and all the rest.
Alabama preview? Oh, no. We'll see. Iron Orchard in an absolute mismatch in the Fleet Indian.
Make that 7 for 11 for Steve Asmussen in the last 5 years, stretching out on the dirt in Saratoga. Richie, when this filly, as fast as she was going, and she was going fast, made the lead around the first turn, we looked at each other and said, this race is over.
And she was going fast, but doing it so well within herself, got in a beautiful frame, and just powered away. This was a scintillating performance. Made 8-5 look like a gift.
I know. I didn't bet her she was too short. I watched this race and I'm thinking she was too long.
Jose Ortiz, 3rd win on the afternoon. Did you see that? That wasn't checking the rear view. That's sticking your head out the window and looking all the way behind you to see if anybody's coming.
Yeah, that's when I want to come up with a rear view mirror for jockeys, you know, like so they don't have to bend. I can't turn like
He's
that.
He's peeking at the board.
Yeah.
He's peeking at the board.
You know, when I was riding consistently, we didn't have boards like that. And then when we did get them, I didn't have the presence of mind to look in the infield like that. And because my neck doesn't turn, I could never look back like that. So that's why I wanted to make those rear view mirrors on the goggles.
I hate it when my riders look over their shoulder. I figure they're coming. Just keep
but
riding.
A sign of confidence, isn't it?
Sometimes I think it is. Sometimes. I think sometimes in a case like this one, Jose's probably thinking, do I need to ride her? You know, sometimes they look at the board.
Well, that's it. You don't want to overuse a horse if you don't
But when
have
they're going
to.
around the turn, they're coming in the stretch, and the guy's looking on it, it's like, just ride them.
Fear not, Jose, nobody coming. First win since the Frizette, the Grade 1 tally last fall. This Fleet Indian, Iron Orchard, and wow, this, I mean, buries her opposition.
Yeah, back in a big way. That was nice to see her get back on the beat. 3rd off the layoff that you talked about, Andy. There is Steve Asmussen with one of his chief assistants, Scott Blasi. They do great work with their horses. And talk about jockeys looking back. Jean-Luc Samyn used to look back through his legs. I would have fell off if I did. I would have got dizzy. Yeah, I would have got dizzy. You know, I pulled too much weight to do that.
Second best horse he rode after Kelly Kipp.
John's call?
Wow, I like that.
I don't know.
Good. This is
he
good.
rode a lot of good ones.
Yeah. No, he rode a lot of good ones. He did.
Jose Ortiz, 62 wins, 62 on the meet.
No, 63 now.
63.
I thought, right?
So if he breaks the 68, we got to do it in 40 days.
Right.
Otherwise, I don't consider it.
The record held by
Ramon Dominguez.
If he can do it within 40 days, he's on a historic pace, and he's standing by live with Megan.
That's right. What a triumphant return to the winner's circle it was for Iron Orchard. Jose, you looked back in the rearview mirror and you didn't see much behind you, did you?
No, yeah, she broke really well. I was able to take control, and I took a pick on the 3-8 pole, and she was traveling so well. I knew they were going to have to run very hard to beat her today.
Talk about the confidence it was getting back to the front end, getting her in that cruise control position. How did you feel as she was stretching out in distance?
Yeah, obviously she was stretching out to 1.8 miles today. She had shown a lot of speed before in her career, and I was very happy to let her bounce out of there and take control if I could, and she did just that. I was the passenger, and she did the rest.
Another victory on the card for Jose Ortiz. Levine. Iron Orchard proved her class today.
As even-keeled, Richie, as they come, Jose Ortiz.
He really is. He's just such a smooth, polished professional. And it's been fun to watch the maturation of him, Irad, Manny Franco. You know, at one point I was teaching the apprentice jockey program for Naira, and they were already very good riders. But they were still in their development stage. So to watch them come from that point to what they are now, some of the best riders in the game, it's really been fun to watch.
Had any of them heard of you at that point in your career? Kind of old at that point.
I made them watch films of me riding.
Fasig-Tipton Winter Circle Lead-In brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November Sale, the world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate your star today. As soon as you started talking about how cool he was right then, pointing to his forearm, ice in his veins. Jose Ortiz, another 3-win day at Saratoga. Out west tomorrow on Fox Sports 1, Pacific Classic at Del Mar's signature race. Safi Joseph with a pair. We'll look ahead when we come back.
New to McMahon Thoroughbreds for 2026, champion Uncle Mo's undefeated 2-year-old, Showcase, named a TDN Rising Star on debut and winner of the Grade 2 Saratoga Special.
Showcase is awaiting racing room, trying to get out of there, and Showcase gets out for a crack at first resort. Showcase lengthens his stride. He bounds home with plenty left. Showcase ultra impressive in the Saratoga Special.
Showcase, standing for $5,000 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Before your eyes, a landscape unlike any you've ever seen. The pulse of life, a kaleidoscope of culture. And there it awaits. Cheers of triumph that eclipse all joy before it. It's the Journey, Japan Cup.
Some places stay with you and make you want to relive every moment. These are the places you want to get lost in. The ones that feed your curiosity, blow your mind, and tempt fate. Places that make you keep coming back. Because every time you're there, anything feels possible.
Dynamic pricing wins the Just a Game. And title roll is in a very, very close photo. King of Gosford. Sal Cordovis will win the Sword Dancer.
Starlust! Program trading and naval power. What a thriller photo!
Welcome back. What it looks like to be chased in downtown Saratoga. Saratoga live on FS2. Less than a mile from the track, so much to do. All part of the experience for 2.5 months this season at the Spa. A season that Jose Ortiz has simply dominated. Iron Orchard by many in the Fleet Indian to Acacia.
I'm very pleased to be joined by Larry Doyle from Katie Rich Farms as Iron Orchard gets back to the winner's circle. Larry, has to be really validating to see her get a win like that.
Yeah, it was very nice. Yes, thank you.
What was it about this filly that was appealing as you purchased her, of course, after the Frizette win last year?
The Grade 1 win. I'm a breeder, and we liked it. We had a lot of upside in the breeding, but we thought with the racing we might have some fun with it. But basically to breed it. So.
Of course, she seems like she'd be a lovely addition to a broodmare band, but it seems like maybe just needed a little bit of time to get going this year.
Steve just told me I have the patience of Job, so that was it. So I just put it out of my mind and left it in his hands, and it all came together.
Must be nice to win one like that, though. Yeah. Pretty easy.
Yeah, that's nice. I wasn't sure about the mile and eighth, but it was nice. So.
Well, congratulations. She definitely took a big step forward today. Enjoy it.
Thank you, Alicia.
Sweet.
Iron Orchard, top of the stretch. Other riders encouraging. Ortiz is still, I know you like to wait for a figure, Andy, but what might be next for her moving forward?
Well, I mean, obviously Steve can, point to race like the Empire Distaff against New York Reds. When you pay $2.5 million for a horse, your goals are to be in grade stakes. So he has to make a decision, and one thing he'll do is not want to run against horses like Nitrogen. So is he looking at a race like the Beldame, probably at Belmont? I would imagine he's thinking about that, Richie.
Yeah, I mean, you would have to think so. What would be left for her against straight 3-year-old fillies? I mean, would she come back in a race maybe like the Cotillion? I mean, it might be.
Oh yeah, no,
back,
that's actually exactly where she's going to go next. That's a good call. You know, also. This race was, I think, about a second or a little more than a second slower than Georgia Magic. And I don't think Georgia Magic ran the same 101 buyer he ran last time, probably in the low 90s, which makes this race mid to low 80s. So we'll see where he goes. But Steve will make a choice. Steve will figure it out. Yeah.
Obligatory New York bred and maiden affair to close out the card. Race 10. Who graduates and takes down the Alabama Eve Nightcap?
I picked Gandarella, the one, who I thought ran very well last time. I like the 1 and 2 were my main 2 players, but they appear to be favored in doubles.
That's coming up next, about 22 minutes out. The Nightcap. And, of course, tomorrow with the Alabama here, you'll see that on Fox. Del Mar, the most celebrated race at Del Mar, the Pacific Classic. You'll see that on FS1. Number 9, Navajo Warrior, the horse whose name I forgot going to break. 8-1 on the morning line with Micah Husbands. Mike Joyce joins us from Del Mar. Mike, great to be on with you, my friend. Navajo Warrior today. Why should I better not forget his name tomorrow heading into the Pacific Classic?
Well, we'll give you a mulligan because he's not a household name like some of the other contenders in the Pacific Classic that we've gotten used to. And it wasn't that long ago that Saffie Joseph wasn't necessarily a household name. He was just the South Florida sensation, and we kind of questioned whether or not he could ship. Now he's one of the best shipping trainers in the country. If you remember back on Derby Day, he won 7 races at 5 different racetracks, including a Grade 1 at Churchill and a Grade 3 north of the border. And now he comes in with 2 horses, Forge Steel, whose name you do remember, and then Navajo Warrior. But Navajo Warrior is very interesting to me because he started here under Tim Yaktine in Southern California. And once he got hot, Saffie Joseph's owners went in and purchased this horse, and it was a bigger plan than just the Pimlico Special Cornhusker Pacific Classic, and oh hey, maybe we get lucky and make the Breeders' Cup Classic. After the victory in the Pimlico Special, Saffie Joseph even said, the Del Mar Pacific Classic is on the horizon. We're going to use the Cornhusker to get there. The ultimate prize for him with this horse isn't just the Breeders' Cup. He feels like Navajo Warrior is a horse that could take him to Saudi Arabia for the $20 million Saudi Cup, the richest race in the world. Now, this was right after they purchased him, and he had to move him up. And you look at his improvement, Tim Yaktine had this horse going in the right direction. Saffie Joseph continued that and took him to a whole new level. Now, he hasn't run as fast as Knightsbridge, and some people may look at the way this race unfolds and says, is he fast enough to go with those horses? 7 of his 10 wins have come from slightly off the pace. He's not as fast as Knightsbridge, but he's very fast. And don't be fooled by that Cornhusker. Lafitte, he got the lead, but I think he was a horse that was just doing so well, they were going to stay out of his way and let him go. He rolled and did that. Not only does he deserve a shot, I think he's got a great shot, especially, the question is, can Knightsbridge do again what he did last time out, and this time at a mile and a quarter? That's why they run the race.
Navajo Warrior, we got it. Knightsbridge, can he do it again? That sensational performance at Monmouth Park on Haskell Day. What'll he do? Can he back it up in a terrific edition of the Pacific Classic? Fascinating, given the horses coming from all over, from Japan, and setting up for a tremendous $1 million event that you'll see live on Fox Sports 1, the Pacific Classic. One left here at Saratoga, Jorge Abreu. His story coming up next, 19 minutes out till the 10th and final at the Spa.
Definitely the best horse I've ever had in training.
Sierra Leone has won the Whitney.
Sierra Leone, gun runner reaching for the wire. Sierra Leone does it in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Today was the day that he got it done. It was Sierra Leone.
So Jorge and Fernando, really happy to have you guys sitting down here. Two brothers, two trainers. Jorge, let's start with you. You've had multiple Grade 1 winner in Scottish Lassie. Can you explain just what she means to you and what she's done for the stable?
Well, she means everything for me right now. It's very important for this business because you're only as good as your horse and as good as your last race. And by this filly winning of Grade 1 in Saratoga, it was great and opened a lot of doors to me.
And Fernando, I mean, we've seen you really make a splash coming up here to New York.
He pushed me to come to New York because I had Pat a Pop, and which was behind me, big claiming owner. Fortunately, everything started rolling, and I got a very different stable than George. I don't have that luxury of 2-year-olds yet. They probably consider us a stake trainer and a claiming trainer. When you're gonna go down the Shero, and I won't have the claiming 32, I'll have a Scottish Lassie. That's the whole thing that drives me to wake up in the morning.
Plus, we have a different method. He likes to run horses quick. It haven't worked for me. I like that 5 weeks, 6 weeks in between races.
But when you're in the claiming game, I think certain spots you got to put them in. Certain horses you don't want to do too much. 2-year-olds, you come back 14 days, 15 days and work them. I don't like to work the horses too much because anything could happen in the morning, and they don't make no money in the stalls. So as a claiming guy, you have to go out there and try to perform for your owners.
How is it kind of competing on the same circuit in
I like
brothers?
when I beat them.
Very, very competitive. Yeah, we go at it. We talk a lot of crap at home and stuff like that, especially if we got in the same race. Unfortunately, he got the upper hand on me now. But
you're coming for him.
Yes, and in the claiming game, I don't think he's as sharp as I am. But he's.
Well, that's not my forte anyway.
Who do you think, if you have two horses, one for each you in the race, who's going to be the worst loser?
If I like my horse, I'm a terrible loser. He could tell you at any level. I live with him, and he had to listen to me like all night long. I don't stop.
You have to hear it.
Yes, he's horrible. Horrible when it comes to
I'm a terrible loser. If I like my horse, if I get beat by somebody that I don't think it should beat me in the race, that's my day right there.
I hate losing too, but I take it a little different. I don't complain as much as him. I stay in my room and just don't come out when I leave that.
I think there's a deep respect, I think, that you have for one another, right?
Oh, we do.
Oh, yeah. There's no doubt about it. Like, I don't know who's his #1 fan besides me. I always root for him, especially on those big races. And forget his Scottish Lassie, I want him to do the Derby. He's in that level right now where he could go on and some owners could see him because he does great with 2-year-olds. I'll sit back and watch. It's like me winning the Derby, watching him do it.
The brothers, Fernando and Jorge, they're funny together. They are funny.
Yeah, I thought that was beautiful, what he just said. Like wanting that for his brother so badly that it would be like he was doing it. I really, that moved me right there.
Both good trainers.
Like to talk a little trash, and at the same time, the support for one another, of which is a common theme heading into Alabama Saturday. A big part of the afternoon is the Lustgarten Foundation, raising awareness for prostate cancer. You'll see a lot of pancreatic cancer. You'll see a lot of purple in honor of Dominic Lucio.
Yeah, Dominic, we lost way too young. A great horse trainer, but an even better human being. A dear friend, Gary Gullo. Gary Gullo. Excuse me, I was thinking of his dad, Tommy Gullo. We all kind of grew up together. In the barn area, and we've known each other since we were kids, and getting a ride for Dominic and having so much success with him over the years. And he was diagnosed, and he was lost within 3 weeks, and it was just so tragic.
Gone so fast. I remember hearing about it, and I think he was gone in a week or two.
Yeah.
Living on Gary's couch, I think, Gary Gullo's couch.
Gary was taking care of him, Gary and his wife, when Dominic was at the end. And we came up here one year, Lafitte, and we won the first 2 races opening day, me and Dominic. We swept the early double. And boy, we were swaggering around here like, yeah, we're leading trainer, leading jockey. We had a lot of fun with it. And a great human being, and it's an amazing cause. And they're making such great strides with this insidious disease, and early detection is the key.
Yeah. Terrific cause, and all part of Alabama Day here tomorrow at Saratoga. To Acacia in the paddock.
We have some maidens on the turf to wrap up the day, and we'll take a look at a couple of horses coming out of that race on July 19th, beginning with Gandarella to the inside, who I know Andy has some interest in. Now, it was a massive price last time out. You'll have to take the worst of it with 4-1 today, as she did run, I thought, very well, getting onto the turf for the first time. Broke running from an outside post as well. They've saddled her with the pony, and she's been forward here in the paddock, but she's been very professional, all things considered. Thought that she made the first move and dug in pretty gamely in a nice effort. Definitely looks like a turf horse. I do love the progeny of Hardspun, who I think can kind of do anything, and she's carrying great weight and muscle off the back of that strong effort that we saw from her in her most recent start. So I like her quite a bit. I think there's every opportunity for her to take another step forward in her second grass start and her second start off the layoff. The number 7, Amazing Gracer, also comes out of that race. She does run with a hood. She's accompanied by a pony here in the paddock. She is a high-strung type of individual. That's always how she has been, though, to be fair. She was off the pace, and she did run on to be second best last time out. She's quite warm under the belly here in the paddock, but like I said, she's a high-strung individual, which is typical for her. I think keeping her settled is a little bit of the challenge as well, but she does seem to be at least showing it on the racetrack. She's running well. She's hit the board in several starts. My question with her is she going to be able to break through? She second, fourth, third, second. Is she one of those horses that just kind of does enough running on late? Is she going to be able to break through? And I think the biggest challenge for her is keeping it together mentally, and that does show with typically a slower start. Taking a look at the number 4, 50 Shades Free, the lone first-time starter in here for Jorge Abreu, who we just saw that feature on. Daughter of American Pharaoh, is also half to a stakes place horse named Harmon, who won on the grass, and there were a couple of other siblings who won on turf as well. So plenty of pedigree to suggest that she is well spotted here. She's a little bit of a kind of rougher type of build, very long frame, a lot of length to her body in her, but she does look quite fit for her first start. So I think maybe it's just something with her proportions, and she does lure Flavian Pratt for the debut, which I appreciate. I think she's well spotted, definitely wants to go longer on the turf, and she has been very professional here for her debut, asking maybe a new face, an intriguing one in this nightcap, Lafitte.
At 8-1, Acacia, 8 minutes out till this 10th and final. And circling back to the favorite, Amazing Gracer, Andy, there she is, 5-2 currently.
Yeah, you know, she finally got a good trip last time out after having one wide trip and unlucky loss after another. But she lost the favorite, who also had a very good trip in there. But for my money, the horse that ran the best race was the Gray. Gandarella was making her first start on the turf, because this is a race that completely fell apart. First and second choices finished first and second, both with perfect trips. And Gandarella fought every step down to the wire, just getting beaten for second by Amazing Gracer. Draws a rail today. We'll see how much pressure she gets from Felixson and maybe even the 5 Magic in their eyes. But if she's able to control in the front end, I think that Gandarella is the one you want out of that race much more than Amazing Gracer.
46-1 that day,
yeah,
7-2 on this afternoon.
Yeah, I know. I'm alive and pick 3s with the 1 and 2, which are not paying particularly well considering they're not the favorites right now.
And then Coach of the Year, where, Richie, the cut back to a mile and a 16th feels key as we revisit this start from 4th of July, 2 starts back right here.
Yeah, and then she was disqualified this day, which I still feel like it wasn't the best disqualification. You know, she did make a little bit of room for herself. But to me, it was just race ride and rubbings racing. She made the gap, and I kind of felt like this was the thing that started off Jose Lezcano on the kind of bit of a slump that, the big slump that he had through this year. She was decidedly best that day. But the horse that they disqualified her for pushing out, that day watching the race live, I said, man, Zap That Ghost needs blinkers badly. She was running what I call the emergency brake on, stops and starts, stops and starts. She shows up today with blinkers. So when I've already made that mental note and then the horse shows up with the equipment that I thought she was begging for last time, I've got to go in that direction.
Jose Lozano's been disqualified twice this meeting, and I thought they were bad calls both times. I know you kind of disagree with me on the second one.
Yeah, the first one definitely.
No, I
The
didn't like
second
the first call either. I got it. I'm not saying it was a terrible call. I just didn't agree
Well, you're
with
talking about the sprint stake when he was.
Right.
But you know, and I agree. I didn't think they
I
should
think
have
he
made
hurt
any
himself by
change
turning
at
the
all.
horse's head in.
That's it. It was incriminating because
But he had a right to do that because they were forcing him out.
100%. But that's
No,
what
I get it.
drew
I get
the
it.
focus to it.
I thought that race did not deserve a disqualification.
No, I thought it should have been
Anybody.
left alone.
Yep.
And psychologically, how is that for a rider when that call goes against you? And as you mentioned, you thought kind of sent him on a downward trajectory at the start of the meet.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to shake off what you feel is an injustice. I mean, I ripped the phone out of a wall here and put it through a window and took off my mounts. I was so mad one day.
In 1994.
Manny Franco might throw a phone at somebody in a second here as the 7 Amazing Grace are
Manny's
difficult
not
to
nuts
handle.
like Richie. He's a sane person. Richie's a crazy person. Why do you think he's my friend? 1994 at Gulfstream, Jean Cruguet went, I think, 0 for 94 at the meet. He won one race. The second day of the meet, he got DQ'd.
Oh, gosh.
Last Chad Brown, first year training, went to Oakland Park, won one race, got DQ'd.
Can speak to
That's
this better
rough.
than
Worked out
anybody.
well for him, though.
Talking to riders about streaks and momentums, there's times where the horse doesn't figure. It could be 20 to 1. Give me a leg up. I'll give him a shot. I got a shot to win this thing.
Yeah.
Put him on an odds-on favorite. You just feel like weight in the saddle, like almost defeated before you're in the starting gate.
You know, and I believe in this. Horses feed on energy, whether it's positive energy or negative energy. When I was riding well, I was happy to ride anything, and they would outrun their odds. It's when you go out there going, oh, why'd my agent put me on this? You're already beat.
Post-parade, and Gandarella outran her odds, as we just saw, 46 to 1 in that solid third-place effort. Andy's top selection, 3 to 1 today.
And she may end up being favored in this race, and I'm not sure she shouldn't be favored in here.
6 to 1, Felix and Dylan Davis, Cab Calloway winning rider.
Yeah, big effort last time. Set a slow pace, but was very game to the wire.
Blinkers on, number 3, zapped that ghost.
Yeah, Richie likes her more than I do, but I hear what he's saying, and she was close enough to a pace that fell apart and a little bit wide.
Jose Ortiz seeking a 4th on the afternoon. 50 Shades Free and Flavian Pratt.
Yeah, George Flavian Pratt, first-time starter, a little bit cold on the board.
Magic in My Eyes, number 5, 8 to 1 currently. 5th start, 2nd on grass with Ricardo Santana.
She was a little bit wide last time out and did kind of outrun her odds, but she still have to improve.
No need to panic, and a near miss downstate.
Yeah, but that was for maiden 50. Now she gets back with New York breds. She's going to have to get a little bit faster.
Number 8, Coach of the Year in Jose Lezcano.
Yeah, Coach of the Year. We saw she already knows the way to the winner's circle, was disqualified. Needs to come up with her A effort.
Lukewarm favorite, Amazing Gracer. Look out for her late.
Yeah, she's a tricky horse for Manny.
Yeah,
you
she
know,
is.
She got a very good ride last time, ran second. I thought Gandarella ran better than she did that day, but she's run some good races. She's been a little unlucky in her races, but she's kind of running out of chances.
What are you seeing here, Richie?
Yeah, I don't like this. She's just not a very willing participant at this point. She's being very obstreperous, and you just don't like to see that. It speaks to a horse that maybe is just not thrilled with the surroundings.
Acacia, what can you tell us?
Yeah, as I mentioned, Lafitte, she's always been a handful. They had trouble. This is actually the third time Manny Franco has now gotten back aboard her. What they did was they had a lip shank on her, and Manny felt that the first time he got a leg up, she was reacting negatively and trying to flip. So he jumped off. They took the halter and the lip shank off, escorted her out with the pony, got up again. She reacted to the track, and now finally it seems that she has settled down a little bit. But this is not out of character for her.
All right, so back aboard Manny Franco. What will he try to do over the next several minutes to get Amazing Gracers like mind right and focused to run? Is that possible?
Well, I think the best thing you can do right now, hook up with the pony and gallop straight off. Let her expel some of that nervous energy. Get her into a rhythm. Gallop off to the 3/8 pole. Get away from the crowd, and then settle her down, kick your feet out, let her walk back to the gate. But you got to let a horse, you see a lot of riders, they'll just trot a horse or keep them quiet. When they have that kind of nervous energy, get a gallop into them, and then they'll kind of breathe. They'll go, let that air out. I think it's a mistake not to warm a horse up like that and give them a chance to come back to earth.
But she can snap out of it.
Well, just what Acacia said, it's what's in character or out of character for horse. This isn't out of character for her. So she's shown that she's run decent enough, not acting the best in the past.
You're referencing the equipment.
Yeah, well, so she had a halter on. I would refuse, later on in my career when I had the ability to refuse, to get on a horse with the halter on like that. I want to be able to control the animal I'm sitting on. When the halter's on, I have no control. The groom or whoever's handling the horse has the control, but I'm the one on top of them. So if something goes wrong, I don't have any ability to take care of myself.
The paddock Acacia mentioned, let's see if she can keep a lid on it. She wasn't able to. We'll see if Manny Franger can get that lid back on. Amazing Gracer. There's Andy's top selection. Another look at Gandarella, 3-1.
I hope she's able to control in the front end. We'll see if she gets much pressure here, but I liked her last race quite a bit. She really moved up on the turf, and if she runs that race or takes a step forward, I think she'll be tough to beat.
And she did set a fast pace. Like the filly right outside her, Felixson, am I saying that properly?
I guess. You're looking at me? He first Lafitte tried to ask me a pronunciation name. Now you're starting. What is this? Are you guys ganging up on me? I'm lucky I pronounced my own name
you
correctly.
look like a learned gentleman.
I am learned, but I can't pronounce half of their names.
But she was on the lead last time with a very, very slow pace. And I don't think that she has as much natural speed as the one Gandarella.
I'm hoping not. I mean, you know, it's hard with the paces, and I'm always a little circumspect about some paces, the rails and stuff, but I don't disagree. You would think the one is faster, but then the race 2 back, the pace was quick, so I don't know. We'll see.
How often the day comes down to these New York bred maiden race, maiden special weight, whether it's maiden claiming, whatever the case may be, incredibly contentious and challenging handicapping endeavors.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this one, well, Richie likes the 3, and he's a price, so, you know, that's a good one. I'm surprised they're not betting Coach of the Year. I don't love Coach of the Year, but I'm surprised. I thought she'd take more money in this race, especially having for his first 2 races back. I thought maybe, you know, in that case, she would take more money. She's the one being ignored, for better or worse.
Final thoughts, Acacia, specifically number 3, Zap That Ghost.
Yeah, she and Coach of the Year will rematch, and I do agree. I think Coach of the Year will appreciate a touch less distance, but as Richie touched on, with that disqualification, the horse impacted was Zap That Ghost, who gets the blinkers on. A shortcut cheater blinker going on today for the first time, and I agree. She ran like a horse that would really benefit from just adding a little bit more focus in there. She's been sharp here. She's been on her toes. She got keen early last time out as well, so that is a little bit of the challenge to make sure that she doesn't get too fresh with the addition of those blinkers, but she's acted like a horse that should be more forward, and we'll see if that equipment change helps her do just that, Lafitte.
Something to look for early. Something else, the race shape. We touched on it earlier, but let's reset it. X's and O's. Who are we expecting where?
Well, I'm expecting the 1 to be in front. I'm expecting the sitting, the 2 sitting to be second. Depends, see what, you know, that's what I'm hoping for. We'll see.
Moving into line. Gandarella, lukewarm favorite at post time, 3-1. Frank Mirmati with the call. The nightcap from Saratoga on FS2.
Ryder was just briefly off Zap That Ghost. Came right back aboard. Coach of the Year. Still waiting on 50 Shades Free. Not quite in. And here's the last one to load, and that's Coach of the Year. In the gate. Couple of restless ones moving around. And they're off. Zap That Ghost straight to the front. Coach of the Year right up alongside in second. And Amazing Gracer is racing a joint third in the opening stages. Gandarella is very keen. She's the gray on the inside as Amazing Gracer puts the pedal to the metal and sprints to the lead. At the back of the field I should say, Magic in My Eyes, who is racing in the lime green sleeves, 8 lengths off the pace, followed by Felixson, 50 Shades Free, and No Need to Panic at the back of the field. They move to the back stretch. It's Amazing Gracer. Zap That Ghost comes right back for more. 2.5 lengths clear of Coach of the Year. The quarter went in 24 and 4/5 seconds. A couple of more lengths. Gandarella now has clear sailing by herself in 4th, followed by Felixin, who's down on the inside, 3/4 of a length in front of 50 Shades Free and Magic in My Eyes, 3 deep, 3 more, no need to panic. 49 flat for Amazing Gracer, who leads over Zap That Ghost in 2nd, Coach of the Year. And now there goes Gandarella. Gandarella makes her move. See if she can sustain it with a 3-wide move after the top pair. And following her is Felixin in 5th there at the top of the stretch. Amazing Gracer, short lead, a half a length. Gandarella on the outside, a clear shot for Coach of the Year, who's had a good journey too. And from way out of it, Felixin is kicking in. Has to go a little bit wide. 16th pole, Coach of the Year spurts clear by 3. Gandarella, Felixin chasing. It is Coach of the Year by 2 to Gandarella. Coach of the Year wins it. Gandarella was 2nd. 3rd to Felixin, and a photo for 4th between Zap That Ghost and Amazing Gracer.
That one has to feel good. Coach of the Year, Jose Lezcano in the Saratoga Nightcap.
Gave this horse a perfect ride in a race where there were some very imperfect rides given. Manny Franco did the right thing going to the lead because the Speeds apparently didn't want the lead because I guess Speeds never won a race. Manny got in it, 7 had nothing. This horse sat the perfect trip, took advantage of a poor ride, in my opinion, by Edgar Zayas in the 1. I don't understand why he took this horse back.
And saving ground, such a key component in turf racing, and that made her have to tip out and make a wide sustain rally, where Jose Lezcano, so good to see him deliver a ride like this. He had a tough summer, but you know what? He wasn't riding poorly. His confidence level was, down, and that'll lead you to ride less than the best races. But this was vintage Jose Lezcano. This was a tremendous ride.
Difficult to fight through. He fights through it, teaming up with George Weaver, who you saw, Coach of the Year at 6-1. And Gandarella, despite the tactics, a strong effort to complete the exacta at 8-1-2-3.
Maybe he was riding to instructions, and maybe they were just bad instructions, but that was a bad ride, in my opinion.
I was honestly a little bit disappointed in Zap That Ghost. She got tripped that I was, a good trip. I thought that the blinkers would make a huge difference. She basically ran the same race she ran last time.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, gave up the lead like that in a slow pace, but they didn't finish the 2 horses in front. This horse just could not have gotten a better ride by this is the one they ignored. She got the money as an overlay.
Gandarella at 2-1. In 2nd, Coach of the Year, 8-1-2-3. Jose Lezcano, George Weaver in the 10th and final. And that angle, Coach of the Year, able to kick clear and graduate in the nightcap on this eve of the Alabama. 10 up and 10 down. Tomorrow it is Saratoga's most prestigious race for 3-year-old fillies, the Alabama, presented by Keeneland Sales. $600,000 purse and counting stars. The division leader. You remember when the knock on her as a 2-year-old and early in her 3-year-old season, Richie, was her lack of consistency? Good race, she'd lay an egg. Good race, she'd lay an egg. And now here she is trying to win a 3rd straight Grade 1 event at Saratoga. Pretty consistent now.
Yeah, I think she kind of put that behind her. But I tell you, from a physical perspective, this is a filly that has just flourished with racing, has gotten better and better, and she just looks bigger and stronger. And that's what you expect to happen to them throughout the year. Watching her from February till now, she's a completely different
You always
filly.
liked her, but did you think that the ceiling was this high?
No, I loved her going into the Acorn. I didn't think that she was going to become the dominant force in this division that she has.
No, I mean, I didn't see it, but she's good.
The 1.25 miles, though, it's always a conversation. The farthest any of these fillies have ever raced, they'll likely never race again, and that can have a real impact on the Alabama, as we've seen on so many different occasions. What will Counting Stars do with a new jockey in the saddle? Jose Ortiz subbing for his brother. You'll find out tomorrow evening on Fox. As for today's highlights and moments ago in the feature, Fleet Indian Iron Orchard, first win since the Frazette. Big afternoon, Jose Ortiz. What else is new? Tomorrow, Ortiz, he'll try to win back-to-back Alabamas along with trainer Mark Cassie. Last year was Nitrogen. Tomorrow, we'll see about her stablemate, Counting Stars, the Alabama, on Fox. Have a great night, everyone.
Up alongside of Knightsbridge, and now these two will turn for home together. Imagination on the outside to the front. Knightsbridge back into second. T.O. Elvis, the horse from Japan, has rushed up on the outside, and he has taken the lead. He's taking off. Oh, look at T.O. Elvis pull away in the last 16th of a mile. Even business today. Japan's T.O. Elvis crushed them.
Elvis is in the building.
Yes, he is.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York Bred race against other New York Breds on the same tracks where Manor War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.